Yeah, it's been a while. I ran a couple of these games back in 2021, and I'm trying to get them started up again. Made a couple changes this time around. I'm going to try and get things started pretty quickly, so I'm not going to do an in-depth rules overview, but all the players have already discussed that, and they've gotten to get to know each other a little bit. Yeah, the things I do want to announce is that some stuff I'm changing this time around are that for this season at least, and hopefully for future ones, I'm gonna have a cash prize just as a little extra incentive, hopefully make things a little more exciting. So whoever wins this season is going to get a massive $75 prize, and any runners up, runner ups, by which I mean anyone who makes it to the final tribal council but doesn't win will get $25 each. Additionally, I've changed the way pre-gaming works by essentially banning it. So players will only get to know who's playing once they join the Zoom, but they do have a chance to get to know each other once that happens before the game starts. So it's not just completely, you know, in the dark. For this season specifically, so this season is called Survivor Outcasts. So I want to just go over some things that'll give anyone watching and our players a chance to know a bit about what they've gotten themselves into. So for anyone who's watched the show, there's this Exile Island twist that the Outcasts theme of this season is loosely based on. At certain points in this season, some players in the game are going to become outcasts. And what that means is that they will temporarily not be a part of any tribe, which has pros and cons. Because if you're not in a tribe, you will not be a part of the social or strategic aspect of the game at that time. You won't be able to talk with other players in the game. But it does provide you with safety because you're not on a tribe, you can't get voted out essentially. And outcasts will also have some opportunities that other players may not have. So a bit of a double-edged sword. I'll leave that up to you to handle. Um, this season, I want to be clear about this for everyone playing. This season is pretty fast-paced, especially at the beginning. The twists in this season are pretty front-loaded, so yeah, you're going to want to make sure you get off to a good start, find your lane in this game pretty quickly. The early game is going to be pretty intense, so you have all been warned. For anyone watching, by the way, I do want to mention one quick thing. There are some things that happen in these games that you won't really be able to see if you're a viewer, but at the end of the game, after the winner's announced, at the very end, I'll always have I always do a little like breakdown of like the advantages and the twists and like that sort of stuff so that you can kind of learn about the stuff you haven't seen. So stick around for that if you're watching live, or if you're watching on YouTube, you can skip to that timestamp if you want. But yeah, with that said, I think our players are ready to get started. So I'm going to ask everyone to wake up right now. I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera off. All right, nice, very efficient. So yeah, as you can all see, this season we're going to have 13 players, which is quite the interesting number. In just a second, the 13 of you are going to be divided into two tribes of six and one initial outcast. So one of you is going to start the game not on a tribe. And that comes with all the pros and cons that I just mentioned in my little preamble. Now, to determine how we're going to do this, we're actually going to do a really quick reward challenge. So in just a second, I'm going to post something in Zoom chat. This is going to be a really quick and simple challenge. The first person to type what I type backwards will get to influence the formation of our starting tribes, as well as who our first outcast is going to be. So I'm going to ask everyone to do this now. All of our players in Zoom, set it to message me directly. If you don't know how to do that, in the chat in the bottom right where it says to everyone, click on that and change it to say to Lombax999, just so that your messages get sent only to me. Has anyone not done that? Let me know if anyone needs more guidance or time on that. Cool. All right. The first person to type this word backwards will earn a reward. Go ahead. The word is outcasts, just like the name of the season. Just confirming it was spelled correctly. All right, Nidus has won. Nidus got it to me first. So Nidus, here's what you're going to do. In a second, we're going to do a draft for 2 opening tribes. And this draft is going to be a chain draft. So it's going to start with 2 captains. Those captains are each going to pick someone, and then those players are going to pick the next people added to the tribe. They'll pick the next ones, and so on. What you're going to pick right now, you're going to pick who those 2 captains are going to be, and you're also going to pick who our first outcast is going to be. Now, you can pick yourself for any of these roles if you would like. I'm going to give you a chance to politic a bit with all the players here. I'm going to give you a couple minutes for all of you to speak out loud on Zoom. So any of you can say anything you would like to Nidus before he makes his decision. Your guys' time to talk starts right now.
Nidus, I think you will
Nidus, this
make
is
the
a
correct
very
decision.
I mean,
I know who you want to make as the captains and the outcasts already.
I have no
I think
idea.
you should make
Well, I
yourself a
don't
captain.
know, so
So
I'm
here's the thing. I've
intimidated.
only watched Survivor once and I was like 8 or something. So I actually don't know how these games go. And I've never watched the online version either.
Oh,
So
perfect.
I don't have any game theory on this, but I'm gonna probably pick myself as captain and then someone else, and I have no freaking idea who else I should pick. And who wants to be outcast? Because I don't know.
I would like to request not to be the outcast.
All
If
right,
Please
I'll
and
someone
take
thank you.
actually,
outcast.
if
I'll
someone
take it.
wants to be an outcast,
I will take it.
okay,
Noah,
Noah,
just
you are an
what if
outcast.
what if
then.
you
Outcast
what
get
if
idols.
what
Vote
if
no
you
out.
just
Fuck that guy.
what if you no what if you just let it ran
I
because
will
being
give
the
my idol away
outcast
if I get one.
Spin the wheel.
generally
Spin the
is a
wheel,
good
Nidus.
thing because you can search for those immunity idols and stuff. That's usually how it works, by the way.
Well, no one wants to be outcast. He can be an outcast. I'm a pretty easy person.
Have you
Okay,
made your
cool.
decisions, Nidus?
Sure. So I'm gonna pick Noah as the outcast.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick myself as captain, and I'm gonna pick Nico as the other.
Nidus and Nico. Okay. Give me a second. I'm just going to take some notes just so I know everything that's going on. All right. So I'm going to tell you a bit about your opening tribes. And Noah, you can stay awake for now and watch the draft unfold a bit. So just to be on theme, our 2 tribes are both named after famous exiles or outcasts in their own right. So Nidus, you are the captain of the Seneca tribe. I'll post the spellings for both tribes as well. And then actually, I'll mention this now. If you ever want to add, in previous seasons, sometimes people will like add their tribe name to their Zoom name. You're free to do that, but if you want to do it, make sure you add it to the end of your name. Don't put it at the beginning because if there's like 5 people whose names all start with Seneca in Zoom, it makes things more difficult for me. But these are going to be our 2 tribes, Seneca and Hugo. So Nidus, you are the captain of the Seneca tribe. This tribe is named after Seneca the Younger, a Greek philosopher, playwright, and politician. He was exiled to Corsica for 8 years by Emperor Claudius. And Nico, you are the captain of the Hugo tribe. Your tribe is named after Victor Hugo, who was a French author famous for writing Les Miserables, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and other works. And he lived in exile for 15 years after he criticized Napoleon III. So there's a bit of backstory for each of you. So, Nidus, who's going to be the first person to join you on the Seneca tribe?
Hannah.
Oh thank God!
Hannah.
Oh thank God!
Nico, who's going to join you on Hugo?
Eric.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I'll get this organized on stream as well. By the way, do you prefer Eric or Urquois? Do you have
I don't care either. Anything.
no preference? Okay. All right, Tana, make the next pick for Seneca.
This might be really controversial. Crispy.
All right, Crispy is on the Seneca tribe. Eric, go ahead and.
I'll take mint.
Okay. Aspen has joined Hugo. Crispy, who do you want to join you on Seneca?
DJ.
DJ. Aspen, go ahead and make your next pick.
Alex.
Alex. DJ, go ahead and make a pick.
I will pick, because I don't actually know, but Jaden.
Jaden. Cool.
PTB.
Alex picks PTB.
What?
Shocker.
Yes.
Shocker.
Okay, so that means the last two players remaining are
surprised.
Hunter and Cyclone. Jedin, who would you like to be the last member of the Seneca tribe?
Cyclone.
Cyclone.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
The hair. It's all because of the hair.
Yeah, fair enough. So Hunter, you're going to be on Hugo. All right. So before we go
We
to
can't
sleep.
hear you, Hunter. I saw you trying to talk.
Oh, did you want to say something? Hunter, I think your mic might be muted if you're trying to say anything to us.
Oh no. Oh yeah, I was, but nothing.
You're all good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, cool. So I did warn you guys this game's going to get off to a fast start, so I'm going to give you all an opportunity right now. If you are unhappy with how this draft went, if you think that your position on your tribe might not be great, I'm going to give everyone in the game a quick opportunity to potentially change that. In just a second, not yet, but in just a second, if Noah and any other player in the game agree, they can switch places and he can take their spot on the tribe and they can be the outcast instead. You guys have to come to a verbal agreement, and I'm only going to give you 10 seconds starting now.
Eric, you want to swap?
No, swap with somebody else on my tribe. What the fuck you mean, dude? Not that I would align with Noah or anything.
Oh yeah. You didn't make that
No,
obvious.
you're more of an outcast than I am. I think you should swap.
No, you're the outcast here, buddy. Dude, me and Nico go way back. You know
All
who
right.
it is, man.
I'm voting Eric out every chance I get. I am not swapping with anybody.
All right, I think y'all have made your decisions. For someone in this game, that's going to prove to be a mistake. But for now, everyone can go to sleep. I'm going to add you to your tribe chats momentarily. As soon as you get added to those, your communication will be open. And I'll turn things over to our commentators for this season, Dave Dobb and Happy Meal. I think I gave you guys a nice juicy intro to work with there, so have fun. Take it away.
And thus we begin anew. Interesting new setup to this season. The Outcast is going to add an interesting twist. Happy Meal, kind of what are your initial thoughts?
I like how the teams played out. It actually is pretty well balanced based upon, I know these people a lot more than you do, so based upon who's definitely going to align and who's not, or who is unlikely to, I can tell you that the draft played out in a way that will actually make the game more dynamic than other combinations of it. So, for example, like PTB and Alex, well, everyone already knows, but those two guys are like going to make, like, they probably have a final two deal already. You know what I'm saying? They're typing to each other the night, but it's a good thing they're not with Tana and Nidus, because that would just be a boring tribe where like the other two get voted out. So now that there's duos but there's no like big voting blocks that I see right now that are like preordained basically. So I think it actually could go any way. I think anyone has a really high chance of being voted out first and being out early. So I think the tribe picks are very well balanced.
Yeah, from what I know from certain players, because I actually have played a text-based Survivor game with Nidus many moons ago. So I've seen that guy play, and I understand how some people move about in these social games. I think it's going to be very interesting. First couple of challenges and first couple of tribals. The team seem balanced from what I can tell, and it should be exciting stuff. I am interested by the strategy from Noah taking the first outcast to basically volunteering for it. Nidus giving it to him doesn't surprise me very much given what I know about Nidus, but I do find it interesting that Noah decided to stick his neck out there like, yeah, I'll take first outcast, and we'll see kind of what that means.
My early prediction is that Tana is going to make it far into the game. She's not going to win, but she's going to be top final 5 at least. I think there's a lot of players that are going to take advantage of her this game and use her as a voting number. I'm gonna name, I think also Nidus probably makes it pretty far. I I hope Crispy wins the whole thing. He's probably not going to, but I want him to win. That would be the best of all realities, in my opinion. He's gonna be an exciting player if he gets off his momentum too. He's gonna be hilarious. So there's a lot of exciting things. I think, to name specifics. Other dynamics I can see, DJ Crispy being allies. I see that as a possibility. The Tananitis thing is already there. If Urkois and Noah get onto the merge together, or I don't know exactly how the Outcast twist is going to play out, but if they eventually unite, I can see Urkois and Noah being a voting block too. Possibly with Aspen as well, since they kind of know each other from, Mafia, like the older version of the older days of Mafia. So I see a lot of interesting possibilities right now in terms of specifics. I wonder how the players like Prince Hunter and Jedin are going to fare as well, because I don't think they have any connections to the group at large.
Yeah, but I think the one thing I've learned from watching these seasons, especially watching season 4, where Slime, Mavloss, and Carson felt like they had no connections to each other whatsoever coming into the game, and they were the final 3 together. You make strange bedfellows in this game, so even though there might be obvious voting blocks right now, the people who are you're chummy with outside of this game right now, or people who it seems like you've worked with before and would be obvious for you to work with again, this game creates new dynamics. So you never really know who's going to be working with each other until everything gets revealed later. So while the voting blocks right now, it seems like, yeah, these people probably align early, what have you. Dynamics change throughout the game. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of where those lines lie as we continue through this progression.
But also there's no pre-gaming anymore. So
Correct. Also correct, yeah.
that played a big role in how the people disconnected from the community played effectively. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it might not be as easy for them. We will see, right? But it might not be as easy for them to get in with the voting blocks. It might be really difficult. And if we see, Prince Hunter and Jedin as the first 2 boots, that'll be a huge example of the disadvantage of that. Now, on the other hand, it might just be perfectly fine, right? We might see just something out of left field.
They get roped in as a third with one of the 2, and you're feeling pretty good getting out the other 2 guys. There's always that situation where you're watching, where you look at your situation and you have to adapt at all times. So even though, like, I think early doors, I think you're right that like those early voting block with no pre-gaming probably do exist. But if you're on that situation where you don't have a early voting block, you can look at, who you think might be aligned already and be like, let me see if I can get in with that, work with them to prolong my game, and that will at least get your ball rolling. So there's always that aspect to it where even if I don't know anyone, I can at least try to work my way into a block to get myself somewhere so that I don't feel like I'm not playing the game, essentially.
Yeah. So time to put ourselves on the line. Let's make a prediction for first boot, okay? I'm predicting Nico goes first. Bye, Nico. I think that is a very likely case that Nico just gets the cut. If Seneca loses, I predict that Jedin or DJ goes. Those are my predictions right now. What about you?
Given that you have the advantage of the knowledge of other people,
yeah, true.
I'm coming at this from a place of like, I barely know these people. I think there's scenarios where the guys who just kind of got thrown into the team last minute are having struggles, or someone. The first challenge also usually tells a lot, because I remember during season 5 when RJ basically won his team the challenge, or was close to winning his team the challenge, and everyone was just like, we can't vote out RJ anymore, so everyone had to figure everything out. So the first challenge does change a lot. I'm not comfortable sticking my neck out and just saying, "Oh, this person's going," without.
Yeah.
But I think
I just want to make things exciting, you know.
I think
while we're
I think
waiting for
based
the right
solely on
person.
I think based solely on the draft. I think there's I you know there's obviously people who you can see that they were aligning themselves with other people and seemed pretty excited about it. Everyone knew Alex was picking PTB. Nice picking Tana felt pretty obvious.
Now I think when Alex was picked and DJ didn't pick PTB to separate them, that was an error. I think DJ should have trolled the fuck out of PTB and picked PTB after Alex was picked. That would have been hilarious. And it also would have diverted their power too. Because now there's a likely chance that going into the merge, now they're on the same tribe. There's a very likely chance that there could be tribe swaps too. We don't know yet, obviously, but there's a very likely chance going into the merge that Alex and PTB both make it out of the initial tribal phase, which means if Tana and Nidus are still in the game at that point, that's a 4-player voting block that will almost always align. It's not even a question. That is a 4-player voting block right there. So if you are thinking about the longevity of your game, you need to get one of those 4 players out within the tribal phase, or else you have a very high mountain climb. Very high mountain climb. Okay.
Although at the same time, you can also think that even though they went on the same tribe together, if those two are just working with each other and everyone else just agrees that yeah, we'll just vote out those two as a block, they're not particularly concerned. I don't know that that's going to happen because I know because based on little interactions I've seen, PTB and Tana don't seem not close, and Nice and PTB seem to get along and all that other stuff. I'm not saying that wouldn't happen or would happen. What I would say though is that there is always the possibility that yeah, those two are working together, but then the other 4 can just band together yeah, no, those two aren't getting the power, and we'll just chop them off at the pass when we need to. Or you can just win challenges and not even have to worry about it yet. But
that is the best strategy to win challenges,
So
now, this is an interesting topic. This is kind of unrelated to the game, but I noticed the disparity in older Survivor, and it kind of is showing. This is kind of an interesting dynamic. And newer Survivor, in Jeff Probst, in older Survivor he would be more direct with the players, but now it's a lot of vague phrases and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You're familiar with the Survivor, right? Overall,
I am. I am.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Did you notice that?
I
as
noticed
well?
it. I noticed it a little bit in that because I remember because I also watch a lot of the challenge and I watched the CBS spin-off of the challenge that had a bunch of Survivor people on it. And when Tyson Apostle was talking about the difference between the challenge and Survivor, he just Jeff was very, very direct, and production on challenge was not. So I've noticed it a little bit when I've watched some recent Survivor stuff that it has gotten a little vaguer, which I think makes things interesting in terms of. I think vagaries are fine in terms of the idea of not knowing adds intrigue to the gameplay.
Well,
But at the
speaking of
same time,
challenges, I think
Let's
we're gonna get to our
go.
first one. I'm gonna have all of our players except for Noah wake up, but everyone else, the other 12 of you, go ahead and wake up. Okay. So I did warn you guys that this game's gonna get off to a fast start, and I definitely meant that. I'm gonna say a lot of stuff right now, so just bear with me if you have any questions, because this opening challenge is gonna be very unique, and there is a lot going on with this. So just bear with me for a minute here. In this challenge, you are going to be competing both for individual immunity and for a tribal reward. When this challenge is over, both tribes are going to go to tribal council, one after the other, and both tribes will be voting a player out of the game right from the beginning of the game. So in this challenge, I'll get into the details of how it works exactly in a minute, but it's played in rounds where basically the slowest person to do something is going to be eliminated, and the last one standing from each tribe will win. The last player from each tribe to remain in the challenge is going to earn an exile necklace, which is a special kind of immunity necklace that will protect them at tribal council, but it has a bit of a twist to it, which you won't learn about until tribal council begins. In addition, as I said, you're playing for a tribal reward, so the tribe that outlasts the other tribe is going to earn a pretty significant reward. They're going to get the right to go to tribal council second, so they'll get to see the other tribe's tribal council before they vote anyone out. They'll also, because of this, get to learn about the twist with the exile necklaces. They'll get to see it happen at the first tribal council, and their communication will remain open during the first tribe's tribal council, so they can continue to strategize with each other. They'll have more time to discuss things and all that good stuff. And if that were not enough, after both tribal councils are over, Noah, our outcast, is going to rejoin the game as a member of the winning tribe, putting them up in numbers 6 to 5. So, a lot of information there. Does anyone have any questions about anything I just said before we get into what the challenge itself actually is? Yeah, what's up, Tiana?
Not about what you just said, but communication's over, correct?
Communication is now closed. That's
Okay.
correct. Everyone's good on all that? Cool. Okay, that makes it easy. I was expecting like 3 questions minimum on that. Sweet. So let's talk about our first challenge. Our first challenge is called Alphabet Math. I'm going to do this with a Zoom virtual background, so you might want to pin my camera just to make this easier for you guys. Let me go ahead and pull up. I have an example here, so give me just a second. Actually, a couple examples. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to post a question that looks something like, it'll be a letter plus or minus a number. So for example, I might post A plus 3. What you're all then going to do is try and figure out what letter that would give you. So A plus 3 would be D. That one's pretty simple, right? Three letters in the alphabet after A is D. This can also be subtraction. So like going backwards in the alphabet, you can see like G minus 2 would be E. The 2 examples on the right are just to show you that if you go past the end of the alphabet, it wraps around, right? So starting from Y plus 3, you would go ZAB. You'd wrap back around. Or you can wrap around backwards. C minus 5 would be X. So what I'm going to post is it's just going to have like something like A plus 3. And all of you are going to privately message me what letter that would give you. In the first 2 rounds, the 2 slowest players are going to be eliminated. And then from after that point, the 1 slowest player will be eliminated each round. Any questions about the challenge?
Are we messaging you on Zoom?
Yeah, this will be run through Zoom. So set your Zoom to message me directly. I mean, you shouldn't have had to change anything, but yeah. Everyone's good to go?
One question.
Yeah.
What, if any, resource are we able to use in this situation? I'm sorry if that was stated and I missed it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any like website or something. I'm assuming there probably is some website that could help you cheat on this.
Just
so
like
just don't use the
just like
internet.
having an alphabet up, is that an option?
That's fine.
Okay.
But don't use like a website that could just tell you the answer, obviously. Yeah, if you want to look at like a list of letters or something, that's fine. All right, is everyone
Sorry,
ready for
real
question
quick, sorry,
number 1?
what are you trying to get the answer to? Like the question mark or something, or?
So for example, like when I post the actual one, these are just 4 different examples. It won't have like the answer given to you. It'll just say like A plus 3. And then the 2 slowest people to
Okay.
message me D would be out. Cool. All right, let me pull up question number 1. As soon as it's up, you guys can start. And then for these first couple rounds, I'm going to be getting a lot of messages, so bear with me for a second as I determine who's eliminated. Here is question 1. Okay. All right, everyone got Q to me. The two slowest were Nico and Cyclone. You two are out. You can go ahead and turn your cameras off. That's one from each tribe. Let's go to question 2. Here you go. Okay, so I got an incorrect answer from Aspen. She is out. And then other than that, Jedin was the slowest. So Jedin and Aspen, you two are out. Yeah, what's up, Tana?
I didn't answer.
Oh, well, in that case, Jedin,
Yeah, sorry.
wake back up. You're not out. Tana's out. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right.
Happy International Women's Month.
Here is question number 3. Here you go. And from now on, we're only eliminating one player per round. Okay, so I got a couple wrong answers. Nidus, Eric, Hunter, Crispy, PTB, Jedin are all good. Alex and DJ, you sent me wrong answers. Whichever one of you sends me the right one first. Still incorrect, DJ.
Start mashing.
Looking for one more between Alex and DJ. DJ got it. This one is Z.
Is it legit to just hit every key on the keyboard once?
No. If you spam me, in fact, what I'll do for future rounds, if you send me 3 wrong answers, then you're out. So you get 3 guesses, okay? We'll do that. All right, Alex is out. I'm going to pull up question 4. Here you go. If you're clever, you can do this one very quickly. Getting some wrong answers. DJ's good, Hunter's good, Eric's good, Nidus is good, PTB is good. So I'm looking for one more between Crispy and Jedin. I don't think either of you have gotten me the correct answer yet. Jedin got it. It's F. So Crispy, you are out. If you go plus or minus 26, you get the same letter. So this is really just the same as -1. That's the trick for that one. All right, next question coming up. Here you go. Okay, let's see. I got a correct answer from DJ, PTB, Jedin, Hunter, Urquois. Nidus was the slowest. Nidus is out. So for Seneca, we have DJ and Jedin. And for Hugo, we have PTB, Eric, and Print Hunter still in. Here's your next question. Gonna start getting a little harder now. Let's see. Eric got it, DJ got it, Jedin got it, Hunter got it. So PTB is out. Correct answer for that one is J. So we got 2 Senecas, 2 Hugos. This means one of you is about to win immunity. Here's your next question. All right. Jedin's good. DJ is good. Eric is good. So Hunter, you are out. So Urquois, this means you have won immunity for the Hugo tribe. You're going to keep playing, though, to try and win for your tribe. Next question. Eric got me the correct answer first, and DJ was second. The correct answer for this one is Y. So Jedin, you are out. So DJ and Urquois, you have each one individual immunity. You should both be safe. You are now playing against each other in the final round on your tribe's behalf. Here is your final question. I haven't gotten a correct answer yet.
Really? I go in the wrong order?
There we go. Urquois got it. R is correct.
I went the wrong way.
Yeah, you guys are going the wrong way around. So that means the Hugo tribe has won the tribal reward. So all of you can go to sleep now. Seneca, you will be going to tribal council first. Tribal council is open for everyone. Both tribes get ready for tribal council. I'll see you soon.
Oh, a good first challenge, I would say. Pretty difficult challenge. I have initially I thought, but once you kind of got the tricks, it's a pretty good challenge, I would say.
I like how Lombax is doing it this time around, getting just 2 people out right off the bat, bro. That's pretty
kind of an
nice.
interesting thing. Is it immediate double elimination, basically?
Yeah, I think it'll make the game go fast, which is nice. But I feel bad for the first 2 people eliminated. You know,
Got a double dude Mike situation.
Yeah, double dude Mike, bro. Urquois and DJ are safe, so that's a pretty interesting outcome. I think. Wait, who won? Who won the overall thing? Urquois' tribe.
Urquois won the overall thing.
So that gives Urquois a huge advantage next round since Noah's coming in on his tribe too. That's actually a huge advantage for Urquois. Pretty good.
Yeah, so Urquois won the challenge for Hugo, so they'll be going second. We'll learn how I think Lombax said it was the Exile necklace. We'll learn how that works initially, and I think that a couple people showed some good stuff during that challenge. Hunter.
I'm worried for Crispy right now, bro.
Showed something.
I'm worried for Crispy, bro. I am worried for Crispy. Crispy, you got this, bro. You got this. Come on, you can do it. Weasel your way into them ranks. I'm counting on you. Don't get voted out first. At least don't get voted out first.
It's going to be interesting to see how being able to essentially see the first elimination happen seeing how Seneca's elimination happened will affect how the Hugo elimination goes, because you now have that little extra time to watch, and then maybe there's a little hitch in something based on what happens at Seneca. But I do like.
Sorry, in case this wasn't clear, communication is open for everyone.
Thank you, Lombax.
Yeah.
So that will be an interesting little twist on proceedings if something that happens on Seneca affects something on Hugo, since even though you're on your own tribe, you're still probably thinking about who on that other tribe would I want to work with, or who was working with someone else on another tribe, and who do I now have to get out. So little wrinkles in the strategy getting to see that first elimination before you immediately then go into elimination go do your vote afterwards is going to be a nice little wrinkle to proceedings, I think.
Yeah, there could be some strategy going on where people like, oh, if this person gets voted out, we can vote out this guy, but if this person doesn't get voted out, we should vote out this guy,
Now,
probably not, but it's a possibility. Some people might be thinking, this tribe has these players on it, and we can if people are actually like try harding right now instead of just like kind of fucking around, then they'll be thinking about the dynamics of the merge and trying to vote people out based upon maybe who is voted out on the other tribe. Like for example, as I mentioned, there's a big 4-player voting block. So if you see one of Nidus or Tana get voted out, you might consider not voting out PTB or Alex just because you could use them for the early voting strategy and you don't have to worry about them at the merge as much. But if you don't see one of Nidus or Tana get voted out first, then you'd be like, oh, maybe we should vote out PTB or Alex. So that could play a role in people's thinking, assuming they're thinking that far. They might not be. They might have already established the tribal lines with the alliances and already have their votes, and they're voting out just based upon the alliances that they're generating right now. So we don't know yet, but let's see. We'll see.
Yeah. Now, as a former player, the only time I've ever seen it like outwardly basically admitted that a challenge performance affected a vote was the very first vote of season 5, where because RJ basically almost soloed the challenge for the champs, he avoided getting dude mic'd, and Stormslide got dude mic'd instead. How much does challenge performances affect how, especially in these early tribes where you're playing for tribe immunity most of the time? This time it didn't really happen, but how much does challenge performance kind of affect how your voting happens? Because
I'll say it really depends on the player 100% of the time. For me, when I actually got to play the second time around I played, I was like, I just want to win every challenge possible, right? That's the thinking, right? You never lose if you always have immunity. So that's my thinking. That's a very simplistic way of thinking. I know, you can't possibly win every challenge. That's almost impossible unless like everyone else sucks at the game. But for me, my voting was always based upon who would provide the most challenges. Just because if you don't go to tribal council, you can't get voted out, right? So why surprise yourself with that? But there are some people who don't care. I'm certain PTB won't ever vote based upon challenge strength. He'll vote based upon what keeps him and his alliance in the game to the best of his ability. So it 100% depends. The strategy that you vote with just 100% depends on the player. Every single time,
Yeah, because I do have to say, aside from just DJ and Eric getting immunity, I was also impressed by how Jetta and Hunter played in the immunity challenge. So I'm always curious to see how, especially when there's a player who's, I guess you're not really sure what their power level is, how much of, because you're always kind of gauging threat levels at all times. So
one thing is, if they do vote based upon challenge strength, you could say bye-bye to Cyclone.
I'm going to ask our Seneca tribe to wake up now. Communication is closed for the Seneca tribe. All of you, please wake up. For the Hugo tribe, your communication is still open. This is an exception. I just want to be clear about that. Typically, even during the other tribes' tribal council, your communication will be closed. But in this case, that is not the case. So who are we missing? There we go. Cool. So a lot to talk about with the opening of this game. I'm going to start by talking to Nidus. So you won the reward challenge at the very beginning. How do you feel about your picks for tribe captains and the outcast?
I misunderstood the rule just a little bit, so I feel bad now, but I felt bad before, but I feel a lot better now because people in the tribe seem pretty cool.
Okay, so you're happy with
we'll see.
You're happy
We'll
with the
see,
Seneca
obviously.
tribe?
Let's see if I get eliminated.
Oh, okay. How does everyone feel about the Seneca tribe? You guys
I
feeling
love our
good?
tribe. Yeah.
I think DJ played really well. Awesome.
I'm
Yeah,
a little
DJ played
nervous
great.
because
I don't really know anybody here except for like Crispy and DJ vaguely, so I'm a little nervous. But I think it's a good tribe. Everyone seems really friendly.
Nice. Jedin,
I have a good vibe.
you're kind of on the outside looking in a bit to this community, so I want to ask you, how did you integrate into this tribe? How did that go for you?
Great question. People reached out to me, which was cool because I had no idea where to start. And I don't know. So far, everyone seems fun with a good attitude and rolling with it, best I can.
Nice. DJ, it's been a while since you played. You played all the way back in season 1. Welcome back. How's your experience going this time around?
A lot better. I think I've been able to manage a little bit better because I think the second time around I was unfamiliar with Survivor. Now it's more like I kind of get to feel a little bit more easier and kind of understand the concept of how to progress yourself later on. And so far it's fun. I think it is.
Yeah,
now.
DJ
Just getting
is
into use it.
confident as hell right now. He's like, I
Well,
gotta
DJ
be
does have this exile necklace.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, I mean, so it seems like everyone's pretty happy with the Seneca tribe. Did anyone here feel like at the very beginning like they were considering switching with Noah, or was that just off the table for all of you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I was considering it, but
I
don't know exactly what it was.
I wasn't, but I didn't want a chance to go to the other tribe because I know for a fact if I was on the other tribe, I would be getting voted out first.
So you thought if you were the outcast, you might end up on Hugo, and that would not
exactly.
be good
And
for
I
you.
know, and I know for a fact I would have got voted out first on that tribe. So I'm happy I made it to this tribe, and thank you, Tana, for getting me in here because I was dead meat if I was on the other side.
Nice.
I still could be voted out first, but I know I have a chance of living. So.
So Cyclone, you've been away from really Mafia and all that stuff in general for a while.
A couple
what's
years.
new? How's it going?
Well, I'm in college now. I'm no longer. Last time I was here, I was 16. So a lot has changed in life. But growing up,
don't think about it too much, Tan.
Now that I think about it,
I'm giving Santa a crisis.
I didn't fully realize this, but we actually have, I guess, 2 returning players on each of our starting tribes because you played back on season 2.
And I also played back.
I'm playing a lot different this time around though. Wildbacks. That was for the content that season was.
Yeah, well, that time you had a tilted fish. Which influenced things quite a bit from.
That was for the content.
Yeah.
Me and him at the start just went all out for it. But I don't know. This season, obviously I've talked to people in my tribe. I'm hoping they like me enough. I don't want to be left out.
Hopefully, I think everyone's probably feeling pretty similar. Unfortunately, someone is going to get voted out from each tribe. So let's talk a bit about how that's going to work. DJ, you have an exile necklace. As I told you, there's a twist with these necklaces. They work a little different from how individual immunity will typically work later in the game. These necklaces actually have, you could view it as a downside or an upside, but they have a caveat to them, which is that they do provide you with immunity, but they do so by exiling you from tribal council. So what this means is that whoever has the necklace will leave tribal council. They will be safe, but they also will not cast a vote at this tribal council. You do have the option to assign this necklace to another player if you would like to do so. So you can keep it for yourself and you will leave tribal council and you will not vote and you will be safe. Or you can give it to someone else and that player will leave tribal council and they will be safe and they will also not vote. So you have an important decision to make as far as what you do with this necklace, and you have to do it before the voting begins. So I'll let you guys talk about that a bit, and you can figure out what you want to do.
Do they still get to witness tribal council?
Do you?
Yep.
I mean, you still get to witness it, but do you have to say it vocally who you give it to, or do we type it to you? Okay.
You're going to just tell me out loud before we vote.
Okay.
So, bit of a twist there. Does that change your plan at all?
Kind of.
It seems like it.
It kind of changes my thought perspective of that. Yeah, I'm actually It's really interesting. I think I might actually just keep it though.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's interesting. I designed this, it does, if you keep it for yourself, it's sort of a drawback because you don't get to vote. But you can use it, I guess you could say, offensively if there's someone who you really don't want to have a vote, but that you weren't planning for voting on anyways, I guess. So there's some play to this necklace. It sounds like you're most concerned about keeping yourself safe. Do you want some more time to discuss this, or are you gonna keep the necklace for yourself?
No, I will keep it for myself.
Okay. So DJ is going to exile himself from Tribal Council. DJ, you can go ahead and turn your camera off. You are safe. You are no longer at this Tribal Council. So the 5 of you are each going to cast a vote now, unless any of you have anything else to say. You guys ready to vote? All right. So I know this is a little confusing. We do switch back and forth between Zoom and Discord for some stuff, but I am going to ask all of you to send me the name of the player you're voting for to me on Discord. Okay? So just pull up Discord and directly message me the name of the player you would like to vote out. All right, give me a second here. Okay. I have received all the votes. If anyone has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Cyclone. Our second vote is for Jedin. Our next vote is for Cyclone. Our next vote is for Jedin. That's 2 votes each for Cyclone and Jedin, 1 vote left. The first player voted out of Season 6, Survivor Outcasts, is Jedin. Seneca Tribe, go to sleep. Sorry, Jedin. You can all go to sleep. And Hugo Tribe, wake up. Time for your tribal council. All right, so you guys, got a chance to see how these exile necklaces are going to work. So Urquois, I'm sure you've had some time to think about that and what you're going to do with yours. Before we get into that, how's everyone feeling about the Hugo Tribe? You like how things shook out over here?
Yeah,
I
it's
like
pretty
this
cool.
group.
Pretty chiller. I was worried
Pretty
about something on the
chill.
other group because I feel like they have some good, block of people that would definitely vote me out for. So I'm glad.
Nico, you're the captain of this tribe. Were you surprised that Nidus picked you as captain, or?
Yeah, a little bit, because we don't really interact much, so.
Sorry, I'm just going to say really quick, since I'm getting some questions, communication is still closed for the Seneca tribe. Communication is closed for both tribes right now. Sorry, can you go ahead and repeat that, Nico?
I said me and him don't really interact much, so being picked as the captain has been not really a good thing for me, I don't think. But I do kind of like how this group has panned out, because I actually know a couple people on here, and I feel like I know maybe one person on the other tribe, and that is like DJ. And maybe
Okay,
Nidus a little bit.
interesting. So I'm curious where our commentators have speculated a lot about certain alliances that may or may not exist within some of the tribes.
Yep.
I'm curious how accurate that might be. if anyone would like to speak to that.
I
or
didn't hear
not.
what they even said, so I have no idea.
I mean, you
Context.
can't help who your friends are and who you spend a lot of time with,
Yeah.
but that doesn't necessarily mean that like I can't be loyal to, you know,
Yeah, I'll work with
my
anybody
team.
as I get
Like,
to know them. But I have
yeah,
people I already know a little bit, so I can expect more stuff from them. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know.
I feel like I just got thrown on a tribe of a bunch of relationships, and I don't know anyone here.
This is how we all build
Yeah,
friendships.
you know,
though.
it's a little tough. I mean, you saw what just happened with Jedin. It was a
Yeah,
close
that kind of
vote.
scares me a little bit,
Do you feel
especially
like things might be going in the same direction for you? I mean, I'm sorry. Do you prefer Prince or Hunter? Do you have
either or.
either?
I'm not very
Not picky.
whatever floats your boat.
I'll go with Hunter. Do
Sounds good.
you are you concerned things might go similarly for you as someone who's sort of new to this group of people, or do you think you found a niche in this tribe?
No, I'm very worried right now. I don't know what's gonna happen. Very scared. Brought up relationships. It seems like everyone here knows each other at least on some foundational level, and I'm just kind of below below the dirt. And so I don't know. I'm kind of scared.
Did you have a
But
chance to talk to some people?
not really. No. That scares me even more. And I tried to do my best for during the daily challenge or during the challenge. But and I mean, I thought I did pretty good. I ended up in second for the tribe,
Yeah,
but
you're right there.
right,
For you.
right on the edge. But you know, we did end up winning the reward too, so happy about that for the tribe. But curious to see how this goes, and hoping I can be around.
Nice. So Aspen, you're in a similar boat to DJ. You played all the way back on season 1, and now you're playing again, kind of on the relaunch of Survivor. How's it feeling this time around? Any different, or what are you thinking?
I don't even remember, but I do remember. I feel like I remember someone. I feel PTB wasn't you. I feel like I remember. I was it called when it's like flipped or whatever? When you think something's gonna happen.
Blindsided.
I'm scared. I'm like totally paranoid.
You're scared. I'm scared, dude.
I'm not scared, dude.
Like I played like the last season. The
Oh.
last season I played, like nobody talked to me in the night. I had like a huge alliance. I thought I was so safe, and I got voted out third. Okay?
I'm actually curious,
So,
PTB. I was gonna bring this up because you've played twice, and you seem to have
Yes,
two
my
very
third.
different experiences the two times you
Yeah.
played.
First time I
First time
went.
you were kind of in control. You got pretty far, to
Yeah,
put it mildly.
Second place. Yeah.
The second time was kind of the opposite. It seemed like you maybe were a bit more out of the loop.
Well,
Where do you sit this
yeah,
game?
sorry.
Is it somewhere in between, or
So I'll tell you, Hunter, you shouldn't be too worried because like nobody was really talking to me last night either. In fact, some people I was like trying to talk to, I had to like send multiple messages before they would even respond. So that did not make me feel well. So I don't know. The first time I played, there was no pre-gaming, obviously. You know, the first 4 people in the Zoom kind of like made something and that we stuck to that. But then the second time there was like 24 hours of pre-gaming, which I really couldn't participate in. So I was dead before the game even started. So like whatever, you know what I mean? This time I still feel tinges of PTSD from the last time I played, but also like I know a lot of people on this tribe and I hope that they're like loyal to their word, that like, you know, stuff we discussed or whatever. So I'm okay, but then I'm also concerned because Happy Meal like really kind of painted this picture and kind of raised my threat profile, which I don't really think is like, you know, listen, Noah's coming on our team.
I did
Noah's coming
advise
on our
everyone
team.
about this before the stream began, but I would not pay too much mind to the commentators if you can all do your best to avoid it. I know it's hard not to, but they're really there more for the viewers.
Yeah. But you know, there's no way for us to mute them without like muting the Zoom. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, there's people coming on our tribe. Noah's coming on our tribe. He's like really good friends with Aspen and Urquay. So like, it's
yeah, that's actually an interesting dynamic. Does the fact that Noah will be joining this tribe affect who you guys are going to vote out?
Not me. Me
I don't
personally,
think so.
like, no. So,
Okay.
I'm not
would-
concerned about it. But I'm just saying, like, the picture that was painted about me and Alex, like, obvious is not there when you factor in like Noah's coming, right?
Basically,
So.
it might get sloppy after this.
It might
Yeah.
get sloppy.
So Urquhart, I'll just check in with you really quick. I'm curious both how you're feeling about the Hugo tribe and what you're planning to do with your
I'll take
exile
the necklace. I'll take the necklace.
I'm feeling good
Urquhart.
about the Hugo tribe. I think we can actually just go on an immunity run after this, probably, as long as there's no other.
It was a pretty close challenge. It was pretty balanced all the way through.
As long as, yeah, but I believe in us. Plus, we'll have like more people than them. So as long as we can keep the tribe numbers, Hugo strong, and then we'll just wipe them out. And I'm also keeping the thing since I don't really think it'll affect the vote, anyways.
Okay, cool. So you're going to keep it for yourself as well.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, Urquhart, you can go ahead and go to sleep. You are done with tribal council. The other 5 of you, any last words before we get to the vote?
Nope.
It was nice knowing y'all.
All right, let's vote. So again, you're going to send me your vote through Discord. So directly message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out of the game. You can go ahead and do this right now. All right, I have received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Hunter. Our second vote is for Alex. Our next vote is for Hunter. Our next vote is for Alex. 2 votes each for Hunter and Alex. 1 vote left. And the second player voted out of Survivor Outcasts is Alex. Everyone go to sleep. Communication is open for both tribes. And Hugo tribe, Noah will be joining you momentarily. As soon as I add him to your tribe chat, you are free to strategize, socialize, all that good stuff with Noah as well.
Well.
I got the
Turns
Jedin
table.
prediction right. Let's go, baby. Jedin first boot. I got it right. I feel sorry for Jedin though.
Yeah, Jedin did well in the daily challenge. It's a little unfortunate he was just on the outside of.
Yeah,
everything,
it's
it
just
felt
what
like.
happens. But we can kind of see where the lines are at. I'm pretty surprised on the Hugo tribe because I think that even though they wouldn't have known about the twist, which is fair, the fact that Alex and PTB didn't try to rope in Hunter instead of targeting him, knowing that Noah was coming in and that Nico, Urquois, Aspen were probably, or Urquois was gone, but they were voting together and they didn't try to rope in the new guy. I'm surprised. That probably would have been the better strategy than to vote him out, but ultimately speaking, maybe they did. The thing is, one thing I think is possible, Hunter was like, oh, I'm so scared, I'm so paranoid, when he might just be like in the big alliance, you know what I'm saying? This guy might just be bullshitting us right now,
It's
just to make it look like he's scared, but he's actually in the main alliance and he's just bullshitting everyone.
It's
or trying
possible.
to.
There was a lot of I will say Hugo's tribal council was a lot messier than Seneca's. Seneca's was a lot of just like vagaries. We're all kind of happy with our tribe, which generally is an indication that the obvious vote is obvious. And like any other votes are like idle dodging, I guess. Whereas the Hugo tribe was a lot messier, which means there was more which kind of tells me there was more like split play afoot. You might be right about Hunter in terms of like being in the bigger alliance. I saw that same distinction with Mave Lost being in the game-winning alliance. When I thought he was just getting kind of pulled along, he was actually in the game-winning alliance, like pulling some strings. Saw that in season 4, so it's entirely possible that what could be afoot there. Not to speculate too much on where it's at, but it is an interesting thing where normally you would expect Hunter to maybe be dead to rights there, and instead there was a kind of split power dynamic that Hunter was a swing on, and instead if Alex and PTB really are the voting block, they decided to just straight go after Hunter, thinking that the other guys will also throw them in with us instead
also
of
just go. Yeah, they could have. Yeah, they could have been tricked too. Like they could have. What is most likely on the Hugo tribe is what happened is that PTB and Alex were working with one of the players that voted out Alex, and they thought they were all voting together, so they weren't as worried. And so they put their votes on Hunter when the blind side was going to be on Alex, and they had this big blind side going on. They thought maybe like Aspen, for example, they were typing to her in the night, and they thought, okay, she's probably going to vote Hunter with us. I've got her word. And then she blindsided Alex. That seems like a very likely circumstance to me, based upon what I know of the players. And now on the Seneca tribe dynamics, I think those are more obvious, which is like you have Cyclone, Nidus, and Tana working together, and then Crispy and Jedin were together, but Jedin just got voted out. Crispy probably got to Jedin, and obviously Cyclone didn't vote for himself, right? Cyclone's working with Nidus.
That also begs the question though, because of the exiles of DJ and Eric. Now, Eric, you might be, based on what you know about relationships, you might be able to assume what Eric was doing, but we technically don't know where DJ's head is at, because he got immunity and just exiled himself, so we don't even know where his head would have been at in that vote necessarily.
DJ was probably the vote if he stayed in. I'm going to be honest, right? To me, that's what it looked like to me, right? That DJ or Jedin was getting voted out because of how that tribe was just going to play out, based upon what I know of the people. So I think it was a good decision for DJ to keep his vote. And I think Urquois to keep his necklace, and Urquois keeping it really probably didn't impact anything, just based upon how I envision what occurred. So essentially, I think we've got tribal lines already established, and now we're just going to see how it plays out. Hopefully, we get in the next 2 rounds either a merge or a tribe swap, so that we can see something interesting happen. Just because I envision on Hugo that the next to go, let's say if they don't win immunity, is PDB. Like that just seems like the most obvious case. And then on the Seneca tribe, I can definitely see, if they don't win immunity, DJ or Crispy being the next one out, just based upon how the votes went. And if that's the case, it's going to be very boring for the first few votes. So hopefully after the next vote, we see some shift in the tribes, whether that means a merge or a tribe swap, so that we can see some interesting dynamics afterwards.
Yeah, because based on what was said during tribal, it sounded like Hugo knows where the lines are going to be drawn, even with Noah coming into the game. So it sounds like Noah joining a tribe has no impact on anyone's game plan at the current moment.
Now, how many of these players played in the last few seasons? So the only ones that didn't play before are Noah, Hunter, Crispy, and Jedin, or Nico. Did Nico play before?
I haven't seen Nico on any of the previous ones, but I have only watched back to 3. So
yeah. So I know for Tana's new too. So PTP has played before, Alex has played before, Urquois has played before, Aspen has played before, and then you've got Cyclone who's played before, and DJ. So at least 6 players have played before. I don't remember if Nidus played before. I'm pretty sure he has, but I don't remember. So it's nice to see that we don't have just a culling of all players who hasn't played before. It feels bad for Jedin, but Alex having already played before, being voted out second feels pretty GM to me. Even though I like Alex, he's one of the people I play with outside of this Survivor game the most, alongside like PTB and those guys. So I feel bad.
All right, I'm gonna
Alex
interrupt
has
real
never played
quick.
before.
Noah, you wanna wake up real quick for us? Our newest member of the Hugo tribe.
Hello? Are you guys taking me in? It may look sunny now, but it was so cold last night. I was freezing. Please save me. I need warmth. Do you guys have a shelter?
Well, I think they do. I'm gonna ask everyone to wake up now, and hopefully they've greeted you well.
Oh, hello, tribe.
All right. So I think you can all take a breath now. Things are going to be a little more normal, at least for a bit. We're going to do our second immunity challenge. Nothing special this time around. This is just going to be a standard immunity challenge. The tribe that wins will be safe. The tribe that loses will go to tribal council and vote someone out of the game. This second challenge is called 3 Words. This is another brand new challenge. This one's going to be played in rounds 1 versus 1. And you'll kind of do these 1 versus 1 face-offs, and whoever wins will score a point for their tribe. The way the challenge itself works is I'm going to post a letter and a number, and then you're going to try to come up with 3 words that start with the letter I gave you and that are as long as the number I give you. So for example, if I post A5, you would need to come up with 3 5-letter words that start with A. They can be any words. I'm not looking for specific ones. So you might come up with again, alarm, and apple, right? And you would message those 3 words to me on Zoom. You can message them to me in 3 separate messages or in one message with all 3 words. Either way is fine, but you're still going to be directly messaging them to me. The first player to do that between the 2 facing off will earn a point for their tribe. And in this challenge, even though it's 6 to 5, no one's going to sit out. You're going to have to cycle through all of your players before you can repeat anyone. So you're going to use everyone on the tribe. The first tribe to score 5 points will win the challenge. Make sense?
Can you re-explain the rules? I fucking zoned out.
Are you memeing or?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay, it's pretty simple. I'm just going to post a letter and a number. You need to come up with 3 words starting with that letter and that are as long as the number.
Oh, okay, got it.
So like A5, 3 5-letter words starting with A. All right, so Hugo tribe, you're up in numbers, so you're going to pick first. Who's going to go first?
I'll go first.
Yeah, sure.
All right, if Noah's confident in that, he can go
Hugo
first.
tribe's putting up Noah. Seneca, who's going to go against Noah in round 1?
Scared?
I can go. I don't know.
No.
Doesn't matter, right? We have to cycle through all 5 anyways.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to start with Noah and Nidus. So as soon as I'm going to just type this in Zoom chat, and I'll also say it out loud so the viewers know. So it's going to be a letter and a number. You guys know the deal.
Wait. Can I just ask one clarification? So
Yeah.
the number is how many words we need to throw out?
No,
the number is the length of the word.
It's the length of the word. You always need to come up with 3 words. So again, if I typed A5, it's 3 5-letter words starting with A. It's always 3 words. Make sense? Cool. All right, Noah and Nidus, here you go. P4. So 3 4-letter words starting with P. Noah got it to me first with pain, puns, pint. So Noah scores a point for the Hugo tribe. All right, Hugo tribe, since you won, you're going to pick first again. Who's going next for the Hugo tribe?
I'll go.
Let's go.
Seneca, who's going up against Urquois?
I'll go. Sure.
Urquois versus DJ, the 2 winners from the previous round, getting a little rematch here.
Sure.
I like that.
My rival.
All right, you 2 ready?
Yeah.
Here you go. G5.
Ooh.
All right, let's see. DJ was first with glass, grain, and grass. So
Was it because I misspelled
we're
it?
tied up 1-1. Seneca, who's going next?
I'm not.
I'll go.
Oh,
You want to go?
yeah.
All right,
Okay,
Tana's
Tana
up.
can go.
Who's gonna go against Tana, Hugo Tribe?
I'll
Who
go
wants to
against
go? Okay.
Hannah.
Tana and Aspen. All right. Tana and Aspen, here you go. T4. Gotten... It's funny, both of you did separate messages and everyone else had done them all in one. Very close, but Tana is first with tent, tree, and tops. Actually came down to the last word. You guys were like going back and
Sorry,
forth on them.
what was the last word?
Tops. T-O-P-S. Okay, Seneca. Is it going to be Crispy or Cyclone next?
I'll go.
Sounds like it's going to be Crispy. Hugo, who's going up against Crispy?
I'll go against Crispy.
Crispy.
Let's go, Nico.
Nico.
Good morale.
Okay, guys, here you go. B6. Let's see. Yep, Crispy got it with Borrow, Blight, and Bright. So Seneca is up 3-1. So the only player who hasn't gone for Seneca yet is Cyclone. So Hugo, who's going to go against Cyclone
I'll
in
go.
this round? Hunter?
Let's go, Hunter. You got this.
All right, I think this one's going to be
Thank
a
you.
fast one. So you guys ready? Cyclone and Hunter, here you go. E3. Cyclone got it with Eat, Ear, and Eel, putting Seneca up 4-1.
Whoop, whoop.
Nice.
Hugo, I think PTB is the only one who has not gone for you yet, right?
Yep.
And then Seneca, you guys can pick anyone. We're starting over.
Cyclone should go. He was fast.
So
Yeah.
who's going to go up against PTB? Cyclone, you're going again? All right.
BTB, I trust you.
Seneca is up 4-1. We're playing to 5. So this could be for the win. Cyclone and PTB, here you go. J4. PTB got it with Join, Jump, and Jack.
Let's go.
Keeping Hugo alive.
Come back.
Couldn't come up with a
But
third
we've been
word.
here the whole time.
All right, Hugo. Since you guys are going to cycle through again, so you can pick anyone.
Yeah,
Who's going to
Noah
go for
won,
Hugo?
so-
I was saying Noah was our fastest, I think.
All right, all good.
So Noah's going up again. Seneca, you can pick anyone other than Cyclone. Who's going to go against Noah?
Run it back.
I'll. Okay, I mean, I can go against
Okay.
Noah.
Or you could let me decide.
Well, you guys need to come to a decision together.
Are you good, DJ? Or do you want
Let's go,
someone else
DJ.
to go?
All right, I'll go.
All right, we're going to do
Okay.
DJ and Noah. DJ and Noah, here you go. W6. Yeah, DJ got it with Waters, Wakers, Wander,
Yes.
which means Seneca
Hi.
has won
Let's
immunity.
go,
I was trying to.
The challenge
team!
champ,
Everyone go to
bro.
sleep. The communication is
challenge
open.
champ.
Hugo Tribe, you will be going back to Tribal Council.
Well, that seems really bad for PTV, unfortunately. Yeah, we might see the good old 1-2. But what I will say is I just got information, so I'm going to correct myself. Alex has not played before. Who I was thinking of was Bezzy, who made the goated idol play. I don't know if anyone remembers this. He was the first player to make a successful idol play. Wait, was he? Yeah, he was. And it was very exciting to watch him do that. So, but anyways, I think, oh man, this just looks so bad for PTB. It seems like you got the new guy who's probably going to just side with whoever. You've got Urquois and Noah, who's definitely going to be working together at least. You've got Aspen, who's probably a wild card, and so is Nico. So, I hope PTB might be able to spin his free agency well, though. So if he can spin his free agency well to a bunch of people, he should be okay. This could be a targeted vote, or it could be a bunch of different votes. We don't know yet. Go ahead.
PTB might be able to like spin a situation, but also at the same time, like we kind of remember when PTB was going through his spiel during the last tribal, where he's just like, well, Noah's coming in the game, and Noah's cool with Eric, and was cool with Aspen, was cool with why am I blanking on his name? Nico. So it sounded at that point that he knew that like when Noah came in, there was potential writings on the wall. I don't really think that's always going to be the case, because again, I've seen players get out of worse situations. Caleb in season 5, I thought, was dead to rights during one of the tribals, and he somehow got his way out of it. So anything can really happen. But
Caleb was a hoot in season 5, bro. That guy was hilarious.
Caleb played great. I thought he played fantastic that season.
Dude, I as a player of that season, he would not vote for anyone except for RJ until RJ was out. That was too funny.
Listen, he loyal to the cause.
Yeah, he had one target.
Even as the ship was sinking and everyone was trying to distance themselves from it, Caleb was still there voting on RJ.
Yeah. Bro.
But
I hope PTB lives, though. I want to see.
Yeah, it's always going to be interesting to see kind of like, if the supposed lack of communication comes into play, because, I know Hunter and Aspen were both claiming that like no one was really talking to them, as was PTB claiming no one was really talking to them, or when they were trying to talk to people, it took multiple messages even to get communication. So you never really, so you kind of question what's real and what's fake with that. Obviously, I don't want to accuse anyone of lying, but it will be interesting to see if there was that much lack of communication, what becomes of that. Because even if PTB lost Alex, if there was still a lack in communication, PTB could then like rally the troops and be like, hey guys, these guys are probably working together. Let's figure our situation out. Which is always a situation that you could be in, where you have a bunch of wild cards who end up being like, let's work together to stem the tide, make our own alliance to move forward. But again, I can't really speculate how, what's true and what's not between the communications. That's for them to know. But
right.
But there's always an aspect of, you don't want to reveal too much of your hand, even though there was at least a little bit of hand revealing, it felt like, during that initial tribal. And we'll see whether it's just a slam dunk voting, or if things shifted in flight. It really feels all dependent on how much communication there actually was during that communication period before the first tribal.
Yeah, true. I just can't wait till the mid game, because even though we've seen some split votes right now, the mid game hopefully gets crazy. I remember in retrospect, season 5 had so many split votes. It was hilarious, and I just want to see some crazy votes. I want to see like 3-2-1, 3-2-2, I want to see all those votes, and hopefully some of those pan out. But as for this vote, I feel like it's probably going to be fairly straightforward. I don't think you're going to see like something insane happen. Maybe you might, but then again, they could also be like, fuck it, I'm not going to align myself with anybody. Let's just vote out Noah. He wasn't part of the tribe before, he basically got a free immunity last round. So
yeah,
let's vote him out.
Yeah,
Noah's got to be working with more than just Urquois in order to get into this game.
Could be living in the world where since Noah effectively entered the game late. He already lost a day of communication that maybe he got elbowed out of. He's already gotten elbowed out of the conversation, and now that he's come in, it's like this guy just got here. We've already kind of established what we're doing. Let's remove. That's always a situation that when I watch the challenge, which is tangentially like Survivor,
All right.
guys who enter late always struggle because
Don't
they
mean to
weren't in
cut you off, but
conversations
we're gonna
originally.
get things going again. So Hugo Tribe, please wake back up with your new addition. And communication is closed for everyone, just to be clear. So no one on either tribe should be using Discord at this time. So I'll start with you, Noah. You're making your debut on the Hugo Tribe. How have you found it? How's it going so far?
Great group of people. Love the tribe. Hugo strong. And it's sad that we have to vote someone off because I think that this is the best 6 people in the game. So
what criteria are you voting on? Is it challenge performance? Is it alliances? Is
I feel
else?
like I am coming in at, well, obviously a disadvantage. I know very little, so I'm just trying to get my foot in the door, talking with as many people as possible, and trying to figure out what the tribe consensus is. I don't want to mix things up too much stepping in, so I'm just trying to get along with everybody and try to make some new friends.
Sounds good. Is everyone else on the same page as that? Is there a consensus this time around?
Oh yeah, they're all on the same page, Lomvax.
I don't feel that at all. I feel like there's a good chance I go home. So
Nah, okay, all right.
I don't know who I'm voting for yet.
You know what? I'll let the viewers in on a little behind the scenes actions. 2 people DM'd me last night and they both said the same exact message. I know I'm going. It's fine. You're all scared. That's fine. Happy Meal, congratulations. You raised my threat profile. It's okay. I don't have to sit in jury. I get to go play Valorant with my friends sitting in a call right now. Aspen's going to work with DJ at the merge. That's fine. They have a season 1 alliance. DJ, I'm glad you took your immunity. You're probably going to get screwed over. Ericois, Noah, Aspen, they're all aligned. They belong to many private discords together. You 2 are fucked. You should have just kept Alex in the game. Noah tried to make me feel like he was on my side. Listen, you should know who you're talking to. You're not going to trick me. I told him he doesn't have to pretend.
What?
I'm getting voted out. Spoiler alert.
Why don't you?
Why would I
didn't
want
try and play
to go
the game,
with the
though,
vote? The vote was
I
to get
did
me
try to
out.
play the
You
game.
didn't even
I
message
just
me.
didn't want to
talk to
play it
anybody. You
with
didn't talk to
You
me.
didn't talk to me at
I
all.
did. I had DMs with Aspen and Urquois, and we were supposed to do a 4-man with them, and then add Noah on, and we were just going to win every challenge and get to merge. It's fine. You didn't trust Alex. You voted him out. I know I'm next. Dude, you 2 are fucked. It's fine. Bye.
That's okay.
Bye.
I'm going to
Nico,
blow
you
up
sunk your own
PTB's
ship. You
I
didn't
tried to
reach
talk
out
to
to me. You
PTB,
reached out to the new
and
guy.
he
Congrats.
completely cold shouldered me. I was
PTB
okay
didn't
making a
PTB
change,
didn't message
but
me.
You weren't.
I think
You were
I think-
never.
definitely
Dude,
was.
Aspen and Urquois didn't even try to reach out to me. Like, and they're supposed to be my like day 1 alliance. They voted out Alex. It's fine. Noah, I get that you wanted. When Noah told me that he's like, oh, it's 3v3. It's me, you, Hunter versus Aspen, Nico, and Urquois. Do you think I'm stupid? Like, come on. Like, I'm just here for content. I'm not winning. Congratulations. Good job. You got me. You all suck at the challenge. I saved you. And I was trying to throw it. And I still beat the fucking kid I beat. So you know what? Fuck off. Vote me out. Deuces. I'm going out the way I want to go out. Scared little bitches. Dude, Hunter, congrats. You're gonna get to the merge as the swing vote, but I'm letting you know right now, those 3 in my little corner, you're fucked, my dude. They're gonna get Nico, and then they're gonna get you out if the merge doesn't happen soon. So what you should do is also you should know that those 3 are gonna work with Tana and Nidus because they also belong to the same private discords. So really, there's gonna be a 5-man core of people. So everyone else in the game, if you're not aligned with someone, align now because you're fucked. Otherwise, get them out.
I don't think there's any other person on the team that wants to work with me. I'm
You're
Hugo.
lying, dude. Urquois even
I'm
gave
not
me a
lying.
hint. He
I'm
was
not
like,
lying.
"Do you
I'm
want to
not
go to
lying.
the immunity?" He's like, "Do you want to go to the exile
I
island
need
to
help,
go look for
guys. I need
idols?"
help.
I fucking knew Alex was going, dude. I should have just told him to use this fucking thing. Oh, that's the other thing. Alex had the hidden immunity idol. If anyone didn't know, but he
That's why
told
we
our
had
whole
to hack
Discord,
their
so that's why they
blinds
targeted him because they're scared. They can't trust anybody but their little clique. So it's fine. It's good. Get me out of here. I want to go play Valorant. Let's go.
I would have been open to working with you from the start, but
Bro,
you never
you sent
talked to
me
me at
no
all.
messages night 1, and then night 2 you said, how you feeling? And I said, oh, like I'm getting voted out by all of you, and then you went radio silent. Didn't
Yeah.
try to assuage me at all. Nico took
You sounded
25
like you
years
were
to respond to
determined.
any of my messages. I sent him 5 in a row, and he's gonna act like I didn't try to work with him. Get out of here, dude. I actively was working with Aspen, who said, let's have she's like, I'm never voting you out. I'm so solid on that. Should have read between the lines that she was voting out Alex. And I told her, I said, I'm so solid on you. Don't be paranoid. I I get it. Season 1, I was bloodthirsty, cutthroat. I fucking betrayed every single person. The last time Colin and I were honest, got fucked over. This time I said, you know what, Alex and I are final 2. Fuck it, I'll work with. When Aspen joined the Zoom, I was like, yes, like I want to work with her again for real this time. But you know what? Fine, whatever. Then Erica, I ended up on this team. Whatever.
Flipped on me.
I would not have. I would have gone to the merge. I would have gone to Aspen. I would have gone to the merge, and we would have figured it out. It could have been me, you, Alex,
been a very
DJ.
lively tribal.
Deuces, people.
Does anyone feel like
Bye.
they need to say anything before we vote?
No, I'm getting voted. I don't even know. No one even told me who to vote, so it's like they're not even trying to hide it.
PTB, let's blindside Eric right now.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Noah has an extra vote by the way, guys.
Whoa!
Let's just out that one too. He
Come on,
only
man.
told me. Yeah, because Erkways doesn't fucking know. All right.
He doesn't.
Let's get it on.
He did. Well, now
Which
he
one
does.
are you? Which one?
All right, guys.
I'm
If,
gonna vote out Nico. You guys can dogpile on
I'm
him if
using
you
my
want.
If things
extra
are as
vote on
certain
Eric.
as
To
they
you,
seem,
Jeff. Back to
I'm
you,
using
Jeff.
my immunity idol. I'm using my immunity idol.
if things are as certain as they seem, then let's get it underway. Never know. So, everyone, please send me the name of the player you would like to vote out of this game on Discord. Okay, I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so.
I'm just kidding.
All right, I will read the votes. Our first vote is for PTB.
What?
Our second vote is for Noah. Our third vote is for Nico. That's one vote each for PTB, Noah, and Nico. Our next vote is for PTB. The third player voted out of Survivor Outcasts, PTB. Everyone go to sleep. Communication is open.
That might have been my favorite tribal of all time.
Yes, that was the best. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. That was the best exit speech ever.
just like, you know what? By the way, you definitely did blow up PTB's game. That's not stunned. You definitely did do that, but that's besides the point.
Yeah. No, that's what the commentary team is here for.
It's really not. I didn't blow anyone's game up in season 5, but that's fine. I felt like none of what was said was like that surprising, to be quite honest. We kind of came to the conclusion that everything PTB said was like kind of happening.
Yeah. I mean, personally, after that, after PTB blowing up there, I would not have voted PTB ever. You know what I'm saying?
No, I 100% just like I can't do that.
After that, it was just too funny. I would just have to keep him in the game for at least one more round.
Unless my alliance was like entirely stringent on like PTB being eliminated. Like if I was just like a free floater, I'd be like, I'm not voting that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Not that it didn't seem like there were any free floaters. It seemed like that there was like a obvious
everyone was kind
alliance.
of like in lockstep. I do find it interesting that Noah was the I guess idle dodge vote, if anything, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure it was
I
an
mean,
idle dodge.
how I look at it is, PTB is right though. You know, you've got the big Noah Aspen Urquois alliance going into the merge. DJ's very likely to work with them at that point, so you got to be worried about them now. You know, but it seems to me like they're unless besides a tribe swap, which is possible, there's no way, even if they wanted to, for Nico and Hunter to get out the big three of their tribe right now.
The only way for Nico and Hunter to stop it, and realistically, aside from a tribe swap or whatever other twist Lombax wants to do, the only way to really stem the tide is win immunity and force the other tribe to do whatever, to do the dirty
To deal
work,
with DJ, you know what I'm saying? Get
Yeah.
DJ out, you know what I mean?
Well, it's like either A, getting DJ out, or B, because PTB was also pretty steadfast in saying that one of those groups of threes were going to work with Tana and Nidus at merge, and y'all were just were just fucked in his own words, that that's a possibility that you would have to consider as well if you were on the outside of that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's basically up to the outsiders to find a way not to get cannibalized, right? Because they made their beds, right? They chose who they voted out. We might see some interesting stuff though, right? Come the merge and come the next few, maybe not the next few tribal councils, but come the merge, we might see some interesting things happening just because of the fact that PTB, I can say, I have no outside information, just so everyone's aware. I only have information that's was said within the confines of the game. PTB as a player, I know, is just completely honest. So everything he said was accurate, 100% accurate, right? So just because of the fact that I know
accurate
him.
to his point of view anyway.
Yeah, accurate to his point of view. So what I would say is they should be worried about the paranoia that PTB spread, because when he's going out, he's not lying. He's not lying about what he thinks is happening, you know? So with PTB's blow up, I'm sure everyone saw it.
We're gonna keep things
new
rolling.
dynamics might show.
Everyone wake up. Should be 10 of you. Things have evened back out. 5 players on each tribe. Looking for one more to wake up here. Who are we missing? Who's not here?
It's
Hunter.
Hunter. Hunter, are you there? There we go. Cool. All right. So in just a minute, we're going to do our third immunity challenge. However, we're going to do something before that. Before the next immunity challenge happens, we're going to pick 2 more outcasts. So right now, 2 more players, one from each tribe, are going to become outcasts. This means they will not be a part of their tribe temporarily again. So they will leave their tribe chats and any group chats they're in. They will also not compete in this upcoming challenge. And also, if their tribe loses, they will not be a part of that tribal council. Okay? Each tribe is going to pick someone from the opposite tribe to become an outcast. So temporarily, you guys can use your tribe chats on Discord. You can't use any other chats, but you can use your tribe chats on Discord to discuss with each other who from the opposite tribe you want to become an outcast. You can go ahead and do that now. I'm going to give you 30 seconds or so. You need to come to a consensus. So both tribes go ahead and discuss who you would like to be an outcast from the opposite tribe. Okay, I've got the decision from Seneca, Hugo, make your decision relatively soon, please. Okay, looks like there's a consensus as well. All right. The Seneca tribe has chosen Urquoise, or Eric. The Hugo tribe has chosen Cyclone. So, Eric and Cyclone, each of you need to leave your tribe chats on Discord right now and leave any and all group chats you are in. I'm going to give you a minute to do that before I get to the challenge. Okay. So this next challenge is going to be run, 4 versus 4, and the tribe that loses will go to tribal council as they are now, without the person who just became an outcast. Those players will rejoin their tribes after the next tribal council. So this challenge is called Picture Puzzles. This was played in season 5, actually. If any of you have heard of rebus puzzles, this is essentially what this challenge is. But basically, in each round, I'm going to put a picture up on my background that is a hint to some sort of word or phrase, and they're usually all like a play on words in some way. The first person to correctly guess what it is and send me the word or phrase through a private message on Zoom will score a point for their tribe. And in this challenge, I believe we're playing to 5. Yes, we're playing to 5. So the first tribe to score 5 points will win.
Is this like a 1v1 again, or is this just like a group?
Nope, it's
in
just
general?
everyone can like participate.
Okay.
So just whoever messages me first scores a point for their tribe. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'll show you an example of one of these two. I did make an example one. This is like the same example I used when we ran it last time, I think. So like the answer for this one would be first aid. You see what I mean? They're all going to be kind of like a play on words sort of thing like that.
Gotcha.
Make sense?
Yes.
Cool. All right, let me get the first question ready. Here's number 1. Spelling counts, by the way. You have to spell it right. This is back and forth. Noah was the fastest, scoring a point for Hugo. Keep track of the points really quick. Noah scores a point for Hugo. Here's question 2. Somewhere over the rainbow is the correct answer. Nidus scores a point for Seneca. He was the fastest. Here's question 3. Nidus got it first. This is backing up. So Seneca's up 2-1. Here's your next question. Should be a quick one. Greenhouse. Nidus was again the fastest. So Seneca is up 3-1. Here's question 5. The answer to this is forget it. Tana was the fastest, scoring a point for Seneca. So Seneca is now up 4-1. We're playing to 5. Here's your next question. The answer for this one is apple pie. The first person to get that to me was Crispy, which is going to mean that Seneca scored their 5th point and won immunity. So everyone go to sleep. Seneca has won. Hugo, I will be seeing you all soon at Tribal Council. So get ready. Communication is open.
I love that challenge. It's a good challenge.
Well, given that we know Noah has the extra vote, uh, maybe he doesn't even have an extra vote because maybe he just lied to PTB. But if he does, it
It's
seems
possible
like
he
we
could have
could say
lied to
goodbye
PTB.
to Nico or Hunter right now. And even if they don't have like an advantage that helps them through this vote, then at worst it ties. So if we're lucky, we get to see one of the first ever tiebreakers in. Has there ever been a tiebreaker before?
We did have a tiebreaker. Ring a Bell and Arrow had a tiebreaker.
Oh yeah. Who won that tiebreaker?
I believe Ring a Bell won that tiebreaker.
Ring a Bell won the tiebreaker. Okay, we might see another tiebreaker. It's possible if they don't want to use up their whatever advantage Noah may have gotten, whether it's true that he got the double vote or not, whatever advantage he may have gotten.
I do think it's interesting because it sounds like Noah got.
I'm just
If
going to
Noah did
interrupt
get an extra
commentary
vote.
really quick to say you guys are forgetting about probably two of the most important tiebreakers we've had, and the slime ring a bell one in season.
Oh yeah,
in the spy in season 4, like decided the whole season.
That one was
basically.
also. I forgot about that one in season 4. Yeah, that's.
There was also one
has been
in
so long.
season 3 in the final 4 between Fairy and Hammy.
Oh yeah, that one was great. That one was great too. Yeah. Oh boy.
But I do want to give some like challenge flowers out to Team Seneca. A good team win, even though it looked like Nice was solo stomping for the first 3. I will say this about Nice. The one thing I do remember about these tech survivor game I play with Nidus was he's one of the fastest typers I've ever met. So that dude was just like winning challenges left and right. It was incredible. But yeah, Seneca seems to be doing well in the challenges right now. That was a dominant performance there. And I think I don't want to speculate too much about like if Noah did get the double vote. What I do want to speculate is that if Noah was not snowing PTB there and was actually telling the truth about having a double vote, it's a non-zero chance he probably got that while being an outcast, which is, I think, an interesting little plot twist if that is in fact the case. And I also think the vote for the outcast between both sides were interesting. Mostly because I think your strategy is a little different depending on which side of the line you fall on the other side of the tribes. Whereas I think you're either trying to I'm not sure how you're trying to protect your numbers there. Now all of this goes away when you get immunity, but I think your strategy for trying to vote there, like who the outcast is very different depending on where your standing of the game would be with other people on that tribe. So I'm not 100% sure how I would go about it, considering that I think that you'd be in two mindsets. If I think that I don't have an alliance post-merge that's going to have the numbers, I would try to probably break up whatever numbers would be on that other tribe in some way. And if I did feel like I had those numbers, I'd be trying to keep those numbers safe.
Yeah.
So I'd probably if I was trying to keep a number safe, I would outcast one of the people I know I have numbers with. And if I felt like I would be outside on merge, I would try to force a number to be voted out and save someone else.
Right. One thing I think a lot of people should probably be worried about is the whole Noah's probably got an advantage being an outcast, and then Urkoi's is probably it has a potential to get an advantage as well. So you're going into the next few rounds knowing the Noah Urkoi's alliance has a lot of advantages, like a lot of them.
Potentially a lot of advantages.
Yeah, potentially a lot of advantages, and that might play into the dynamics of future votes.
All right, well, let's worry about this vote. Hugo Tribe, wake up. Again, there are only 4 of you here because your outcast is not currently a part of your tribe. This will be a tight vote here. This should be an interesting one. Nico, how did you feel about how the challenge went down and how the selection of the new outcasts played out?
I had a feeling Eric was going to be the one selected. That was like a pretty plain to see.
Do you think
from
they
my point of
chose him
view.
because he's like been good at challenges and they just didn't want him in the
I
challenge?
I think there's a combination of him being good at challenges, but also like the way they see our group like kind of panning out.
Mhm.
The way they see that group panning out, and with like all of the game that PTB was spitting, kind of mixing that up throws a wrench in all of our games, and it's just strong for them.
Hunter, how are you doing? Seems like you had kind of a tenuous start. Have you found your footing a bit in this tribe? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Sorry. I was just happy not to be the first one out, to be honest. I heard that it was radio silence for the first maybe 3 minutes of that night, and then all of a sudden I hear Alex is targeting you. I was like, oh, great. But luckily, I had enough people that were willing to work with me, and we were able to turn the tables, and I was able to stay in the game. So honestly, I would say I'm just going at it second by second right now, just enjoying staying in the game for as long as possible. Tonight I was just trying to kind of get a feel on what everyone was wanting to do, and
Do you think you
leave
figured
it at
that out?
that. Kind of. Some people were a little slow to respond and stuff, so I kind of got some stuff right here at the buzzer. So but
Gotcha.
I think I know what I'm going with, and siding with the people that have sided with me throughout this entire game so far.
Aspen, do you think we're likely to see a tie vote, given that there's 4 people here?
I don't know.
Or is there a
I
consensus? Is
think
this going to be a 3-1? Someone's
yeah, I
out?
don't know. I feel like it was really like a short thing, and I don't know. I just know that I said what I'm doing, and then nobody really told me what they're doing. So I don't know. It could be everyone and me because I'm the worst at the team stuff. Because I don't know. Could be I don't know. Yeah, totally lost.
How about you, Noah? You're still the most recent addition to this tribe. Have you kind of found your lane here?
I don't necessarily feel like I have. I am trying to work with people, and I do not know if they are reciprocating the work back with me. I have been very honest with people and told them what I'm going to do, and they are responding slowly or even not at all. So it makes me very nervous, and I feel like there's a good chance I go out today. I have told exactly what I am doing tonight to people, so I hope that they listen to me, and that's what we go with.
Seems like we got a lot of nervous people on this tribe for this vote. Well, it should be an interesting one. Anyone want to get in any last words, or are we ready to vote? All right, let's do it. So please send me the name of the player you would like to vote out on Discord through a direct message, and we'll get to it. Okay, I have received all the votes. If anyone has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Hunter. Our next vote is for Aspen. Our next vote is for Aspen. The 4th player voted out of Survivor Outcasts, Aspen. Goodbye, Aspen. Everyone go to sleep. Communication is open.
Now that's what I'm talking about. A blind side, baby. I love blind sides. I love blind sides. That's great. That's great.
Very interesting. I was thinking while that was going on, a lot of people were saying that there was like non-communicative, and I'm thinking like too many people are saying no one's talking to each other. I'm pretty sure at least 3 of those people are lying. And it turned out I was right.
Oh,
At least
dude.
3 of those people were lying.
Yeah. They're bullshitting. They're bullshitting. They're not. Everyone's bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? They're just bullshitters, bro.
like too many people are saying that like nothing's going on for there to be nothing going on. And
I like what happened there. The person who betrayed PTB and Alex then got betrayed. I mean, that's great. That's great. I love that.
I mean, isn't
That's
that how that's
karma for
supposed
you.
to work though? The person you add is the first head you chop. Like
Yeah.
like
Is
that's
that a
clearly
German saying?
that's clearly what swung in the other direction was you got Aspen to vote on Alex and then vote on PTB. So in that case, that's like not that's a head you're using just to get your power off, and then once you chop off the head, you chop off the head. That's just kind of how flipping votes work,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So unfortunate for Aspen. It seemed like they were trying to get out like, hey, this is what I plan on
They
doing.
dipped their hands into too many honeypots, as they say in the Caribbean.
Yeah, and that happens in games like this. You'll get that player who's like, I'm trying to work and communicate with everyone, and when you're working with everyone, sometimes you're working with no one. So
Yeah, exactly. When you here's the thing. When you run the risk, when you blindside and betray people and their trust, you run the risk of them blowing up your game like PTB did to Aspen, and then probably Noah in his head is like, I got the double vote or whatever advantage he has. I'm not going to use it on Aspen. She's not trustworthy. You know what I mean? She betrayed PTB and Alex. Who knows what she's going to do to me? You know what I'm saying? And Urquois was sent out. So it's not like they even had the majority to vote out. So he doesn't want to, sacrifice himself for somebody who has proven to be unreliable. Right. So I think that this may be in the long term a very correct decision for Noah. One thing I think he has to worry about is the fact that once again he has the advantage. It's out in the open now. He has at least some advantage confirmed, based upon just what people are saying. What PTB said before he went out. He come the merge. It looks like there's not going to be a tribal swap just because there hasn't been one yet, and we're getting low on numbers. So there's probably going to be a merge in the next round or two, more than likely. Once again, I don't know. I don't get told any of this information. I'm just guessing, but it's an educated guess. So come the merge, he might have to worry about, is he going to be targeted for the fact that he has advantages, or is he going to appropriately use those advantages and gain it in a way that actually wins him some votes.
yeah, I mean, I remember in season 4 when I think it was Carson pulled out a double vote to eliminate Ringabel at a crucial point in the game to turn the tide from it being his numbers over at the Vandy Ringabel
Okay,
alliance in season 4.
I'm going to ask all of our players to wake up, including the Outcasts. So I believe I'm looking for 9 of you right now. So Outcasts, welcome back to your tribes. I'm going to go ahead and re-add you. So Cyclone, you're going to be returning to Seneca right now. And Hugo is going to get Urquois back. Eric back.
Welcome back, buddy.
Right in
Glad to be
time
back.
for another immunity challenge. So this next challenge is going to be our final challenge before the merge. So we're going to do one more tribal challenge. This is going to be another normal one, nothing too fancy this time around. For the tribe that wins, you'll have some time to chill, take a break, get ready for the merge. For the tribe that loses, you're going to go to tribal council one more time, vote one more player out of the game before the merge. This challenge is called Code Word. This is another returning challenge. We've done this one, I think, twice before, actually. Although I think I've only done it as a individual challenge. We're gonna do it as a team challenge this time around. This one's pretty simple. This one's done verbally, so I'm gonna be describing something, a word, and slowly giving you more and more specific hints to it. And the first player to message the word to me on Zoom will score a point for their tribe. So I'll give you an example. Say the word was snail. I would do something like this. It's an animal. It moves very slowly. It has a shell. It's slimy. so on and so on. So it'll get more and more obvious as time goes on. The first player to guess the word scores a point for their tribe. And each player is limited to 3 guesses per round. So you can't just spam me with every guess you can think of. If you guess 3 times, any guesses you make beyond that in that round do not count. Make sense? Cool.
We're sitting in Zoom chat, right?
Yeah, so this challenge is going to be played on even numbers, which means Seneca, you're going to have to sit someone out.
Oh, also, can we say all 3 of our guesses on the same round, or just 1 guess around?
Sure, yeah. If you want to send a message where you just send like all 3 guesses right away, you can do that. That's fine.
I'll sit out.
I just want to clarify, are you going to specify when you start each round, or are you just going to
I'll just start talking,
okay.
and like once I start
Okay.
saying the hints, you can start guessing.
Okay.
Tana, you're going to sit out? All right, Tana, you can go ahead and go to sleep. All right, everybody ready? Make sure you're messaging me still directly through Zoom. Here is our first word. This one is also an animal. It's a dog, a kind of dog. It is known for living in a certain environment. It has very thick fur. All right, husky was the correct answer. Hunter got it to me first. So Hunter has scored a point for Hugo.
Let's go, Hunter!
And I don't think I said this, but for this challenge, we're playing to 5 again. So Hunter scores the first point for the Hugo tribe. All right. Next up, this is something you find in a desert. Oasis was the word. Nico got it. Nico scores a point for Hugo. Hugo's up 2-0.
Let's go!
Let's not throw this.
All right. This next one is something you drink. It's a pretty common drink, known for having a lot of caffeine in it. Coffee was the correct answer, and Nidus got that to me first, putting Seneca on the board.
Woo, let's go, Nidus! Woo!
Question 4, or word number 4. This is an instrument. You play it with your hands primarily. Not primarily, you play it with your hands. It has strings, has a circular body. Cyclone got it. It was banjo. We're tied up, 2-2.
Let's go, Cyclone!
Let's
yeah,
go, Cyclone!
Woo,
Let's fucking go!
woo, let's go!
All right, next up, we have a food. To be a little more specific, it is a plant. It grows underground. The word was potato. Eric got it. Hugo's up 3-2.
Erk.
Our next word. So this one is a geographical feature high above the ground. It's very flat. Got to spell it correctly. I got an answer that's spelled wrong, but was correct. It's very flat. There you go, Eric. It's plateau.
I'm fucking dumb.
Hugo is up 4-2 now.
Whoa, let's go,
Eric!
So am I. I had it really.
Yeah, I have to count spelling for these because it affects how quickly you can type stuff and that sort of thing. So for all these word games, you have to spell the word correctly or it doesn't count. All right, Hugo's up 4-2. We're playing a 5. Our next word. This is an object that floats in water. It's made out of wood, generally. It is canoe. Nidus got that. So Nidus scores a point for Seneca. Hugo's up 4-3. Our next word is a kind of music, a type of song, more specifically, that is known for putting people to sleep. The correct word was lullaby. Noah got that first, giving Hugo their 5th point and immunity, so everyone go to sleep. Seneca tribe, I will be seeing you at Tribal Council soon.
we finally got to see them go to another tribal council. So
Yeah.
who knows what could have changed since then?
Yeah, an interesting. I would say an interesting dynamic. Given what we know from Hugo, it would be interesting to see kind of who's working together in Seneca since Tana got sent away. But we'll see what's kind of going on there. Good for Hugo to get immunity. Felt like most of the players there needed that. Gets them another day along in the game. But I don't really know where most of their heads are at the minute, since it felt like their vote last time was pretty cut and dry. People knew that Jetta was getting voted, and it's kind of just where it ended up.
Yeah, I mean, it could have. Who knows exactly what could happen, but they might just be the outside votes might just be like scrambling to find who to team up with right now, because the first vote, rather than, whereas obviously the other tribe had seemed like more obvious in their tribal lines, this one might be a scramble. You know, it might, there probably isn't a big majority of lines. There's probably more free agents than there are actual like groups of players voting together, based upon what I know of the players. So we might see we could see just, you know, cut and dry vote, a bunch of people find each other last minute and all vote for the same person, or it could be a very fun split vote. You know, maybe we get a 2-1-1-1 vote. That would be great. But realistically, I think that any one of these players could actually go home, even though there is an obvious group in the of 2 in the 5. Like, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that the group of 2, one of them can't go home, and then which is Nidus Tana, and then, but there's also, you know, any number of possibilities that could be happening otherwise. So
Well, I think the other like interesting part about it is, whereas Hugo's tribals were all like pretty messy and you got a pretty good insight on what was going on there, even when people were like clearly lying about communications, or what I assume is lying about communications. There was a lot of
if they're being honest, dude, they're doing a very bad job of seeming honest. You know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of there was a lot of vague statements about how, you know, we enjoy our tribe, you know, nothing really specific going on. No one really like talked much about anything during their first tribal council. So there's a lot of like still people who are like, there's a lot of cards still close to the chest. No one really like.
I agree, and
Yeah,
that's boring. I
no
want
one's
to
really been
see
out there
some.
yet.
I want to see some fucking dirt aired right now at this tribal council. I want to see some more PTB type outbursts. I want to see games being blown up. I want to see content. Lombax, we getting content?
See. Let's find out. Seneca tribe, wake up. All right, so haven't seen you guys at tribal since the beginning of the game. 1 vote away from the merge, so this is an important vote for you guys. It's going to be interesting to see how things play out, because I've made it clear that you're going to be at the merge after this, and that means there's going to be 4 Senecas and 4 Hugos at the merge. Not sure how relevant that is, if there's going to be any shifts afterwards, but definitely means you want to make sure you're voting the right person out here. So Nidus, I'm going to check in with our captain again. How's the Seneca tribe doing?
I think we're doing okay. I don't know if I'm getting backstabbed or anything like that. I'm pretty sure I'm not, but I feel like alliances are so obvious. I'm like really okay with just like, we're kind of just typing it in the group chat rather than like in private DMs. So I don't know. It's but we'll see. I don't know.
So I'll give you the rundown, Lomback. So day 1 on the first vote.
Here we go.
Crispy's scared. Crispy's scared.
Okay. No, I want to tell you what happened. So Tana was trying to backstab Cyclone at the start of the game, and I knew Cyclone. So I added him and DJ. Me and DJ were hard aligned at the start of the game. Tana added me and Nidus. I tell DJ, I say, hey, I think Tana is trying to backstab me. I think she picked me because she knew I would be an
That's
easy
the thing,
easy
Crispy.
target.
We were actually going to be loyal to you. That's
Okay.
what it was. That's so frustrating.
We're going to be. I live like.
Yes,
now
we
you're
were.
trying to pin me against
You
Cyclone.
were literally our final three. You were
I think,
literally
Tana,
our final
I
three.
think you
Because at the
voted.
time, I
with your
wasn't loyal
word. I
with
do not
Cyclone.
know
At
why
the
you're
time,
trusting Nidus.
Hold on.
Crispy, we even
To
told
this
you in
point,
our chat that we had a chat with Cyclone and like everybody else that we had chats with.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know. He
To
told
this
me that.
point,
Yes.
Right now, nobody has admitted to voting for me in the first tribal. Everyone is still
I can say
pointing
I
fingers at
didn't.
everyone else as to who voted.
did not vote
Obviously,
I
it
can
wasn't
say I
DJ.
did it.
Yes,
I didn't vote you,
DJ
Cyclone.
DJ's the
Because I wasn't
innocent
there.
party here.
I thought for sure I was gone.
I am
because
the third
I don't
party,
know
You
how
were
they
not
do it.
Cyclone. I
I'm
told
still
you.
really nervous because I don't know y'all as well
Yeah.
as y'all know each other.
I know. I'm sorry.
Crispy has said that one of them miscommunicated with the other one. I'm just gonna lay it all out. Crispy said one of them miscommunicated with the other one, and then them two were like, "No, it's obviously Crispy." Right now, I mean, I don't know why. I don't know. Like, who am I supposed to believe when
Sorry to
Tana
interrupt
literally
this
told me
wonderful
straight up that
conversation. I just want to mention, Hugo Tribe, your communication is closed. You cannot talk right now.
We are not talking.
Hugo.
No,
other
Hugo,
tribe.
Hugo, or
Oh,
Seneca.
Hugo. Sorry,
I mean
sorry,
both
sorry.
of you.
Yeah.
both
I
here.
hope. All I'm saying is that for tonight,
Cyclone,
I
remember
hope
who
that the
kept
people.
you alive?
Yeah, I know. For the people that I told that I trust and that I'm voting with, I hope they keep me in the game because 2 votes, I didn't like hearing my name to be the first one to get voted out. I did not like that.
I was really
I would like to not be voted
TBH.
out.
I was surprised too. I thought it was going to be a very easy vote day one, immunity one, and it wasn't.
Okay,
I
whatever.
had to
you
double
guys
check my
say.
DMs because I thought I thought someone like wrote something and I was just like, wait, were we voting out Cyclone?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm just saying it out right now. I'm honestly just against Nidus today. That's just how I am right now. Like that's like
Holy
just my
shit.
perspective. I haven't even talked to Nidus, so it's like I feel like there's no connection for me there. So that's where I'm going. I don't know where. Like I've already spoke to everybody specifically individually. I have not lied about it. I've told everyone individually who I want to vote for, but that's just me. And you can't say that I have because I know for a fact I set it out bluntly to each and individually every person. So
Yeah, I'm trying. I
It's
tried to keep it
Nidus and
very
Tana
honest in the tribes
against DJ and
yeah,
Crispy.
I don't sugarcoat
Remember
it.
who kept you alive? Immunity
I'm
one,
in the
Cyclone.
middle of the. I went from the guy who almost got voted out the first tribal, and now it's like 2-on-2, and I have to decide between the two. So it's like I don't know. It's stressful.
So
in a whole
Cyclone, you
different
feel
way.
like you're between Nidus and Tana and DJ and Crispy?
Well,
Is that
that's
accurate?
both of them have told me like we need your vote. We need you to vote with us.
I
So,
feel like that's the same
I
way
am
with
definitely-
Crispy.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
What do you
I feel
mean?
like it's the thing is that Crispy, you're going back and forth, man. I need to know. Like
Crispy has not been loyal to anybody.
this is like
Crispy
a.
is the biggest rat on the
I
entire
know, but the
tribe.
problem is that you don't wanna support my decisions. It's a problem.
No.
I don't know.
Look,
What do you
what's
mean
gonna-
your decisions? Voting Nidus?
That's
Look,
the only one I said
what
out loud.
happens,
Yes, I'm
nobody-
voting Nidus. Yes,
Guys, nobody
yes,
nobody
I'm
knows
voting
what the
Nidus.
chats are like, right? Nobody else knows what the
I told.
DMs
So I
are
feel like
like.
now
So it's
Cyclone
gonna-
might be.
I thought that was pretty obvious.
Guys, from the other
I didn't think I
tribes,
should say it out
Cyclone,
they don't know
um,
what's happening, right? They just think that I'm the ringleader for whatever reason, just because whatever the thing is. So at the end of the
Nidus.
day, once I slip at all, like if our team ever loses a challenge after we merge, they're just gonna vote me out. So you guys don't have to vote me out here. Just use me as a target. Is that not true? Either
No.
I win every challenge from now on and make it to final 2, which I haven't been doing, or
Final
I'm
2?
literally a shield for everybody on this tribe.
How are
I
you?
feel like
Knock
right
me out
now-
now, you guys are gonna have
this
to
is-
restart a social game once you merge.
Oh yeah, that's kind of the whole idea for merging, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
I think right now this
Seems
is
like
kind
there's
of
a
like
lot
where
of
it
different
is.
ideas about
Hmm.
what's going to happen at this vote. I'm curious to see how it goes. And also just in the interest of progressing things, I think we should get to the vote pretty soon. So does anyone else want to put anything out there before we vote? Or is everybody ready?
I'm stressed the hell out. That's all I got to say.
Fair enough. Well, on that note, let's vote. Send me the name of the player you would like to vote out of the game on Discord. So directly message me on Discord who you would like to vote out. Okay. I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so.
Sure, I'll just use it for the sake of myself.
You're playing your idol for yourself?
Yes.
All right. Any votes cast for DJ will not count. I'll read the votes. Our first vote is for Nidus. Our second vote, Crispy. Our next vote, Crispy. Our next vote, Nidus. 2 votes each for Nidus and Crispy. 1 vote left. The 5th player voted out of Survivor Outcasts and the first member of our jury, Crispy. Crispy, you can go to sleep. I'm going to ask everyone else to wake back up. So
Put the vote in me,
all
bro.
tribe, so stay awake for a second here. So everybody wake up. Crispy has joined the jury. Hunter, are you there? By chance, can you wake up for a second? Thank you. The reason I'm having you all wake back up is because now we are going to merge. So everybody please leave your tribe chats. You don't need Seneca and Hugo anymore. Those are done with. You can all leave those chats. If you guys want, you can come up with a name for your merge tribe. I kind of have a tradition of letting the players decide what the merge tribe is going to be called. So if you guys want to come up with a outcast theme name, I would encourage you to do that, but you can call it whatever you want, to be honest.
I have no idea.
Could we do like a Phoenix tribe because we revived some port or something?
Leper colony.
Leper colony is great.
Yikes.
We're all outcasts now.
Something with a
I'm good with that.
revival. Please, man. Something
I'd
with like
rather
a
be
revival.
with Outcasts, right?
You want to be? Well, you were outcast initially.
He was an outcast from the get-go. He's the first leper.
He's the
OG. I'm the original.
What the hell is spelled in the sand behind you?
Help.
Oh.
Literally help.
Oh, I couldn't read
The help
it.
tribe. How about that? We could be the help tribe.
Also,
I'm
just as a
down for
note, by the way, when you get added to the jury, you need to leave any other chats you're in, because you're not supposed to have any information beyond that point. So, Crispy, you can go ahead and leave all your tribe chats and all group chats you are in related to this game. So yeah, you're now on the jury. Go ahead and
Communication's
leave
off,
those.
right? I'm guessing.
We can also just mix Seneca and Hugo if you guys want. Senego?
Oh, I like
Hugo
that.
Senego.
Senego's
Senego.
All right.
I'm down.
Can we add like
We're
a
gonna
few
have
extra
Senego
O's to the end
tribe.
though?
That's always the lamest
The Senegal
tribe name, but that's fine.
We just combined both our
No,
names.
no. You gotta split it down the middle. 3 and 3.
Make a
Husica?
decision. Let's pick
The
something.
Husica tribe?
San Ugo? San Ugo? San Ugo?
Senego.
I like
I don't know.
Senego.
Senego
I
sounds
like
better.
Senego.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
Senego going once.
Which spelling?
Going
Yeah.
twice.
We'll go with it.
Okay,
Let's
the
go.
Senego tribe is our
Cheesy
merged
as fuck,
tribe.
but it's fine.
One other note I'm gonna just mention for all of you right now. So as you know, Crispy just became the first member of our jury. When he was voted out and when that happened, he became the first member of a jury which will consist of 7 players, because this season there will be a final 2. I'm telling you this nice and early, so I suggest you all figure out how you're going to get there, because going from 8 down to 2 is not going to leave much space for the rest of you.
How
In
did
just a
Nidus
moment,
know that?
In just a moment, I'm going to add
I
you
mean, it
all
was a fair
to
assumption
the
to make.
Senego tribe chat on Discord. And as soon as I do, you are free to speak with anyone in the game. Communication will be open, and you can now all talk to each other to your heart's content. So everyone go to sleep.
Oh, shit.
We got what I was hoping for, content. That's
Hannah,
all I
you're
wanted,
still
some
awake?
content. We are
Hannah?
getting content.
Hannah, you're awake.
Sorry.
Tana's joining the commentary team for now. But yes, that was some great content. Wait. Time out. The PTP tribal was great content. This tribal was great content. we're getting some great content. That's all I'm going to say.
I do appreciate that Lombax threw like the softball question to Nitus, and then Crispy just like, nah, forget that. That's let's start putting some fire to this.
Yeah. Oh man, that was good. A misplayed idol, unfortunately. You know, if DJ played the idol for Crispy, unless of course that was all show. There's a possibility that was all fake and that. But I'm assuming that Cyclone Nitus Channel voted together. Under that assumption, misplayed idol by DJ. Had he played it on Crispy, would have gone down as one of very few successful idol plays thus far. There have been very few successful idol plays in the history of Longback Survivor. I only remember one or two.
I think there's literally been one. I think Bezzy was the only one.
Yeah, Bezzy was the only successful idol play so far, I believe. So unfortunately, still no successful idol plays. Just one thing to remember, and I should have brought this up earlier, is on the first round when Jedin got voted out, DJ had the necklace. And I don't know if you were there, Dave Dobb, but in his first season at the merge, I think it was final 6 or 7 or final 5, DJ gave his necklace to somebody else, his immunity necklace, and then got voted out.
And DJ just seems to be a little unlucky when he has things going on. I will say it is interesting to try to figure out who voted Cyclone, because that was kind of like what that vote felt like it was contingent on. I'm willing to believe, because like, you know, Tana was pretty adamant that it wasn't her. DJ literally couldn't vote, so I'm willing to believe that was those two. So it was pretty much between Crispy and Nitus there, and it was basically which one of them Cyclone believed.
Yeah, exactly.
Was probably the swing vote there.
It's possible that Nitus in that first vote, Nitus Tana split, you know, but it's also possible that Crispy just voted. It seems more like the obvious world is just Crispy voted with Jedin, but the less obvious world is Nitus and Tana split on Crispy and Jedin purposefully, so that if one of them played an idol, that it would ensure that the other one still got voted out if some weird vote happened, basically, you know?
Yeah. That's sort of what it feels like to me. It's not exactly what it feels like to me, but it's like I could believe that was a world that existed based on how Tribal went down. Only because there was like a majority of Tana's spoken time during that was telling Cyclone, remember who saved you. So it's either Tana really did save Cyclone, or Tana knew there was a split and was trying to tell Cyclone, I saved you. But like that's one, but those are like the two worlds. It's like it's never both. It's never like neither world is true. I can't think of any other world that would happen. It was either Tana was trying to basically tell Cyclone I saved you, or Tana was trying to convince Cyclone that Nitus didn't vote him. But that's about like where that's at. That's all speculative. I'm sure that will come out later in the game. But in the meantime, we're now at merge. We know it's a final 2, which makes things a lot harder on certain players based on kind of what we think the lines are. Initially entering merge, it feels like you know, we kind of know who some of the 2s are paired up, or at least we feel like we know. So it's going to be, you're basically under the situation where either you have to break those, or you're just going to work with them and see if you can convince them that you're their number 1 and they should work with you to the final. It's a lot harder to infiltrate a 2 than it is to just break up a 2, but we'll see how kind of that goes as merge progresses. And I think this first immunity challenge is going to become a big aspect on how that's going to happen, I think. So because if one player from one of the pairs gets immunity, that's going to be some pretty big power for them. And if someone from what I perceive as the outside gets the immunity, then it makes it a little bit more difficult for any pairings of two, unless they already have like a foursome that they know they have. It's very hard for them to just kind of throw votes all over the place. So
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Going into the merge is going to be kind of interesting too. We'll see how things play out. They played out a little interestingly, but I still think we have, some of the same alliances that we sort of expected going into the merge. So DJ's out of his advantage. So the only players with advantages from the outcast twist would be Urquois and Noah. So going into the merge, those are two players that definitely probably have something between them. Definitely have something to help them get along through the votes. So we'll see how that plays out. We'll also see how all the dynamics play out with the Nidus, Tana, Cyclone. Will Cyclone stay with Tana and Nidus? Will they go their separate ways? Will he become a free agent? DJ probably becoming a free agent as well, given that they merge and he doesn't have any allies from his old tribe, more than likely. But we'll see. It's also possible that both tribes stick together.
I would say the person that I feel like, based on what we've watched, I would say is in the most trouble is probably DJ, because DJ, just lost the 50-50 on the last tribal of his tribe, or it feels like he lost the last 50-50 since he said he was voting Nidus. And if PTP is to be believed, Aspen was probably going to be working with DJ, and Aspen got voted out the tribal before that on the Hugo tribe. So the two main people, so it seems like two of the main people that you were expecting to be working with DJ have just gotten voted out in the last two tribals. So it feels like his game's in a little bit of trouble. We'll see how DJ navigates out through that. But based on what we've seen from those two tribals, that's kind of a person that I'm looking at has to play very hard for immunity coming up, and really needing to work the social game as we go through this merge, the start of this merge.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yes, that it's going to be interesting to see how everything plays out.
Trying to think what else there really is. I'm always interested to see how kind of the dynamic that of the alliances you create in your tribe versus the alliances you had thought about. I know the pregame here was very short, so you probably weren't thinking too much about like, okay, I'm working with these people regardless of what our tribe is. But the difference between working in the tribes versus now you're merged and how much those alliances hold. It's especially going to be interesting for me to see with people like Nico and Hunter, who it's, those two plus Noah almost fairly clearly worked to eliminate Aspen at their last tribal. Is that still a grouping, or is Noah and Eric now just branched off from them and they're free agents again? Is there a, kind of what is the dynamics now with those two, where before it might have looked like they weren't really working with them, and then all of a sudden those three work together to just get Aspen out, assuming Noah didn't use his advantage, which is also entirely possible. But we'll see what kind of happens with those two. But
let's get into this merge. Yep. Let's have our players wake up. Ready for your first individual immunity challenge? True individual immunity challenge, I should say. I guess not counting the opening of this game. So this challenge is also going to be a little bit different. In this challenge, you're actually going to be competing for two different rewards. One of them is an immunity necklace that will protect you at the upcoming tribal council, like normal. And the other is a secret advantage. This challenge is going to be played in the dark, so you're actually all going to play it with your cameras off, and you won't know who has won or lost. You don't have to do that yet. In fact, leave your cameras on now just so I know everyone's here. But once the challenge starts, I'll have you all turn your cameras off, and then we'll do it. But The first player to win will get their choice of the immunity necklace or the advantage. The second player to finish will get what's left, and you won't know who either of those players are because the challenge will be played cameras off. Does that make sense?
Did you say what the challenge was? I was talking to my mom.
Not yet. One
Okay,
other
cool.
note about this is that means that you will not know who has immunity during the night before Tribal Council. You won't know who has the necklace until Tribal Council starts, and that's when it'll be announced. So they can tell people that they have it or not or whatever. That's up to them. The challenge itself is a challenge called Password. We've done this one a couple times. Sort of like a trivia challenge. I'll pull up a simple example of it. Each question, so there's going to be a list of questions, and each question will have an answer that is a single character, so either a letter, number, or like a punctuation mark. So like this is a very simple example, right? You can see the 3 questions. The answers are all pretty obvious. So in this case, what you would want to do is answer all 3 questions and then just send me like that string of answers. B2 question mark would be the answer in this case. The actual password is going to have 5 questions. So you're going to send me a 5-character string as your answer, just in the order they're listed. Make sense?
It's just like a one shot.
Yeah, it's one thing. Whoever gets it to me first gets their choice of the 2 rewards. Whoever gets it to me second will get whatever's left. And
Did you do computer science?
did I?
Yeah.
Nope, I did not.
Just a
I'm
quick
not sure why that's
question.
relevant, but
Is this challenge just like the same thing like slowest elimination and it goes on fourth, or is
So
it
you're all gonna have your cameras off. I'm gonna put up a different, thing like this with 5 questions, and the answer won't be on the screen. And whoever
okay?
sends me the string of like correct answers first, which is kind of like a password, right? Just a 5-character string. Whoever
Okay.
privately messages that to me first will get whichever the 2 rewards they want. Whoever sends it to me second will get whatever's left, and then everyone else gets nothing. Does that make sense? Is anyone unclear on anything still? Okay, I recommend for this one again that you probably want to pin my camera just so you can read all the questions clearly if you're playing. And you can all go ahead and turn your cameras off now. Give me 1 second. Okay, yes, sorry about that. So this is going to be, again, through Zoom. The challenge will be run through Zoom, so you're going to directly message the answer to me on Zoom. For this challenge, it is incredibly important that you are directly messaging me on Zoom, like not messaging everyone. So make sure you have that set correctly. And as soon as I put the challenge up on the screen, you can begin. And I'm not going to announce who won, obviously. I'll just tell you when, I'll just say like the challenge is over when it's done, when 2 people have gotten it correct. So get ready, go. I got 1 answer so far that is incorrect. I got a second incorrect answer. I'm getting a lot of incorrect answers that are slightly off. I think I have 1 that's correct, but you guys can keep trying. I'm getting a lot of answers where you're missing, like different people are missing like one of them. Okay, so that one's definitely right. Okay, I received multiple correct answers, so everyone can go to sleep. I'm going to be handing out rewards via Discord, so your communication is open, and then I'll make an announcement when the 2 top finishers got their rewards, so that you know that you didn't get anything if you didn't get it. So you can go to sleep, communication is open. I guess I'll just say what the answer is, so that in case everyone's curious. The correct answer is 8CZ5 and, like the and symbol is an ampersand. So yeah, go to sleep. I'm going to hand out those 2 rewards.
Is the challenge over? Or?
Yeah, I believe challenge is over. They're just doing
Can
Yep,
handing
it's
out.
our
over. I'm
commentary
handing things
team
out through
wake up?
Discord, so commentary you guys can go. You're just not gonna know, because this challenge was in the dark.
Yeah, see, it was secret. What was that? That was a rewards challenge. Or,
Yeah.
yeah.
Two winners. The first winner gets to pick between an advantage and the immunity. The second place gets whatever remains from the 2.
Right. Yeah. Not much to talk about. I mean, nothing has really changed since we last spoke. So
Yeah, once we figure out who wins what, that's going to kind of dictate where the game kind of starts playing out in a way. I mean, I know there's a bunch of people who I think needed to win immunity, or at least would feel, or are in positions where I think they are looking to win immunity more desperately than others. So once we kind of hear how that
yeah,
goes
like our boy
out.
DJ. DJ, you better win immunity, bro. So you don't have.
Well,
I'm just
I
saying,
guess
this dude, this dude's all alone right now. He's all
I guess
alone.
that's kind of my question is depending on your game state, right? You're going to want it's going to be different what you want, right? Like if I feel like I'm on the outside, right, I'm always picking immunity over advantage every single time, just not even questioning it. But if I feel like I have the numbers and I feel pretty comfortable about the game state, and also I feel pretty good that one of my numbers finished in second, I'm less incentivized to take the immunity. And honestly, depending on the situation, I feel more incentivized to take the advantage and just hope immunity win on someone that I don't need to vote.
I'm just going to announce now that both rewards have been handed out. So if you did not get a message from me on Discord, you did not win anything. That's all.
Right. Okay. I wonder. This first vote will definitely demonstrate to us how the alliances and everything are going to pan out, because you got pre-merge and merge, 2 different separate beasts, right? Pre-merge, you had, Noah worked with Nico and initially obviously voted out the Alex PTB duo. I mean, he wasn't part of the Alex vote, but he was part of the PTB vote. And then you had him work with swap over to Nico and Hunter over Aspen. So you have to wonder, when going into the merge, will he stick to that, or does he have one true allegiance to his friend Urkois, and then he just needed to get through that vote, and he's just going to be free agents or try to maybe work with the randoms. Maybe he's just going to try to go Urkois, DJ plus Noah. Maybe DJ isn't as unsafe as we initially think, just because he has no allies on one side. Depending on how the other side plays, very well DJ could be very prominent in the post merge era,
Well,
right?
and
So
PTB also made it pretty. PTB also made it pretty clear that he believed that I think it was Noah and Eric were going to be working with Tana and Nidus. He was like convinced of that. He's just like, they're going to work together and merge, and you guys are screwed. Like he was pretty adamant about it. So if that's the case, then like those, like you kind of know what those two already had their pairings and are just working as a foursome to get to the final four.
Final
and
four,
then whoever
yeah.
wins immunity and then whoever wins immunity is like kind of in a weird spot. But
True. I can see that occurring.
It is,
especially since Tana and Nidus have Cyclone as well. If they work with Urquois and Noah, there's just no way they're losing in this post-merge era.
Right.
But it depends on how the other players play too. Lombax, you're muted, but back to Lombax.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Yeah, everybody wake up. Time for Tribal Council. Okay. So what do you guys think of that challenge?
It was fine. It was
cool.
fun.
Cool.
I enjoyed it.
I had
I'm a
no
bit too
idea.
I wish
dumb,
I knew more about
unfortunately.
computers.
Those answers were.
It's not
Fucked up
anything
one.
computer related.
What do you
I was
mean?
so fast.
That
I
is
fucked
not
up one of
computer
them.
related at all.
Wait, all the Z
It's
one
funny,
was
a
one of the
lot of
only-
you guys
I
were
didn't
sending
know
me
Z.
like
I put you
a lot of
because
you
I
were sending
put
me
you.
answers were like 4 out of 5
Yeah,
were right,
Cyclone.
but each of you were missing like
You
a
put
different
paste?
question. It was pretty
I
funny.
put you.
What if we have the argument that on some systems U does work?
No, it does not.
I'm
You
sorry.
can't convince me
I
that.
bro, it said Unreal. I had no idea. I just put you.
Here's a question I'm going to pose just for all the players in the game, generally speaking. If you had gotten first, would you have picked immunity or the secret advantage?
Immunity.
Immunity for
Is
sure.
that a hint, Lombax?
I think if you pick immunity,
No, it's just a general
I mean, we
question.
got two
for
different
immunity.
answers like right away, right?
I think it's going to be split between those that think they're like going to be targeted. Nidus is obviously going to choose immunity here. Like
100%.
I don't think it's about being targeted. I think it's playing for long. Like if you trust the people you're with, I think you should go for an advantage and then just try to.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I
doesn't
feel
matter
like
if you trust
that kind of goes with it too.
depending on
So
where
it seems
people
like
are
it
actually
depends
at,
on
then that's what
how
you would look at.
It depends on how you
your
feel the
standing
game's
in
been
the
going.
game.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people are going to go with the advantage that they can work out with their with their
I
group.
kind of mentioned this at the previous Tribal Council. I'm curious, is this going to be like Seneca versus Hugo, or is that not the dynamic anymore?
It might
Hard to
be.
say.
It might be. It's hard to say. I actually don't know.
I think that's an answer you say after this vote happens.
Yeah, I
We'll
think
know
after.
better.
I have no idea how this is
Yeah,
going to
because
go.
I have no idea at the moment. I'm a
Noah,
little
what were you
nervous,
going to say
TBH.
about that?
I was going to say, I think there are definitely still some relationships in between each group, but I think that there are people on both sides who are trying to flip the narrative a little bit.
So should I expect a tie vote or no?
No, I don't think so.
Fair enough. All right. Does anyone else have anything they want to discuss, or are you guys ready to vote? It's always an important vote, you know, setting the tone for the post merge.
This is like this is a interesting series of events. That's all I know.
I probably have talked to the least amount of people. I'm gonna assume, and with people I did talk to, you can just trust me. I'm not fucking flipping. So if you guys want to flip, that's
I'm gonna
whatever.
put this out there in case it affects anything. Would the person who has the immunity necklace like to announce that now?
Yes.
DJ has the immunity necklace.
DJ's kind of a challenge beast, honestly.
Okay.
All right, here's the item. Would you like to announce that?
God.
DJ, you know, it's up to you. You can keep that for yourself, or you can give it to someone else.
I'm keeping it for myself.
Sounds good.
Wow.
So I don't know if that affects
DJ.
anything for anyone here, but you guys ready to vote?
You could have locked in a final two right there, DJ.
Okay, let's do it. Send me the name on Discord of the player you would like to vote out of this game. Okay. I have received all the votes. Before I announce the votes, although there are 8 of you here, I have received 9 votes. With that said, if anyone would like to play a hidden immunity idol, now is your time to do so.
I would like to play it on myself.
Okay. Nidus has played an idol. Any votes cast for Nidus will not count.
Damn it.
All right. I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote, Tana.
Yep, I know it. It's me.
Our next vote,
It's me.
Noah. Our next vote, Eric. It's 1 vote each for Tana, Noah, and Eric. Next vote, Noah. Our next vote, Tana. Next vote, Eric. It's 2 votes each for Tana, Noah, and Eric. 3 votes left.
What the hell is going on?
Our next vote is for Tana. Our next vote is for Eric. So that's 3 votes Tana, 3 votes Eric, 2 votes for Noah, and 1 additional vote left. The 6th player voted out of Survivor Outcasts and the 2nd member of our jury, Eric.
I'll still vote Hugo.
Everyone go to sleep. Communication is open.
Holy shit! Holy shit, let's go! That was great!
That's wild to me, honestly.
That is some fire shit right there. A 4-3-2 vote immediately going into the merge. This is amazing. This is great. And Eric, out of all the players, I was not expecting him to go at all. Not at all. DJ coming in with the challenge beast. He won the first possible singular immunity round 1, winning it again. The second time it's available, this guy might just beast his way into the ending. This is an exciting game.
Well, I think the interesting thing about that is that, like, okay, you knew Noah had the double vote advantage. PTB was telling the truth on that. Noah wasn't snowing him. I don't think Noah was voting Eric there, or I'd be very surprised if Noah was voting Eric there with his double vote.
Right.
Unless there's politics afoot that I am not privy to, which is entirely possible. So
potentially, but
potentially what we had was Noah use a double vote on Tana with Eric, and everyone else just split their votes between Noah and Eric, expecting with the idea that, like, Nidus was getting the votes instead of Tana, and so that's why Nidus uses idol on himself, which is reasonable, honestly.
It seems like in this vote it was Noah and Urkois versus the world, basically. That's what it appears to be. Now there is the outside chance that Urkois was working with groups that didn't include Noah, and that Noah double voted and voted with Tana Nidus. But it appears that the initial assumption, or that the thing PTB was saying, was maybe not as accurate as we initially thought. It seems like Tana and Nidus are not working with Noah and Eric. It seems more like we have a big voting block of DJ, Cyclone, Nidus, Tana, Nico, and Hunter right now, and they're just cutting the shaft. That's what it seems like. So we'll see.
They're targeting the guy who has immunity and the other guy who might have not the immunity, the guy who has the advantage and the guy who might have an advantage, based on the last outcasting.
That seems to be the case, and we'll see if those lines stay relevant. There could be some blindsides going into the next round as well, just because so far it's been the way things have worked out. It's actually been really cool, where you have a blindside and then blindsiding the person that did that blindside. It seems like all the big plays so far are being punished. So if there was a big play going on, we might see something completely unexpected next round, because it seems like a lot of the big plays are just immediately being punished right after they're done. So that Urko's vote might not even be indicative of anything, because next round they'll be like, okay, Urko's got voted out. we're not going to go the easy route. We're going to go against the player who voted out Urquois because they made a big play.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the items are whiffing this game. Like two missed immunity idols and an advantage that, as far as I'm willing to speculate, this I think the most likely world is Noah put a double vote on Tana and it whiffed. That's the world I'm choosing to live in right now. That might not be the actual world. That might be a world where Noah instead turned on Urquois, which is a world. I'm
It's a
trying to
world,
figure out
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what that world entails.
All right,
Maybe
we're actually we're gonna go
but-
into our next challenge right away. Pretty quick night phase, but let's have the 7 of you left in the game wake up. Very interesting vote we just had there. One thing I will note for you guys is that all of this season's big twists are done with. So from here on out, it's immunity challenges and tribal councils until we're down to our final 2. So, speaking of immunity challenge, this next one is called Anomaly. This is another new challenge I'm trying out. In this challenge, I'm going to post, this is another one that's going to be done in rounds. So in each round, I'm going to post on a background a 5x5 grid of squares, and they'll either be colored or numbered. And your goal is to find out, one of the squares will be incorrect in some way. It'll have an anomaly in it. Your goal is to send me the coordinates of the square that is wrong. The last player to do so each round will be eliminated, and then we'll go on to the next round and so on until someone wins. So that'll be 6 rounds. I'm going to give you an example. The example should be pretty obvious. Give me 1 second. Here's the example. So they're all going to have this A through E, 1 through 5. The answer for this one would be E5, right? The bottom right corner should also be blue. So they're all going to be like this. They'll either be a color pattern or a number pattern. Make sense? And then again, the slowest person each round is out. Also, if you send me, like, I'll say if you can only guess, you can only send me 2 guesses per round. So if you send me 3 wrong answers, you'll be eliminated instead. So you can't just spam me with like every possible square. So I suggest you actually try to figure it out, not just send me stuff. Any questions before we get started?
This is just Zoom related. Is there any way to pull up like a smaller chat? Because whenever I pull it up, it goes in the middle of the screen, and I can't see your whole.
Are you on mobile?
Box? I am. I'm using an iPad. I don't have I don't own a
I
computer.
do not
So-
know how to. I don't have an iPad, so I don't know.
If it's not possible, I've been dealing with it all game, and it's fine.
Although
I just think this one is probably going
you
to
might
get
be
away.
able to pin Lombax's screen, but otherwise,
Yeah,
there's no
I
other way to
couldn't
like change that chat.
figure out how to do that at all. Every time I click on his name, it just pulls up the chat again, and it covers like almost the whole screen.
Press and hold on Lombax's individual square. It should bring up the pin ability.
Can you also just join on mobile?
Thank you, Happy
If
Meal.
you
Okay,
if you have
that
2
might
and you can
work.
join on mobile and you can message on one and look at the other.
Yeah, you could do what Noah said too. You could also just join on as a second person on your phone and then use.
I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna join real quick on another account.
Pause for a second and let you do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable request. I do strongly recommend for anyone who's watching or whatever that you play on a computer in the future. Playing on mobile
I
is
don't
not
own
ideal
a
for this
computer.
game.
I just don't own one.
You don't have a laptop?
No, I don't have a laptop. I just have an iPad with like a keyboard extension.
Okay, yeah, fair
That's
enough.
what I've been using.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm joining it in a second on my phone. I just have to update it. Sorry. I had to ask before it got too late.
Yeah, that's fine. It definitely matters. So I think that's totally fine. Does anyone have any questions about the challenge, by the way, while we're waiting?
I was gonna ask, does it have to be letter first and number, or does it matter?
I mean, I guess you could send me 5e. It's fine. You can send it either way. Yeah.
Just for clarifying it, that's all.
I would prefer, just aesthetically, I like letter first, but it's fine. It doesn't matter.
I'm all good.
Someone's camera turned off, by the way. I think someone. I only see 6.
Nico.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, everyone good?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. All right. Let me pull up your first question. This one's a number pattern. Here you go. Slowest person to message me the coordinates of the anomaly square will be out. And this is through Zoom, direct message on Zoom. Nico got it. Nidus, that's wrong. Cyclone, that's wrong. DJ, you have to send me the coordinates of the square. Yeah. Yeah, DJ's good now. Only Nico and DJ so far, I think, have got it. Cyclone got it. Noah, that's wrong. Let me see. Nico, DJ, Cyclone. Tana got it. Noah, that's also wrong. Hunter, that's wrong. Should have put this one later, apparently. Apparently this one's harder than I thought it was. Yeah, Nico, DJ, Cyclone, Tana. I'm looking for two more between Nidus, Noah, and Hunter.
Dude, I'm fucking clueless.
Give you a little bit of a hint. The pattern ascends from the top left corner to the bottom right corner. There's also two of a certain number that there should only be one of. It's probably the more obvious hint. Okay, Noah, you got it. You're good. Between Nidus and Hunter, Nidus got it. The correct answer is C4. So Hunter, you're out. So yeah, if you it ascends from 1 to 25 from the top left corner to the bottom right corner, and it kind of zigzags up and down and up and down. So the first 22 should actually be an 18. The C4 score should be an 18, so it goes 16, 17, 18, 19 through that diagonal. Anyways, seems like that one was harder than I thought it would be, but that's okay. Here comes question 2. This is a color pattern. Here you go. This one should be faster, I think. Yeah, a lot of people are getting this one. DJ got it, Cyclone got it, Nico got it, Nidus got it, Tana got it. Noah was the slowest. You were correct, but you were the slowest. The correct answer is C5. That bottom middle square should also be blue. So Noah, you're out of the challenge. All right, here's
Your camera, Noah.
Yeah, you can turn your camera off just so people know who's still in. Here's question 3. It's another color one. Getting a couple correct answers. DJ got it. Oh, Nidus, DJ got it. Tana, that's incorrect. Nico, you got it. Cyclone, that's incorrect. Your second answer was right, though. So Tana is out. Correct answer is D2. D2 should also be blue. That one's a little trickier to explain, but if you can visualize it, D2 should also be blue. So Tana's out, down to 4. Here's question 4. This is another number one. Here you go. Find the anomaly. Nico's good, DJ's good, Nidus is good, so Cyclone is out. The correct answer is A3. This one just goes 1, 2, 3, 4 over and over again, so A3 should be A3. All right, 2 rounds left for immunity. Here's question 5, another number pattern. Here you go. This one's definitely a trickier one than the previous one. DJ got it, looking for one more. Nidus got it, the correct answer is E4. E4 should be a 2, not a 6. So Nico's out. For immunity between Nidus and DJ, let me pull up the final puzzle. Here you go. The correct answer is B4. B4 should also be orange. DJ got it. DJ is one immunity. Everyone go to sleep and get ready for tribal council. Communication is open.
Oh my God, DJ winning nonstop immunities. This guy is challenge beasting his way into the win. Some players we haven't really talked about that much: Hunter, Nico, Cyclone. Not as much as the other players, but Cyclone. They look like they have solid chances of just outright making it to final two. All three of them right now. What do you think?
Yeah, it's hard to gauge like everyone's certain player safety level right now in terms of like making final two. Since we aren't really we aren't aside from like one kind of obvious one, we aren't really sure where like the obvious UME final two lies. But I think right now the overall game state based on the last vote, you would expect it to be against Noah right now, but you never know what kind of happens behind the closed doors, especially if Noah did blindside Urquois. If Noah didn't blindside Urquois, then like the level 0 guess would be Noah's probably the next chop. But if Noah did backstab, then there's a whole other game being played that we aren't really sure about.
Well,
it's tasty.
yeah, that is true as well. But didn't Noah receive 2 votes, so he obviously didn't vote for himself. There is a non-zero possibility Noah voted for himself twice.
Okay, explain that world to me real quick.
Well, Noah and Urquois love their trolls, so I wouldn't put it past Noah to just throw 2 votes on himself, knowing that he's not going out ever there, and then being like in the later stages, someone fucking voted for me, you know what I mean? Like trying to do some next level shit. That probably did happen. If that gets revealed to have happened, though, we're both going to be laughing our asses off.
It's going to be very funny. I will laugh hysterically in post.
Yeah, but I will say that Noah going home next is fairly likely compared to the other players, but it's also possible that Noah did backstab Urquois, but then that world doesn't really make much sense either, because Tana got 3 votes, whereas Urquois got 4. And Tana and Nidus are always voting together. Nidus didn't try to backstab.
I was thinking about this world while we were asleep. The world where Noah backstabs Urquois, the 3 votes on Tana were like DJ Urquois +1 because DJ was targeting Nidus, probably found out somehow Nidus had an immunity idol, decided to target Tana instead. So DJ worked with Urquois to throw votes on Tana +1, and then Noah, who is then in the pocket of Nidus and Tana, throw 2 votes on Urquois. That's the backstab world that exists now. Now that would
the other world is the 2 votes.
That would require Tana doing a lot of Hollywooding in tribal, which is interesting. But
speaking of tribal,
all right, guys, give us more content.
It's about that time. Everybody, wake up! All right, so DJ, technically you've won individual immunity 3 times this season. That's gotta feel pretty good.
Fucking
2
beast,
times.
Feels great.
Oh yeah,
honestly.
the first one in just now.
Crazy.
Oh no, 3 times because you won the necklace.
If it wasn't for Urquois.
3 times. Are you concerned that people are going to view you as a threat because of that, or where's your head at?
It's a possibility. I feel like it's a lot of pressure on everybody individually now, because now everybody has to make their own choice, because I feel like because I could be the threat here, it's a possibility I could have been voted out if I didn't win this challenge specifically. But that's going on my head. I haven't said this vocally to anybody, but I think now it's a little bit more pressure on everybody else, because now they have to decide on who needs to get voted out.
Nidus, I saw you shaking your head. Do you disagree that DJ was in danger, or is that something else that you were?
Oh, my dog's being real cute next to me.
Oh, never mind.
But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I actually don't know where Nico and Hunter may be here. I feel like Noah is in a position that's kind of rough for him right now.
Why don't I ask this? So, other than Eric, Tana and Noah are the two people who got votes last time. Do you
Right.
two think you're likely to get votes again?
I told everybody that I did not even want to work with Eric, and I was not told anything about the Eric vote. So I'm wanting to work with you guys, and you're not letting me work with you. So it's on you guys.
Yeah. I mean, anything could happen.
Sorry. I don't want to be a liar.
Well, you can say we're voting Urquois, and I would vote with you. So I don't know.
I didn't believe you, Noah. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it
And I
too
did
late
tell
to
you
say
I
we're
didn't
voting
believe you.
I mean, but I also voted out Aspen. So it's like I feel like there should already be the lines in the sand of I am not working with these people. I am working with other people. Try to work with me too. And I reached out. You guys
But were you
basically
afraid
called
of
me a
Aspen
liar.
coming into merge with DJ? Is that why you guys voted her out? Like,
no, I don't even know what the connection there is. Are they really close?
No.
I
What?
heard Aspen was voting for me, so I voted for her. I mean, it was as simple as
That's
that.
valid. I get that. I was there.
Well, a lot of
that was me on the first
foolery
tribal.
going around here, is what it sounds
Go
like.
around, man.
That was me on the first trouble too. I was like, anyone but me. I'll
Yeah,
vote
survival
whoever y'all
instincts
want.
kicked in. I get it. I get it.
How's everyone feeling about this vote? Are you all kind of set on
I've
your
been
plan?
nervous every vote of this game, bro. I've been so like nervous because the first tribal I got 2 votes and I'm just waiting for it to happen again. It's only a matter of time.
Does anyone want to work with me? I'm here. I'm a free agent. I'm on the books.
I'm just really nervous.
yeah.
Nico, were you gonna say something?
I mean, obviously, we all come into this with our plans, but we have no idea what other people have planned, what they've talked about. It's like from that last one we've seen, fucking, we don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
Not entirely.
I had no idea what was going on that last one. I was so confused after everything
It was
happened.
so quick.
The fact that it was such a close between 3 people was just
that means there
really
wasn't a lot of
I'm
communication.
gonna
Does
put
that
out
mean
there.
you voted? Does that mean
Well,
you
there
voted
was
Noah?
communication, but it just meant
Something else I'll put out there for everyone is, I told you before the votes were read that there were 9 votes cast, even though there were 8 players at that tribal. Is that a concern
Correct.
for anyone going forward?
Well, I have no idea whose it was.
It's funny, right when I asked it, I saw one person shake their head no and one nod their head yes.
I mean,
I think that shows who the vote.
That just shows exactly like
which group
where
the
everything
vote
is
came
at, kind of
from.
in a way. But
well, why don't we find out exactly where things are at? Let's vote. Everybody, send me the name of the player you would like to vote out on Discord right now. Okay, I have received all the votes. This time there are only 7 of them. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Noah. Our next vote is for Nidus. Our next vote, Nidus. Our next vote, Noah. That's 2 each for Nidus and Noah. Our next vote, Nidus. The 7th player voted out of Survivor Outcasts, and the 3rd member of our jury, Nidus. Everyone go to sleep.
Love you, bro.
Oh my god, oh my god, dude,
Just
this
when you
season's
thought we
great.
zigged, we zagged again.
All the big players constantly going out. It's actually awesome. But
Sorry, I keep forgetting to say this, but just as a reminder to everyone, make sure you leave all your Discord chats related to the game when you are added to the jury. So leave the merge tribe chat and leave any other group chats you might be in. Go ahead.
But yeah, it looks like Nico, Hunter, all those guys are being set up to have a really good victory here. You know, uh, the seemingly smaller targets seem to be, in a very, very good position this game.
I mean, it's one of those spots where it's like you now have your perceived threat levels pretty established. Nidus is a pretty good challenge player, as people I think have assumed at this point. They know for the most part where Nidus head has been at different points in the game. If you felt like Nidus wasn't working with you, that's one of those situations where you could have just been like, well, Nidus probably isn't taking me to final two, might not even take me to F3 or F4. He's a dangerous challenge winner. That was a good spot to take out a player like Nidus. If you're looking at how can I go and win the game. Now that same kind of comfort level, you then have to question, if DJ doesn't get immunity in the next challenge, what does that say about him? But we'll see like how his social game has been going at that point. But for a player like Nidus, where, from my outside perspective, it looked like he was working pretty closely with Tana and not really too many other people. It didn't seem like maybe Cyclone, but outside of that, no one else really seemed like they were working with Nidus. That was a good spot to get a player like Nidus out of the game, I would say. And now if Nidus was part of your win con, you either have to figure out a way to if you had a third person, figure out how to get you two to towards the finals, or B, try to figure out a way to infiltrate and get yourself further into the game, or just win it, or just keep winning immunity. That's also an option, but winning out in games like this is very hard. So we'll see kind of how that goes. But I was a little surprised based on how the Eric vote went down, that Nidus went out. But at the same time, if you were going to take a shot on Nidus, that was the type of vote to do it on. So
Right. Yeah. I agree. I think that this game has been really fun and interesting compared to some of the other seasons, and this has been a great game to come back to so far. Great game, great comeback from the Lawmax. I think it's been very exciting. Almost every tribal council has been almost every tribal council has been extremely fun to watch and extremely engaging for the audience members. It's been great. It's been great. It really has been.
yeah,
Let's start our next day here. Everyone still in the game, please wake up. Down to the final 6. Happy Meal, can you turn your camera off?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, it's time for another immunity challenge. I'm bringing back a challenge from season 2, one of my favorite challenges that hasn't been run again since then. This challenge is called Take It or Leave It. This is a really good YFOAM kind of challenge here. So here's how it works. In this challenge, you're each competing for an immunity necklace. In each round of the challenge, I'm going to type the word go in Zoom chat, and then you can type me you're going to directly message me either the word take or leave. Okay? So other people aren't going to know what you typed. If exactly one player takes the necklace, then they get it, the challenge is over, and they win immunity. However, if multiple players try to take it, then they'll be eliminated and we'll move on to the next round. So say, for example, 2 of you tried to take it and 4 of you left it. Those 2 are out, and we go to another round with just the other 4. If every player still in the challenge tries to take it, so like say you're down to like 3 or 4 players or something and you all put take, then whoever types take first will get it and will win. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions about how this works?
Nope. Can we start talking now?
You can talk out loud if you want.
Okay. I am taking it the first round. Hard claiming, not rescinding. You guys can do whatever you want. If you feel good with me, go for it. If you want to get
The
yourself out of
problem
the
is I
challenge with
believe
me.
you, but who's taking the blow there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. I am
who's
taking
biting the bullet with him?
So good luck. If someone wants to go out with me, if you feel threatened by me, that's fine. But I am just taking it.
I'll let you know right now. I'm not taking it the first round. So someone else needs to do that, or you can let Noah win if you want him to win. But I'm not taking it first round.
All right. Well, everyone set your Zoom. Make sure your Zoom's still set to message me directly. Get ready.
All right.
And you don't have to say it. You can just type take or leave. All right. Here you go.
Take on me.
Oh shit.
Take on me.
Okay,
Sorry,
let's
guys.
see.
I feel like Noah's about to just win.
All right. Let's see. Noah was first. He takes it. Tana leaves it. Hunter leaves it. DJ leaves it. Nico leaves it. Cyclone leaves it. Noah has won immunity. Everyone go to sleep.
Congrats.
Communications open.
Sorry.
Okay, that was just funny. That one was just funny.
It would. I don't even know what to say about that, honestly. That was.
Yeah, just immediate.
No one else tried to take? Literally, everyone just put leave? Why?
I mean, you know, it's one of those
even
things.
You know Noah was going to take and still didn't take.
Noah made a really good gambit there, you know? A really good gambit. So I think he played that well. He knew he knew he needed immunity, right? So
I guess, but did he really? If that last,
it seems that way.
I mean, it's possible, but I think I don't know. Last vote was so weird with, the switch from Eric to the switch to Nidus. But like maybe Noah didn't need to win that challenge if the numbers were really just split. But I don't know if it's either a world where Noah's in a really good spot and everyone's just fine giving him immunity, or the game was actually just played, in which case Cyclone knew he was going to take and still didn't take. Which if Cyclone's working with Noah, I guess doesn't matter, but if he isn't, then I would just take there. He's going to do it.
Yeah.
If I'm not going to win immunity, I would rather deny one of my potential rivals getting immunity in that spot.
I agree.
So unless Cyclone, if Cyclone didn't care about Noah getting immunity, he should have taked. If he didn't care about Noah getting immunity, then it's it didn't matter. But then why even say it out loud if Noah's going to take?
Yeah, but so I mean, this is the part of the game where it gets really boring, where we have to wait till basically the votes start coming through and all of that. So we'll, it's one of those things where we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Even number of votes are an awkward trudge where it's if you don't already know what the numbers are, you aren't going to get really much more value out of it. You get more value out of the odd number of votes, I feel like, than you do the even number of votes.
All right. Well, that was a quick little night phase for you guys. Let's get into tribal. Everyone wake up. Congratulations on the impressive immunity win there, Noah, where you tell people exactly what you're going to do and then do it and no one exhibits any counterplay. Well done. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty good about that. I thought that it would work that way because people would be too scared. They kind of have to hope somebody else takes one for the team, right?
Dude, but I said it. I wasn't gonna be the one to take the bullet. Okay, someone else can take the bullet there. I wasn't.
Did you do that because you felt like you needed immunity?
Yes.
I don't even think I necessarily need immunity, but I really want immunity because it just makes today feel a lot safer.
Did you think you were maybe going to get a couple votes again without it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't think I was going to get any the last time, and I almost went over. So I definitely do feel safer now.
Fair enough.
Also, it
I know
allows
how
me
that
to
feels.
vote the people I always want to vote. You know what I mean? Like I have a lot more say with the necklace.
Yeah, do you have a clear goal of who you want to get out heading into the end game?
I thought I did, but now I'm not too sure.
What about everyone else? Do you guys have a clear vision for how you're going to get to the end?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, not get voted out, hopefully. But I know
That's
I'm no
that's my
fucking
main
clue how I'm
goal.
doing
And it
that.
went out through the window apparently because no one
Honestly,
actually
Yeah, I
died.
have no
So
fucking
that's
clue how I'm
all it
doing that.
is.
ever since Nidus was voted out, I don't know what my fucking game is anymore. So like, I
It's a rough place to be in right now.
yeah, it's a hard game.
Well, I already think that this is the place where I know I'm just gonna speak it out loud. I'm already voting for Hunter. This is where I'm at. I only vocally say it because it's kind of like the position I'm put in, and I feel like there hasn't been enough traction between him and I think I've had a relation between everybody else here, and it's nothing personal. Unfortunately, it's just how the game goes, and I hope everybody understands where I'm at. So,
Hunter, do you want to respond to that in any way?
Well, I mean, if it is my time to go, I'm just honored to have made it this far in the beginning. I thought I was gone on the first tribal council after everyone in my tribe knew each other except for me. And I managed to sneak past tonight, and I've
You and
just
me both, bro.
kept it going ever since.
Well, you
Um,
must be doing something right to have gotten to this point. I mean, do you feel like you've made some good alliances or friendships, anything like that?
Obviously I've had conversations with people. I'm hoping things go the way I've heard they're gonna go, but because the way I've heard they're gonna go is not me, but
I guess not from
um,
DJ though.
yeah, DJ did not say anything to me, so
Nico, do you
that
want
is
to weigh in here? Do you know how you're gonna
I,
vote today?
you know, I know how I'm gonna vote, but there's been so much control going on by people that I have no idea if a blindside's coming. And if it's my time to go, well played, y'all.
So it sounds like you're not feeling confident that you're gonna get the outcome you want.
I I think I'll get the outcome I want, but
We'll see, I guess. Tana, do you know who you're voting for?
God, even at this point, I'm still making up my mind. Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard game.
That is true. It's difficult game to win, and only one person can win.
Yeah.
how it is.
All right, well, I think now is as good a time as any to get to the vote. So why don't you all send me the name of the player you would like to vote out of this game on Discord. Okay, I've received all the votes. If anybody has an immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Hunter. Our next vote, DJ. Our next vote, DJ. That's 2 votes DJ, 1 vote Hunter. Our next vote, DJ. The 8th player voted out of Survivor Outcasts and the 4th member of our jury, DJ. Everyone go to sleep. Communication is open.
Well, it seems like that last challenge was just a way to get DJ out, basically, where everyone was just like, we don't care who gets immunity as long as it's not DJ, so we have a consensus vote, you know?
That's kind of what it felt like. And I think DJ knew that, which because DJ said that I'm voting Hunter thing, kind of like a man who knew he was about to get votes thrown on him.
Yeah.
Just kind of putting something out there into the public that if people were so willing to work with DJ, they could put the votes there. But I think the writing was kind of on the wall. We kind of knew there weren't any immunity idols out there. So it's kind of so it was kind of like, DJ kind of sat there, threw Hunter's name out there, kind of knowing that his head was kind of on it. And, much like the Nihilist vote, DJ's a guy who can get immunity at any time. So, and times like that are the right time. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for some more content, but this is the point of game where everyone's kind of tired. They've done all their backstabbing. They feel bad about it, and they just don't they don't have as much energy anymore. It's been a few hours, so we might not see as many fun votes as we have been seeing thus far. But you never know. Now that being stated, seems like to me, Nico, Hunter, very strong chances of winning. Those are the front runners. They seem like the guys behind the scenes who have kind of been
I'm going to
part
ask
of
our
the
players to wake
votes.
up after that nice quick night phase. We are going to get into our final 5 immunity challenge. All right, so this challenge is called Rhyming Synonyms. This is another new one, and this is one I've actually had the concept for a while, so I'm glad I am finally going to get to do it. It's another word game. The way this one works is in each round, I'm also going to use a Zoom background for this. I'm going to post two words, and your goal is to come up with 2 words that are synonymous but also rhyme. So there's a correct answer for each of these. And I'll give you some examples. I know that sounds a little confusing. The examples will make it very clear what I mean by that. Here's some, hold on one second. Here are some examples on the left, and on the right are the answers you would submit. So like a tasty snack, a sweet treat is a synonym for both of those that rhyme. Fat
Got it.
cat for chubby kitten, fast blast for quick explosion. So I'm going to give you the thing on the left. You have to come up with the answer that rhymes like what you see on the right. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yep.
Got it.
Cool. And this will be done through Zoom, just like all the other challenges. You'll be directly messaging me. And for this challenge, let me just double check. We're playing to 4. So the first player to get the right answer to each round scores a point. First player to 4 points will win immunity. Okay?
Okay.
Actually, I need to take notes just so I can keep track of the score. So give me 1 second. Okay. Let me pull up question number 1. Here you go. And I'll give hints if it's taking a while. Remember, the words have to rhyme. They're going to be true rhymes. Haven't gotten it yet. The second word starts with an R. It's not correct, Cyclone. That does rhyme, but it's not the one I'm looking for. The second word starts with an R. Second word starts with RA. Cyclone got it. It was great rate. Cyclone scores a point.
I'm going to be so bad at this.
All right, here's your
I thought that was
second
gonna
one.
be good, and
I
then
think this one
that
will be
came
a bit
across.
faster. Here you go. I think this one's a little easier. Cyclone got it. It was blue shoe. Cyclone's got 2 points. We're playing 4. All right. Here's your next one. This one's a little trickier, so I might give some hints in a second. No. It's a specific kind of bird for the second word. The second word starts with O. That's a pretty strong hint. Very common bird that starts with O. Think of what rhymes with that.
You guys know your birds?
There you go. Spell it correctly, Nico.
Oh, you didn't know it either. You didn't even.
Yeah, I have no idea.
There you go. It is foul owl. Nico scores a point.
Do I get bonus points?
All right. So Cyclone has 2, Nico has 1. Here's your next question. This one's pretty simple. Don't overthink this one. Very simple rhyme. Think about what the word complementary means. If you know what that word means, this one should be pretty easy. Complementary means you don't have to pay for it, for anyone who does not know.
Oh.
There you go. Nico got it. It was free tree.
Damn.
So
I thought it meant
Cyclone
like
and
as in a
Nico both have
compliment.
2.
Yeah,
that's what I got too.
I was thinking like beneficial what? Like
Yeah. Complementary means free.
Yeah.
All right, so Cyclone and Nico both at 2. We're playing a 4. Here's your next question. I think this will be a fast one. Noah got it. It was odd god.
Oh, damn it. Oh.
Noah's on the board.
Shit. I'm gonna get the first 2 and not get any else.
All right, question 6. Here you go. Tana got it. It was middle fiddle.
Damn it, Tana.
Yeah, violin is a fiddle. So Cyclone and
Can't
Nico
type
each have
fast
2.
enough.
Noah and Tana each have 1, and Hunter is yet to score. Playing a 4. Here's your next question. This one I'll probably give you some hints for. This one's a little... I'd be impressed if someone got this right away. But I'll give you a chance. Give you all a chance here. Think of your synonyms for idiot. That's the easier one to find. Think of a synonym for idiot that starts with F. Tana got it. The correct answer is cruel fool.
Oh.
So
Shit.
Tana, Cyclone, and Nico each have 2 points now. Noah on 1 still. All right, here is the next question. Cyclone got it right away. This was stable table.
Oh.
Cyclone on 3, Tana and Nico on 2,
One more.
Noah on 1. We're playing to 4.
Time to brain blast.
Yeah.
Here's your next question. I heard some typing, but I did not get a message yet. This one was old mold. Nico got it. So Nico is on 3 now. Nico and Cyclone both on 3. Tana
I literally
on 2.
thought that and did not
Noah
type
on
it.
1.
Oh, God.
All right. Oh, this next one's a good one. Here you go. I like this one a lot. Probably be a hint one, but if someone can get this, I'll give you guys a chance. The first word starts with G. Synonym for, someone got it. The correct answer is global noble. Cyclone got it. Cyclone scores his 4th
Oh
point.
my
Cyclone has 1
Let's
immunity.
fucking go.
Everyone go to sleep. Get ready for tribal council.
I don't know about you, but I gleaned some interesting things from how that challenge was played.
What do you think?
First of all, Tana seemed to be trying really hard to get immunity there. Like really hard.
Yeah.
There are times where like I thought Tana may or may not be acting, not accusing. That was not one of them. She was clearly trying very hard to get immunity there, and that challenge was kind of painstaking for her. I felt like she was trying to win immunity there.
Well, I think at this point, with the exception of Nico Hunter, like all bets are off, right? because you're at Final Five and it's pretty well balanced. Like the players, all the players that were going, like kind of going at it or being targeted by one another, each of them have lost some number along the way. You have Nidus that was lost, Urquois that was lost, all these players, Crispy was lost, DJ lost. All point being is everyone has lost a number. So going into this Final Five, you have basically a Final Five where the only player that could be a consensus vote is Noah. But ultimately speaking, you have a Final Five where basically I think anyone can go. And it's not even like speculation on that. It's more, I don't think there's a consensus. So Tana is right to be afraid. Even if she's still like with Cyclone, then
Well, I mean,
she can still go home. Noah's a free
there are
agent. He
two
can vote
people
with
who
Nico Hunter.
there were two people who I looked at it and I felt like they felt okay. Cyclone obviously has immunity. He's probably feeling okay.
Yeah.
And then I was just watching Hunter's screen while everything was going on. I was trying to watch everyone's screen to see how they were playing the game. I was watching Hunter's screen, and just the entire time it didn't look like like anything was getting typed. Like any that dude felt really comfortable. That dude felt really comfortable. I'm not sure he was even worried about getting immunity. I think he just felt comfortable just sitting there.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. Which it could just generally be at no point did he feel like he had an answer. That's entirely possible, but it could also be read as he's pretty comfortable with his game state, doesn't really have to try very hard to get immunity, feels pretty good with anyone being safe, which usually indicates someone feeling pretty good about their game state. But again, it could also just be a gameplay thing where they just didn't have answers, so they just weren't typing. I don't know, but
Yeah, I mean, also one other thing is the mini games are pretty fun. So people trying hard at them, Hunter probably is feeling very safe. Whether those feelings are accurate or not is a different thing. But Hunter is definitely feeling safe in so much as he probably feels he doesn't have a chance of ever getting voted out, and it makes sense, right? Because he seems to have always been on the right side of the numbers based upon, just how the votes have went. It seems like he's probably voted for a player or a group of players that have gone home every single time, more than likely. It seems like to me that throughout the game, the story of the game might just be Nico and Hunter kind of voted based upon what felt right to them at the time, and they were never
they found the group they found the group in which they could place their vote on
yeah, exactly,
on the correct win con and have done
yeah,
so
exactly,
every single time.
It seems like they found their footing, and in terms of like being swing votes throughout the whole thing, and then just choosing the right players. So they probably feel comfortable they're not going out. So
Let's find out. Everybody wake up. And then there were 5. Pretty important vote here. We're really getting down to it. Cyclone, did you feel like you needed that immunity win?
To an extent, yeah. And I'm upset because when I was at home last time I played, I had like Mardi Gras beads that I used as an idol, and I don't have those here. I wish I could be wearing a necklace of some sort, but I don't have the props for this one. But it's always good to win immunity. You never know. Like, I mean, it feels good.
Nope.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of influence, kind of like Noah was saying at the previous vote. Do you have a sense of who you want to get out right now?
Yes.
That's clear to you, it sounds like?
Yes.
Do you think it's going to happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
well, it sounds like someone should be worried.
Well, as long as it's not me, right? And it can't be me. So if it doesn't go my way, I'll figure that out. But for now, I know what I'm going with. I told people what I'm going with. I hope that they trust me and we stay true to the plan. And I think it works out for everybody. Everybody wants to make it to the next step in the game. So, I mean,
Hunter, do you think it's going to go your way at this vote?
I hope so. It's been moment by moment, just like Cyclone said. Just as long as it's not me, I feel like we've had the same philosophy this entire time, even though we've been on different sides of the different tribes and whatnot. But we've had the same idea this entire time of I'll go with whoever as long as it's not me. I just don't want to go home yet, and
Do you have an
We're getting
idea of
closer and
who you
closer.
would want to be in the final two with?
Um, Not necessarily, no. It just kind of depends on. I would say this vote really predicates on. Um,
It'll help determine that for you.
yeah, it'll help determine it a lot for me. Being able to tell who's telling me the truth and whatnot at this point.
How about you, Nico? Have you been planning for who you want to be at final two with?
I was mostly planning around a final three, and then
Well,
like how the game, yeah, how the game pans out. Obviously, this vote probably decides like who's stuck with me and who's like flips.
okay. Noah, you know what your plan is for this vote?
Yeah, I think that I have formed bonds with people, and I have never once led them astray. I have told everyone what I'm doing at every point, and I have stuck with that, and I'm going to stick with it again today. And I hope that the people that I have talking to do the same. So
I'm gonna zoom out a bit and go way back to the beginning of the game when you volunteered to be an outcast. Do you think
Okay.
that set you up well or poorly for the rest of the game?
Honestly, I don't think it did anything for me. So I didn't really get anything from it that was actually ended up changing the game, and then I just lost a day of relationships. But I think that I was able to get into some good relationships even after being a day late. So I maybe it did help me, but I feel like it was didn't matter too much.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'd agree with that mostly. Being someone that came from this tribe, he kind of just slid in, I guess, and just kind of
Just fit naturally
work,
into the
work.
original
He,
Hugo tribe.
yeah, he worked kind of his way into where he where he ended up, and that's how it went. But yeah, that's all I can really say about how Noah. I wouldn't say it really hurt him because he just kind of fit right in. It didn't really hurt him at all being
Nice.
gone for that day. I
Hugo,
don't know
baby.
how I don't know how that first day would have gone if he was there or something, honestly, because it was between me or Alex on that first day, and I don't know. I'm like I'm
Looks like,
happy where I'm at
yeah,
right now.
well, things could have been different,
Who's
very different if that vote had gone differently, perhaps. Tana, you're the only one I haven't really checked in with at this tribal. Where are you
Yeah,
at?
I'm nervous. Very, very nervous. Again, my allegiances are there. You know that they're there. I hope that you guys trust me. And I hope that this vote goes the way I think it's gonna go. And if it doesn't, it's probably I'm nervous. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think at this point in the game, everyone should have some right to be nervous, regardless of where you stand. With that said, I think it is time to vote. So everybody send me the name of the player you would like to vote out of the game on Discord. All right, I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to use it, now is the time to do so.
I got a hidden idol from the mystery challenge, the one where it was all hidden. I finished second. I got an immunity idol, and since I don't need it, I'm going to give it to Tana because I already have the necklace, and it's the last night I can use it, so I'm going to give it to her.
So to be clear, you are playing your idol for Tana.
Yes.
Okay. Any votes cast for Tana will not count. I'll read the votes. Our first vote, Noah. Our next vote, Nico. Our next vote, Nico. The 9th player voted out of Survivor Outcasts, and the 5th member of our jury, Nico. Go to sleep. Communication is open.
Dude, these idols cannot be used correctly. ever, bro. They just can't. They refuse to be used on an actual player that's getting voted for.
No, no one can use their idols. They just get burned every single time, or they get eliminated with
Exactly.
one. It's
Dude, I just
impressive.
want to see one idol play that actually works out, man, because we have not seen a single vote nullified by the idol in this game yet. Dude, it's insane. The only one single time has the idol actually ever worked in Lombax Survivor history. We need another good idol play. It's not going to be this season, obviously, but next season, let's get some good idol plays.
I'm not even sure the idol plays in which they've been getting used have been bad. They just aren't working. Like, I think the spots in which, like, I think this season, right? The spot in which DJ used his, the spot in which Nidus used his, in this spot, Cyclone had to use it. It was going to be up if he didn't.
Right, right.
They've all been used in theoretically correct spots. They just whiffed.
Yeah. Now, on who's going to win, you know, it depends on the final two, obviously, but Cyclone's gearing up for a good victory right now. Remember, guys, this is being played for a cash prize, so you better be careful about these next few votes.
Yeah, and there's also something to be said about at this point you're also setting up your win con is not even just getting to final two. Your win con is also setting up your jury.
Yeah.
So you know, I don't like thinking. I haven't really thought too much about like how I would set up the jury, but I know that that is a part of the game where you know that you're going to be going into, in this case, you know it's final two with one other person, and you know who's going to be in jury. So you have to, so there is playing in a way to make sure that, you know, you're getting people out, but you're not getting people out in a way that there's spite, there's malice, there's reason for someone not to vote you.
I think the jury management in this version of Survivor is not as prominent though, just because first the player base itself is usually more objective, but the second thing is there's not as much to be upset about. You know, we're playing
Fair.
like a 2 to 3 hour game. Well, when did we start? 4 hours ago. Sorry, 4 hours ago. 4 to 5 hour game that you know, isn't as much of a commitment as going onto an island for, you know, the months at it. Used to be a month. Now it's what? How many weeks? 3 weeks, 3.5, something like that. I don't know. But you know, comparatively, jury management isn't as important unless you're like really, really burning bridges. In here, what I would be more worried about is like, you know, for example, you go to final two with Noah. Well, Noah is probably receiving Urquoise's vote. And if you're Tana, then Noah's probably also getting Crispy's vote, depending on how much information and how they vote. But like the more thing I would be worried about is the players with more connections going into the final two. Like Hunter, who may be the overall, who has a good chance of being the overall winner, right? Might be the best player to bring with you because he doesn't have as many outside connections. So you can, if you are a player like Tana who has a lot of outside connections, a lot of the players on the jury know you and like you. Like if you bring Hunter, you're definitely getting at least a few votes, if not the win. You know,
I will say I don't necessarily. I think the one part where I disagree with you is I think Hunter's playing a good enough game to get final two. I don't think he always wins. I think Hunter's playing a game style that I think is playing well enough to get to final two, and then you have to essentially win the final two.
Right.
Because if you have a weaker final two than the person who got there with you, that's not always a guaranteed win. Pick the right numbers every single time. Unless you had really good conversations or can convince everyone that the conversations you had were actually game changing, that's a hard win. So,
all right, let's wake up. Down to 4 players left in the game. Time for another immunity challenge. This is our 9th immunity challenge of the game. This challenge is also another returnee. It's called Bidding Game. Actually, hosted this one once before as a reward challenge at the end of a season. At the end of season 4, it was. That time it was played with 3 people. This time we're going to play it with 4 people, which is definitely going to make things a bit trickier. So here's how this game works. In this game, there are going to be rounds, and in each round, you're going to submit a secret bid to me for a point. The first player to get 3 points is going to win. So each of you starts with $100, okay? You can bid any amount for a point, and the person who bids the highest amount each round will get that point, and I will reveal only the winning bid. So for example, say you all submitted a bid. Say one person bid $2, one person bid $3, one person bid $4, and one person bid $5. I would say, so-and-so has scored a point with a winning bid of $5. And that's all you would know. Now, importantly, any money you bid is lost regardless of whether you score a point or not. So you're budgeting your $100 for the entire challenge. You lose your money no matter what, whether you score the point or not. This is important because if you spend all your money and run out of it, then you're just going to sit there bidding $0 until someone else wins the challenge. Okay? So you need to budget it intelligently. First player to score 3 points wins. One other note is that in the case where there's a tie for the top bid, the player who submitted it first will score that point. So for example, if someone bids 2, someone bids 3, and then 2 players bid 4, whoever submitted the bid of 4 first would score that point, and I would just say so-and-so won the point with a bid of $4.
And the minimum is $1?
Yeah, you can't do like fractional money. You can't do, it has to be a whole number.
Got
Okay?
it.
Is everyone clear on how this challenge works?
Got it.
Cool. So I'll just be
No, I bet
typing.
$100. No balls. You won't. Do it.
So I'll be typing
I can see him doing
go
90.
in I'll be typing go in Zoom chat each round, and then you can submit your bid after I say go. All right, starting round 1. Okay. I'm just gonna write everything down so I keep track of it.
No, I appreciate the lights you got on now.
All right.
Thank you.
Probably easier to see.
Noah
It's
has
been dark.
scored a point with a winning bid of $34.
Damn.
So Noah has 1 point. We're gonna go to
Okay,
our
Noah.
second round. Get ready for round 2. Tana has scored a point with a winning bid of 15. So Noah and Tana each have 1 point. Starting round 3. Hunter has scored, nope, just kidding. Misread something.
Oh.
Cyclone has scored a point with a winning bid of 23. Sorry about that. So Noah, Tana, and Cyclone each have 1 point currently. Sorry, I just need to fix my notes really quick. Okay, getting ready for the next round. Tana has scored a second point with a winning bid of $5.
What the fuck?
Wow.
So Tana has 2. Noah and Cyclone each have 1. We're playing to 3. Get ready for the next round.
Oh.
With a winning bid of $40, Tana has scored a third point. Tana has won immunity. Everyone go to sleep and get ready for Tribal Council.
Imagine letting someone win with $5. Tis, guys. You should have bet more money. Where was the $90 bet, Noah? Where was it? Well, anyways, going into Final Four now. We're almost at the end of the game. Yeah, this has been a rather good game thus far, though we're in a little bit of a quiet thing. All the controversy and the going at it has ended basically at this point. So now you've got a mishmash of people. And my prediction for the winner right now, I'm going to go with my boy Cyclone. Cyclone's going to bring it home. Cyclone's going to bring this home 100%. Bring it home from Tilted Fish and the boys in the res community, bro. Bring it home.
I mean, I think Cyclone's been playing a very good game. I think all four people who are still remaining have been playing a pretty good game to some level of extent. I could actually see any of them winning this game. I think it's really going to come down to that final two. But I think this has been a very tight game with a lot of kind of twists in the narrative, as it were. And I think the two people who have felt like kind of, I mean, I would say Cyclone and Hunter have both been like less under the gun in the public eye in terms of like where the game's been going for them. But I think all four players have been playing a pretty solid game, and I think it might come down to who has the best run at it in final two. I really do believe it's that close.
I mean, I think Cyclone is at worst going to have to play a tiebreaker game in Final Four. Tana probably will just keep with Cyclone and vote with him. That's kind of the way she is as an individual. So I think it's very likely Cyclone is at least going to have the chance of staying by playing a tiebreaker. Hopefully, we do see a tiebreaker. That would be awesome, seeing a tiebreaker at this stage in the game. A Final Four tiebreaker to determine which side basically gets to get to Final Two, because it's more than likely that Tana's bringing Cyclone. Not sure if Cyclone brings Tana to Final Two necessarily, because, like I said before, Tana's the type of player with a lot of connections. She has definitely like the Nidus vote going on her 100% of the time. But then again, she also has players like Crispy who probably won't even vote for her. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But, you know, you have to think about that when you're bringing the player that you do at the end of the day. And Cyclone, maybe his win condition is, like I said, is bringing Hunter, who, while has probably played a good game, might lose to somebody just because of the lack of connections. And objectively, maybe the way he's played is not as appealing as Cyclone or Tana, who have stuck to an alliance, voted with their alliance, and tried to power through the game like that, versus somebody who's kind of just went with the flow, voted wherever he could at whatever point in time, right? Because if we recall, even in Final Five, it seemed like he even swapped on Nico, who he was allied with in the early and mid game, at least seemingly. So, you know.
Yeah, I think again, I think there's a lot of gameplay that's been happening that if you could just convince people on jury, like, you know, some people on jury might already have their votes, like you said, Nidus might just be voting for Tana every time and stuff like that. But I think there's a lot of aspects to the game that a lot of neutral parties, especially considering that we are playing with a very objective group of people who have their own kind of ideals on like, all right, this person played this way and therefore they played the best game, that you can just kind of sway with your words essentially
right.
in essentially a formal scenario where you're just like, I can with my words outbeat this other person.
All right, I'm going to ask our players to wake up now, the 4 players remaining in the game. All right, really getting down to it now. How important was it for you to win immunity here, Tana?
You have no idea. I think I've been, I am very happy that I have immunity. That's all I have to say. Holy.
Yeah, I can't blame you for that. Cyclone, so
Dude,
you
Happy
played
Meal
an
needs to
idol.
shut the fuck up. That's all I've got to say. Dude needs to stop talking. He needs to just close.
He ain't wrong though. He ain't wrong though. Cyclone's resume this game is pretty
90%
good.
of this game has been sitting there being like, "Oh, Cyclone's not really doing anything. He might be next Cyclone," and then all of a sudden, bro, Cyclone's gonna win this game, bro. I could just feel it. I could feel it in my balls. He don't know what's going on.
All I've heard is all I've
I mean,
heard
I
is
said
that I'm
I would
being
recommend
dragged
that
to
the
final
players
two.
literally just
mostly
talking.
ignore the commentary because they're just speculating, based on what
Yeah,
they see.
it's a lot of speculation. I don't know. I have been very straightforward with the people that I've worked with this game, and I have saved them, and I have kept them with me, and I have not lied to them, and I'm still not lying to them, and I hope they're not lying to me. And that's all I've got to say.
Do you feel
Is that
like
I've
you're in
given them more
danger at this tribal?
I mean, it's the final four, man. There's only 3 candidates.
Yeah, that's true.
I definitely
Well, I mean, do
feel
you
like
think you're
yes,
above
yes.
a 1 in 3 chance to get voted out? I'll put it that way.
I think I'm gonna get at least 1 vote. It could be 1, it could be 3. I don't know. I hope it's not 3.
You seem
I
to
hope it's not
always
2.
be getting votes. Do you think
Yeah,
you're going to get more
I
this time?
am a vote magnet. I think my story ends today. I don't know what I can do to convince people. Like I've not been my resume. I feel like it's not that good this game. I've had 1 immunity win, and it was me telling you guys that I'm going to win. So you can read into that as you will.
Don't underplay it just to overplay it later,
I-
Noah. Everyone knows what you're doing. Don't do that
I mean,
Don't do that
I don't
shit.
know what you're talking about. I think that my resume is pretty
Okay,
short. I think you and
man.
Tana look way better than me on paper. So I mean, you can go with whatever you want, but
I noticed
I think
you
not
admitted.
voting Cyclone here is a mistake.
So no, I noticed you admitted Hunter there.
Really?
Do you think that
You are
Hunter?
literally the guy that everyone on the jury has some kind of like connection with, and some kind of
Yeah,
pull
but
with.
I
And you
would
have
hope that
most
the jury
appealing
looks
game.
at it as
You
unbiased as
played the
possible.
funniest game. You've been doing the fucking outcast thing. Like you've had this extra
Yeah, but
vote shit.
I didn't
You've
get
done all
anything
this
from the
shit.
Outcast.
What
You
do
were
mean?
also an Outcast, and you actually got Nidal and played it for someone else. Like your resume
Okay,
is
it was Final 5. I
3
had the
times
necklace.
longer.
I just burned it. I didn't have anybody to use it on. Your game has been the most appealing. It's not even close. If you do not get voted out today, it is a massive fucking mistake. Because
I don't know,
everyone
man.
who's in the game knows what's going on.
I
And
agree
it's
that
seen
I've
the
played a
DM.
funny game and I've been a good
Yes, you have
personality
played a
for
funny
it.
game,
But I
bro.
think
You played
that
a
my
really good
actual
game.
gameplay has been pretty weak. So-
No, that's just not even true. Almost, how many times have you been on the wrong side of a vote and you've gotten votes and you've survived? You have all of this fucking
That's
resume.
not a good thing. Being on the wrong side of the
Yes,
vote
it
isn't a good
is.
thing.
You have a
How
huge
so?
that you've survived. You have a huge resume. Like,
Right, but
massive.
I'm not on the end. Like my social game is really weak. Like I have not been told on like 3 different votes who to vote. Like I've just been on the wrong side. So I don't know how that's good
just
for
not
me.
even true. Most of literally the vote last time was everybody but Nico voted. When was the vote you were on the wrong side?
Okay, I was on the wrong side for Nidus and Urk.
You wanted to vote Nidus.
Yeah, I
Nobody
did.
told you because they didn't.
Yeah, but I wanted to vote it, but nobody told me. That's the thing. How am I supposed?
Exactly.
I'm on the wrong
fact that
side.
you got votes and
It doesn't
survived
matter.
doesn't-
Being on the wrong side is still on the wrong side. Like people don't trust. I haven't
Hunter,
been
am I
trusted
reading
this
into
game.
this correctly in that it seems like it's between Cyclone and Noah, not you here? Or
It's funny because
is this
like
a show
5 minutes
here?
ago, Noah and I were the DMs. Yeah, bro, we're getting rid of Hunter. Yeah, bro, 100%. It's him. Meanwhile, we're both like DMing Ken Hunter. We got to get this fucking Cyclone guy out right now, bro. Noah's got to go. He's got to leave. I knew what you were doing. And you
I
knew
mean,
what I was
that
doing.
is the play, right? Like
And
obviously, I'm
no,
not going to tell
you have
Hunter
the
or
biggest
tell you,
resume,
yeah, I'm
and it's
voting you,
not close.
Cyclone. But
The only play here is to try to act like I'm
Hunter
the biggest
knows
target
that
and
I was
win a
never
final
voting
three at the
Hunter
end of the game.
today. He's like the only strong relationship I feel like I've had for a decent amount of this game someone I could trust. So,
That's just not. That's just not even true.
what do you mean that's not true? Nico, who was
You
on
and
my
I were
tribe,
together
voted
on the
me.
majority of the votes. So
Nico,
no
the night he got voted out was like, we're final 2, right, Noah? Nico's like, we're final 2, Noah, and I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever, man. And then he votes off me. So
No,
obviously,
man, no, exactly. You're gonna get Nico's vote. That's the whole point. Your only choice here is
I
to
don't
act
know,
like
man.
I have a bigger resume than you when that's
All
not
right, I
even
think
close.
let's wrap up this conversation. Hunter, do you have anything you want to get in before the vote?
So on one hand, I have an easy final 3 if I side with Cyclone here and go for Noah. But then I'm worried that I'm not making it to final 2 if I side with them. Whereas I know Noah has been with me this entire game. Do I send it to a
Bro, no one's
challenge
gonna cut your
situation?
head off immediately. And
It's
just
way
pick
more
him.
fun if you send it to a challenge.
Noah is
like,
gonna
look
cut
at-
your. Look at, he's
content,
literally
content,
grasping at straws
content.
right now. He is grasping at straws because he knows this is the only way he can
All right,
win the game.
well-
Either way, Hugo, you make it.
Let's
You might as
Well,
see.
well,
here, let me
you might as
let me
well have
ask
the
this.
content.
Let me ask this right now. Then, you want to make a final two?
He's not gonna go to final two with you. Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you, not him.
I will go to final two
no.
with whoever I need to go to final two with.
Yeah,
I
see,
want to
exactly,
make it to final
Hunter.
two.
He's
I am
trying to
taking
tell you the
every single
bullshit
day of this
right now.
game, step by step by step. I literally was the one who voted out Nidus, who was with me and Tana. That was me. I kept
Exactly.
holding back
That's
the
a big
Nidus vote.
resume.
Everybody
Blindside,
voted-
blindside, blindside.
You literally just talked about the same thing that, like, so on a different vote that you did like less than 5 minutes ago.
I feel
Don't
like
do that shit.
I
didn't
feel like
blindside
I'm the
anybody this game.
likeliest
Hunter, here's the
candidate to
thing.
be dragged to final
Hunter, here's
two
the thing.
with, but I
Well,
haven't
if you
heard
go
it
to
from
fi-
anyone,
if you
so
go
I'm
to
so
final two
confused
with
right
Noah,
now.
If you go to final two with Noah, you're not gonna win. If you go to final two with me, you have a shot at winning. I
Whoa,
don't like
you're
your resume, he
grasping.
does.
You're
All right,
straight up
guys.
grasping at
I
straws.
do need to move this tribal along. Is everyone ready to vote?
Yep.
Yeah.
Content.
All right. Send me the name on Discord of the player you would like to vote out.
I almost wrote Nico's name again. I'm shaking, bro. Shaking.
Not stirred.
All I'm saying, man. Noah goes to final two. He's got my vote.
All right. Thanks, man. You too.
Shut the hell up.
All right, I've received all the votes. I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Cyclone. Our next vote is for Cyclone. Our next vote is for Noah. Our next vote is for Noah. So we do have a tie between Cyclone and Noah. So here's what's going to happen before anything else. We're going to re-vote. So Cyclone and Noah, you two will not vote. Tana and Hunter, only you two are going to vote. You can only vote for Cyclone or Noah. I'm going to give you like 30 seconds to discuss anything you want to discuss. If you vote for the same person, they will be eliminated. If it's a tie, the two of them will play a challenge.
He will not take you to final two,
Noah,
and nobody.
Noah's
Nobody
not
in this
gonna
game
take.
can beat Noah.
What?
But
Nobody not take Hunter?
by far, he is
Noah
the
has
biggest
way
threat
too
he has
many
been.
friends in the
But
jury.
he has
You have to
everybody
understand that,
in the
Hunter.
jury.
Also, Hunter, it sucks. I need you to understand that we have to kill. I haven't been communicating with you this whole game. You haven't been communicating with me this whole game. But the kill today is Noah. Like, and then you can try to beat us in.
Hunter,
Like,
I definitely
Nobody
take you to
can
final
beat.
two.
Nobody
I have
can
not
beat
lied to you
Noah.
once.
nobody can beat Noah.
Nobody can beat Noah.
So Noah is literally like a compulsive liar.
You
Noah
guys
is a
gaslighting.
liar. Noah loves to lie. He
Nobody
lies
can
like
beat
he
Noah.
breathes.
I have played the most truthful game of anybody in this
No,
game.
you have not. You just
have
literally
not.
just talked about
You
you
have not.
blindsided someone and were like,
I
"Oh,
mean,
didn't
I don't.
blindside
Noah
anybody.
hasn't lied to me once.
Yep.
That's what you
All right.
He
think.
hasn't
That's
lied
what
to
you.
I'm
you
going to
once
call it
because
there.
he hasn't had.
I know.
Why
Guys,
lie? Oh,
I'm going to
boy.
call it there.
Content.
If you
Tana and
vote for me,
Hunter,
I'm down for the
send me
challenge.
your
You won't
votes.
beat
We're
Noah.
re-voting right
You won't
now.
beat him.
Send me your votes.
You won't beat him.
Great game, Lombex. Thanks for hosting.
It was fun. I'm having a blast.
Still waiting on one vote. Just clarify something for me. Okay. I've
Sorry,
received the
Noah.
votes. I'm going to read the votes. There are only two of them. Our first vote is for Noah. And our second vote is for Cyclone. So
Oh,
the
my
two of
bad.
you
God!
are gonna play a
Bro.
tiebreaker challenge. Tana and Hunter, you two can go to sleep. You guys are good.
Bye.
I gotta open up the fucking Zoom
So this is
again
a
real
very
quick on
simple
my phone.
challenge. It's gonna be played best 3 out of 5. This challenge is just going to be unscrambling words. So in Zoom chat, I'm going to type a scrambled set of letters. You have to unscramble it, and the first person to get the correct word message to me will score a point.
Can we
Best 3 out
just,
of
are we
5.
sending to you exclusively again?
Yeah, because if you send, like, you don't want the other person to see it. Just leave it on sending to me
Okay.
for the whole game.
Okay.
Is it alright if I open it up in a notepad?
You can do
Or
whatever
no?
you want,
Okay,
like
okay.
physically. Yeah. Just, I mean, don't go
Hold
to
on.
a website that'll unscramble
Right,
for
yeah,
you.
yeah.
But yeah.
No cheating, Noah. I'll know.
Okay, it's best 3 out of 5. And I'll read the letters out loud for the people who are watching. Yeah, here's your first word. The letters are AECHNC. The correct word is chance. Noah got it to me. Noah has 1.
Fuck off, Noah.
Hey,
All right, let me get our next word ready. Okay, get ready. ATYSEF. The word is safety. They both were pretty quick, but Noah was faster. So Noah's
No
up 2-0.
way. Dude, I can't
Play
even
into
hit the
3.
enter key. I'll have to tap it on my
oh, that is unlucky.
Told you, you got to play on a computer next time, man.
I know, man.
Unfortunately, I cannot help you with that.
Yeah,
All right,
it's
here is
okay.
our third word. OLLATYY. The word is loyalty. Cyclone got it. Cyclone staying alive. 2-1. Okay, our next word. Here you go. YETRBA. YETRBA are the letters. The word is betray. Noah got it. Cyclone is eliminated. Everyone go to sleep. And
Well
final 3.
played, bro.
Get ready for your final immunity
Good
challenge.
game.
Ah
That
man,
is how you play a Final
the
Four.
the unlucky the unlucky safety challenge, tiebreaker challenge for Cyclone, because this guy is the worst at typing out words due to his phone scenario. So he got one of the worst challenges he could have, you know.
As someone who has played on mobile for years in the Mafia sphere, the difference between hitting enter and having to click send is actually brutal.
Yeah. Now we know. Well, here's the thing: Noah is not even clenched. Doesn't necessarily even have the victory, right? He needs to win F3 immunity.
Well, realistically,
Because
when
Hunter, based player, he's like going into find he did. Hunter probably will vote out Noah. He agrees. It's just that he knows he has no chance in a Cyclone Tana Hunter final 3 unless he wins. Now he has a 2/3 chance of getting into F2. Actually, he's always no. Hunter's always going to F2. Actually, Hunter's good. Hunter
Hunter's
literally
always going,
is always
Hunter's
going to
always
F2.
going into F2 because Tana believes that
Yeah.
no one has too many friends in jury.
Exactly. Tana doesn't want to lose it either. So
Yeah.
Hunter set himself up basically, as long as Noah doesn't win, a good chance at winning F2. Really
All
good
right.
chance.
I know it was a quick night, but there's only 3 players left, so we're going to keep it rolling. Let's have our 3 players wake up. Currently, there are 6 members of the jury and 3 of you. 1 more of you is going to become the final member of the jury. It is time for your 10th and final immunity challenge.
You're welcome, Noah.
This challenge.
My hero.
Oh boy.
So this is going to be a memory challenge. I like to save these for the end when everyone's drained, you know, so you can keep it together here.
Man, I got a
This
headache.
challenge
This
is
ain't
called
right.
Memory Grid. It's actually based on the penultimate challenge of Season 2, which was called Colored Grid. In this challenge, I'm going to show you a 4x4 grid of squares, and it'll have some colored shapes in it. I'm going to put it on the screen for a little while, and you guys are going to do your best to memorize it. Then I'm going to hide it and take it away, and I'm going to ask you questions about it. If you ever answer a question wrong, you are eliminated. The last
Are we
one
talking?
standing.
Are we talking
wins.
aloud during this, or is this just
No, you'll just message me through Zoom. You won't really
okay?
have anything
Message.
to say. I mean, you
Okay.
can talk to each other if you want during the challenge, I suppose.
Okay.
Good game, guys. Good work for making it in the final three. Pog.
Yeah, you guys do.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
So the first square will be. Actually, I
From
think I
night one to
even.
here.
All three of us are very
I think I might even have an example of this. Let me check. I do. Okay, so they're gonna look like this, right? So they'll have some like circles, squares, maybe some other shapes, maybe some other colors later down the line as they get harder. So I'll put this up for a little while, something like this. Okay. You'll memorize it. You obviously cannot take screenshots or anything like that. You'll memorize it, then I'll hide it and ask you questions about it. So I'm going to ask you stuff like, how many squares were there? How many circles were there? How many red shapes were there? What shape was in the top right corner? Stuff like that. Okay?
Got it.
Cool. All right, let me pull up your first actual grid. Here you go. This is the first grid. Do your best to memorize it. I strongly recommend that in these types of challenges, you look for patterns that will make it easier for you to remember it. I'm going to give you some time to focus and remember this grid of shapes. Okay, I'm going to give you a couple more seconds. Make sure you know it. That's all. So again, your Zoom should be set to privately message me. There's no like speed component to this. It's just if you ever get any question wrong, you're out. Okay? So our first question, make sure your Zoom is set to message me directly still. How many squares were there? In this image, how many squares were there? The correct answer is 5. Everybody got it. Next question, how many circles were there? Everyone says 2. Everyone is correct. Our next question, how many blue shapes were there? How many blue shapes were there? Again, everyone says 2, and again, everyone is correct. Our next question, how many squares were there in the rightmost column? In the rightmost column, how many squares were there? Everyone says 3. Everyone is correct. I'm going to show you a harder one now. That was your warm-up, okay? So this one also has triangles. This one has a third shape.
Dreadful.
Here's your new image to memorize. Go for it. Give you some time again. I'm going to give you a couple more seconds. Get it in your brain. That's it. Our first question about this new image. How many triangles were there? Everyone says 2. Everyone is correct. Our next question, how many blue shapes were there? How many blue shapes were there? Hunter and Noah both say 4. Tana says 5. The correct answer is 4. Tana, you're out. Our next question about the same image. How many red squares were there? How many red squares? Both say 2 and both are correct. And our final question for this grid, how many shapes were there in the bottom row? So in the bottom row, how many shapes were there? Both say 1 and both are correct. So I'm going to give you a harder one now. This one also
Yo,
has
Hunter,
yellow.
Just messed up, man.
This one also has
Just
yellow.
what?
So there's yellow,
messed
red, and
up.
blue, and circles,
I can't,
squares,
man.
and triangles. Here's your next image. I'm going to give you a little less time for this one, so I'm going to take it away pretty soon. Make sure you know it in the next couple seconds. All right, that's all. All right, your first question for this new grid. How many blue shapes were there? How many blue shapes were there? Both say 2, both are correct. Our next question, how many red shapes were there? How many red? Both say 4, both are correct. All right, for our next question, what shape was in the bottom left corner and what color was it? So give me the shape and color in the bottom left corner. That indeed was a red square. Both got that one. Our next question, how many triangles were there? How many triangles were there? Both say 2. You're actually both incorrect. The correct answer was 3. So we're going to
Oh,
keep
there
going.
was 3. Crap.
I'm not even sure on that. I need a recap.
Our next question and our final question for this grid is what shape was in the top left corner and what color was it? So again, give me the shape and color in the top left corner. All right. Noah says red circle. Hunter says red triangle. One of you is right and one of you is wrong.
I think I'm
I
wrong.
can't remember. I can't
No.
remember, man.
For immunity, the player who is correct is Noah. It was a red circle. So everyone go to
GG,
sleep.
job,
This
man.
is going to be a brief
Good
night
job.
phase, and then we'll do our tribal council.
And as we're getting close to wrapping this here game up, the interesting challenge. I actually really like that one. Pretty good for Noah to get the immunity win. Probably means bad news for Tana based on how the game's been played, but you never really know. You don't know how Noah interprets the threat level, but it's going to be interesting seeing the final 3, kind of how each player attacks it. Hunter's remained pretty loyal to Noah throughout the game. It felt like, so that's the card he has to play. Tana has to basically try to convince Noah that his win con needs to include her. There are ways to, there are outs for both, and who knows what Noah's thinking. Who knows what kind of deals Noah made beforehand. But Noah knowing that he's in final 2, got to be feeling pretty good, having the hammer. Really, really good game this has been. I've been pretty impressed by the level of play in this game and kind of how everyone has navigated through the votes. I think the correct plays were made most of the time. So let's see how this final 3 plays out.
All right, yeah, I said I was going to keep it short and sweet. Let's have our final 3 players in the game wake up. So just to make sure everyone's on the same page about how this vote works, Noah has immunity. Tana and Hunter, that means you could only vote for each other, so your votes cancel each other out. Both of you will not vote. So Noah, you will be the only player submitting a vote, which essentially means you will be determining who is going to be with you at the final 2.
Can I make them play a challenge instead?
No, you got to pick.
No, okay. Damn. That'd be content. Come on, man. Do I just send it whenever, or are we talking?
Well, if you guys have anything to talk about beforehand, we can do that. Do you know what you're gonna? You know your decision already?
Yeah. Me and Hunter are boys. He
Noah's
saved me.
scared.
since
Noah's
the
scared
start.
he's gonna lose to me in
Saved me
final
in
two, so he
F4.
can't take me.
I have to
He's not a
repay
real
the debt.
gamer. He's not a real fucking gamer. If he wasn't scared,
It
he'd
would
take
be
me, but he's scared.
so rude for me not to take Hunter after he did the tie and allowed me to have the chance.
Is it rude or is it
Oh
just
yeah,
like
definitely.
I don't think so. I think like you would appreciate your win if it was against me over somebody who didn't really play the game. No offense, Hunter.
I will take my win
Didn't play the
however it is
game.
given.
You did not play the game. You got here because you are literally the final two that everybody wanted to sit up against. Like
I actually don't agree with that. I think maybe it's because me and Hunter typed a lot, but I think Hunter,
Maybe,
even though
but-
he's just not very vocal during the actual days, but in DMs, like he's definitely thinking about the game.
I don't know, dude.
I would say I was pretty
I would love to hear his gameplay at final two.
talkative
So maybe
to certain people, but others didn't seem they wanted to be involved with me. So
All right. Well, here's
I
what I'll
felt
say.
it's
I
weird
didn't need
because
to
people
reciprocate that.
would say the
Noah
opposite of
sounds
you. They would
relatively
try
certain.
to.
So Tana, I'll give you a minute to kind of pitch yourself to Noah one last time, and then I'm gonna have him
No,
vote.
again, real gamer, you'd take me to final two, but you're not a real gamer, so
I'm not a real gamer.
yeah, that's fine. If you're scared, take Hunter.
Was that
If you're
it,
not,
or-
take me.
I
Yeah.
am trembling.
There's no way I can convince Noah to take me. The only way I can convince him is to like put
Well, we are
his
still gonna
gaming
do
state.
the vote. So if you're all ready, Noah, go ahead and submit me the vote, the only vote. And again, you are still voting someone out. So send me the name of the player you would like to vote out and have become the final member of the jury. All right. I have the vote, and I will read it. The 11th player voted out, and the 7th and final member of our jury on Season 6 Survivor Outcasts is Tana. For Hunter and Noah, congratulations. You two have made it to the final two. You will be at the final tribal council, and in just a couple minutes, you will get to plead your case in front of the jury, who will all come back, ask you some questions, and then we'll decide which one of you two they want to vote for to win the game. So I'm going to give you a couple minutes during this night. Get ready, think about what you want to say to the jury, and then we'll get started.
Wait, did we turn our camera off?
Yeah, you can go ahead and go to sleep. There's going to be a couple minutes before we start the final tribal.
All right, and with that, we are on final two. No, congrats to Noah and Hunter for making the final two.
My boy Noah, I think Noah is like almost certainly getting the win at this point, you know? Like there's no question in my mind. But we'll see.
Yeah, it's as much as Noah's the more vocal player, and we know Noah can talk very well. I think there's a lot to be said about the people on the jury. They do have their own brains, and they know how to. And I'm hoping most of them know how to evaluate people's play and know what questions they're going to ask and kind of have their idea on how the game went down. There's a lot of things to evaluate. Hunter played a very strong kind of latch onto numbers, put himself in the right positions to get votes. If I personally do believe if Hunter doesn't tie Noah again, Cyclone and Tana, I don't think either one of them were actually going to bring Hunter personally. I think those two we're taking those two. Tana is a very loyal person from what I've understood interacting with Tana. So I think she would have taken Cyclone 100%. And I would have been surprised if Cyclone didn't take Tana as well. So I think Hunter made all the right moves at different times in the game. I think there's something to be said about that. I think it's really going to come down to it when these two are talking, and every juror has their different way of evaluating. So we'll see how this vote plays out.
I agree with you. I think that the Hunter does have a very large mountain to climb, because Noah did start the game late, and even though he got the advantage, He was like behind on numbers a lot of the time and still managed to claw his way to the end and has a lot of connections on the jury. Though then again, it's not as pervasive as you might expect, right? Because the only player that definitively would vote based on the connection for Noah is Urquois. Now, one thing we're not discussing, there's a cash prize, sob stories, right? If Hunter comes at the final two and be like, my mom just got cancer, that dude's getting, that dude's getting 10 votes. How many ever many votes? So, Hunter, I'm just saying, if you think you're losing votes, make up a sob story. There is $75 on the line. People will award you.
I can't believe we are advocating making up sob stories.
We need content to make clips so we can get
well,
Lombax viral. We need the content. Fake the
commentators,
cancer.
thank you for your contributions. Noah and Hunter, please wake up. And let's have our entire jury wake up in the order they were voted out. That is Crispy, Eric, Nidus, DJ, Nico, Cyclone, and Tana. Can all of you please wake up? I'm going to get this organized for the stream up here.
Lovely seeing all of you again.
I think that's everyone. No, that is everyone.
No hard feelings, right, guys?
I'll even put you in order. Why not?
Who said that?
Already sold my vote already.
And that goes there. Okay, so here's the structure of this. Hunter and Noah, you're each going to get 1 minute to make an opening statement. After that, each juror will have a chance to address the two of you. So they'll get to ask you a question or two or make a statement if they would like. And then you'll each have 1 minute to make a closing statement, and then they'll vote. So, Noah, you have randomly been chosen to go first, so you have 1 minute to make an opening statement starting now.
All right. First off, I would like to say I actually did not get any advantage from the Outcasts. I had a 50-50 on which team would win, and I guessed wrong, and I convinced everybody that I did get an advantage. Most people thought that I had a steal a vote or an extra vote throughout most of the game, but I did not. Besides that, my alliances were actually fairly truthful. I talked to Hunter very early on, was aligned with him very strongly, and I only flipped on people when I knew they were going over. So like when DJ was going over, up till that point, I was very strong with him, and then the day he was going over, I still told him, obviously, I was with him. Like, it's not like I lied about that. And then I voted him, but I only ever flipped on people when I was 100% sure that they were going home that night, just so that there were no, like, no loose ends going forward in the game. I also convinced Hunter to give me the tie in F4, which allowed me to beat Cyclone, who I think that, or if we were in final two together, that would have been a very close game. Everyone else, I think I have a good case against. I think that was about a minute.
Yeah, a little less, but that's all good.
Okay.
Hunter, your minute starts now.
I would say on the final four vote, specifically, I voted for Noah more so because of I wasn't sure if either of those two were gonna bring me to final two. I thought that Cyclone and Tana had a deal together, and so I figured my best shot was either to take Noah to the final three at least. If I win final three, maybe switch it up, but probably not. It just would have. We'll never know now, but I knew Noah would probably take me to final two at least, so that was my strategy there. Throughout the entire game, I would say I kind of orchestrated some vote outs. I know me and Noah were talking to some people about voting certain people out. For certain people, I had to vote you out. It's me or you, or it was also that's where the wave was leaning, and I didn't want to stir any waves towards myself, I guess, as well. But
All
that's
right. Thank you
about it, right? A minute.
Thank you for your opening statements. Crispy, you're up first.
Yo, do I have to explain my vote?
You can ask them a question. You can say something to them, whatever you'd like to do.
I told this to Urquois the first day in the jury. I already had a plan for who I was voting for, and I will continue to keep my word. And that vote will be for Hunter.
What, dude? You're not playing the game.
I guess you guys can respond to that if you want.
Yeah, I mean, Maybe I'm wrong, but juries should not have a plan of who they're going to vote for. That seems very against the spirit of the game. But you do you, buddy.
Okay.
Is that all you got for us, Crispy?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Nico, you're up next.
All right.
What about me?
It's not the
Who
same
are
order
you?
you were voted out. It's
Okay.
yeah.
So Hunter, I need you to sell me on the idea that you made, like you actually like contributed to making a play. Because you said you like were part of discussions to make a play, but I never saw that in the game. So sell me on that idea that you actually like were kind of pushing things in a way besides just kind of like going with the flow and like kind of not trying to make enemies.
Okay, well, first off, when we were still on the tribe, I would say that I kind of contributed to getting Absent voted out because between our discussions, at least, you had stated that you were gonna be voting Noah out at that point. Um, and through our discussions, you also told me that she was gonna vote for me. I sort of want to say that I convinced you. Maybe I didn't. You would know better than I how you felt about that. I wouldn't necessarily say I contributed to the DJ vote. I feel like that was well known that everyone was kind of gonna do it, but I kind of confirmed with everyone that that was what was going down. I kind of messaged each person and said like DJ. I know I messaged Noah. I believe I messaged you. I messaged Cyclone about it as well. Just off the top of my head, what I can remember from that. But yeah, no, I would say, and then once the final four, I once again with that, I wouldn't say I contributed to that. Well, of course I did because it ended up being a tie vote, but I felt like the tie vote was the best case for me getting to final two because I knew I had a 66% chance going to final two. I don't know if Tana was taking me or not, but I felt I had a 33% chance if I go to final three with Tana and Cyclone because I think they're taking each other, and the only way I can make it is if I win. Noah, I knew was bringing me to final two.
Okay.
Can I respond to Nico's thing as well?
That's up to
Nico.
Nico if he's
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I want to go back to the Aspen vote. I want to get your opinion on this. I feel like I was the person who convinced you on that. When you were saying you were messaging me, and I think you were like kind of like lying to me that it was going to be Hunter. And I said, look, Aspen has told me that you guys are voting me. I am saying this. I am telling you that she is not truthful to you two, and I am being truthful. And I think that was probably what swayed.
I honestly, what swung it was more the way Aspen responded, because I
Okay.
offered Aspen the other side of that same coin, obviously, and I would have tried to pull in somebody, but yeah, it felt like you might have pushed that one a little bit more than Hunter did for that specific vote. Yeah, that's all I got.
You good, Nidus or Nico? Sorry, I was thinking ahead a little bit because Nidus, you're up next.
Sorry, I must have. Who did Nico vote for?
No votes yet.
Nobody. No, it's just talking about
You're
questions.
just you have a chance to ask them questions or make a statement
Sure.
if you want to.
I don't really have a question for anyone. I guess every jury member decides how they want to vote, whether or not they just rolled the dice and decided that they were going to vote for a certain person if they made it to the finals, or whether or not they decided to be a good jury member and actually like base it off something that people did. I'm of the latter, and I have decided that I want to vote based on someone who did the best in my favorite aspect of the game, and that's challenges. So yeah.
And that's what? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I didn't catch
It's a
that.
challenge performance.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you're satisfied, Nidus? All right, DJ, going to you next.
I think I need to see, like right now where I'm at, I think Noah played actually fantastic compared to like everything else I've seen. The only thing I'm trying to understand from Hunter was what was your convincing factor that you really needed to vote Aspen?
Well, I was told that she was going to vote for me, which did end up becoming true after we voted. She hadn't really communicated with me a whole lot. I definitely had better conversations with Noah and Nico at that point. I was kind of close with Eric at that point as well, but he was obviously off on Outcast. So it was kind of a decision of, do I go with these people who are communicating with me, or someone who's being silent relatively to me? She didn't say a whole lot to me. It was kind of like 3 words or here and there. And they were telling Noah and Nico were telling me, hey, this is what's going on. Nico specifically told me, or Aspen told me she was voting Nico. I went to Nico. Nico said she's voting me. That kind of didn't sit right with me, at least, knowing that, hearing different opinions. Obviously, she wasn't going to tell Nico that she's voting for him in that situation. But I don't know. I felt like that was the best move for me at that point. I could relatively trust Noah at that point. He had stayed to his word based off the previous tribal council. Of course, there wasn't a lot to go on with that one, which was when we voted out PTB. It was just all voted for PTB, but up to that point, he seemed very truthful. So I was trusting in him at that point, and then throughout the game, of course, I continued to trust him, and it brought me here to the final two. So can't complain a whole lot based off. He was truthful to me in almost every category he said, except of course he claimed to have an advantage. But he also had told me when he used it. He obviously didn't use it, but yeah.
Well, so what you're just telling me, sorry, just to kind of like, because kind of went a little bit on. The only reason why you voted on Aspen was because Noah told you to vote on Aspen.
No, that's not true, actually. Nico and I were the ones that more so talked about that. Noah, he didn't specifically say to vote Aspen. We were kind of in the situation where we didn't want it to be either of us. But Nico and I would say I had more conversations with Nico that night about who to vote than Noah.
And I just have one more thing. On the split vote between Tana and Urquois, who did you guys both vote for, respectively?
On Tana and Urquois, you said?
Yeah, it was like Tana, Urquois, and you, Noah. There was
Yeah,
like 3 votes.
I was blindsided there. My vote was on Tana.
Same here.
Okay.
We both voted for Tana.
All right, that's all I had.
Okay. Speaking of Tana, you're up next.
Sorry for not being a gamer.
All right. Yeah, understandable. Hunter,
Yes.
why didn't you try to appeal to me at all this game? We had no communication. That's why I downplayed your game. Sorry, continue.
I would agree. We didn't have a lot of communication. We talked right after the merge a little bit, very briefly. Nothing a lot to go on. I heard, and so I was planning on just staying with the tribe at that point, because we had 4, and you guys seemed to be split 3-1. And then that whole tribal thing kind of went crazy. I was trying to figure out what the hell had happened when it was that whole split ordeal with Eric, Noah, and you. I was trying to figure out what was happening. I was kind of talking to Noah, trying to figure out where he had placed the votes and trying to figure out where each vote was going. But I would say I didn't have a whole lot of connections with your tribe as it is. And it kind of felt like it was split. So I would say that was kind of the reason for that. I didn't feel like I would gain anything from flipping over to your side at all, really. It felt like if I flipped over, I would just be at the bottom, and that's kind of how I felt. So I figured I'd rather stay strong. Still had Noah and Nico at that point, even after Eric was voted out. And we were trying to get DJ over at least because it seemed like you guys were still at odds, and try and make it trying to make it in our favor where we were controlling the game at that point.
You good, Tana? Cool. Eric?
Yeah, so I have a bit more questions, I guess, for Hunter. So I guess the first one would be if you did win immunity against Noah at the final day, who would you have taken? The final 2.
It's a really tough question. I do agree that Noah had a great game. I I I had been loyal to Noah up to this point. It would have been really tough to either stick with my loyalty. I feel like I would have had a better game against Tana, but I'm not sure. It really I would have had to think about it a lot, but I was still trying to win in that last immunity just so I have complete control, obviously. I feel like that was why Noah was playing too at the same time. Neither one of us wanted to be blindsided
It was
potentially.
still up in the air though.
I feel like we were like 99% sure, but we wanted to
Okay.
confirm that 1%,
That's
make
fine.
sure it's 100.
And then for both of you, I guess I'll start with Noah, just so I can get an insight to how well you're reading the game. So at what point did you think I was going to flip on you, and at what point were you going to flip on me, if at all?
I was ready to flip on you at any point. As soon as the merge happened, I was already messaging Nidus and Tana. I am willing to work with you guys. I am not that close with Earth right now, and I will flip at any point. I wanted to flip as soon as possible because I felt like if I didn't flip, it would just be harder to flip later down the road.
And then did you have the feeling that I was going to flip, or when I was going to flip, or if I was going to flip
I
at
think
all?
you would have flipped probably honestly, maybe that day, but I think probably you would have flipped like 2 votes down the line. Like I think you wanted to vote Nidus or Tana, one of them out, and then you would have went for me.
Yeah, and same question for you, Hunter. Like, how did you feel about like me, turning on you at all, or if I was going to take you to final two, and the same like, were you like playing me as well, or like like not taking me to final two and taking somebody else?
I felt like I had multiple deals out at that point with all three of you at that point. And I didn't necessarily trust you completely, but I wanted to keep you for a little bit longer than when you went out, just so we had more control. Um, I didn't trust that you were 100% loyal, but I felt like I wanted to keep the control in our favor for the time being. But no, I felt like you were going to turn on me at some point. But I probably would have turned on you around the 6 to 5 range.
Okay, I feel like you guys both had pretty decent reads on the game. Good luck.
All right, thanks, Turquoise. Last but not least, Cyclone, close us out.
I just want to say, first off, Lombax, this was really well done. You did it like very concise this time compared to when I played way back on season 2. I think the challenges were fun. The advantages were like well spaced. All in all, I had a blast. And congratulations to Noah and Hunter for making it to the final 2. And I have a couple of questions because first off, you guys are both from the Hugo tribe and I was not. So tell me what the biggest play you think you made pre-merge was. But starting with Noah.
Mine was definitely the Aspen vote. I think that if I don't try to sell myself to Nico there, and I try to align with Aspen and we vote on Hugo or on Hunter because that's what she wanted to do, there's a good chance that it just draws, right? Like 2 votes on me, 2 votes on Hunter. And I actually wanted to break up Eric and Aspen and just a lot of the Mafia players in general. I think the less of the clicks that are going on into merge is better for me because I'm very good at making social alliances with people that I don't know very well. And I think I showcased that very well this game. But yeah, it was definitely the Aspen vote, me convincing Nico to vote Aspen instead.
And Hunter?
I think my biggest play over there was more so so not necessarily for the first vote, but convincing people to keep me around at that point. Because for the first vote, it was more so Eric trying to keep me around and turning his back on PTB and Alex. He's the one that brought me into it. Him and Nico kind of brought me into this thing where Alex and PTB are both targeting you. We're gonna flip it on them. We got 3 with you. It's 4, and I'm like, of course I'm gonna join.
You said that was Nico that said that, or who?
It was Eric and Nico. Eric was more definitive in it. Nico was kind of more vague in what was going on at that point, in my opinion. But more so just so obviously not with that first one, but I felt safe on when we went to PTB. But then on the Aspen one, I wouldn't say necessarily it was me getting Aspen out, but more so me convincing people to keep me around. So, yeah, because I mean, it was clearly between me and Aspen at that point. You heard Noah and Nico both say that it was between me and Aspen. So I would say convincing people that I was not as much as a threat as Aspen at that point, with Aspen having Eric, who was on Outcast with you at that point, I believe. So, yeah, just mainly convincing people to keep me around.
I think my next question is, Hunter, I probably DM'd you the least out of everyone at the merge. Like I had a lot of conversation going with everybody. I didn't really hear a lot from you. I want you to tell me one move that you made post merge without Noah being involved.
Without Noah being involved?
Yes.
So I was thinking of at the point where we voted Nico out. I was honestly torn at that point between voting out Nico or Noah. Um, the only reason why I ended up going with Nico was because you guys were all going with Nico at that point. I remember I specifically asked you, Nico or Noah, and you said you seemed like you were saying either one, but then you decided on Noah. I didn't necessarily, and the reason why I voted out Nico at that point was because I did not want to be left behind because I felt like if I vote for Noah at that point, it shows my cards and it shows exactly where I am, and I'm the next one out at that point. So it's not necessarily like a convincing people to vote move, but it's more so a remaining in the shadows move where I'm not fully showing
I get it.
everywhere where I am.
All right. And I guess my question to Noah would be actually, I have two questions for you, but both short. Were you ever planning to backstab me? That's a personal
To
question. I just
backstab
want to
you?
know. Yes.
Yes, at every point. The time Nico got voted out, I'm like, I can't believe Cyclone got immunity. We had to get rid of him today, and then the entire next day I was like, yes, okay, Cyclone. Even the time we got rid of DJ, I was saying I wanted to get rid of you over DJ, but everyone else was more so on the DJ train. So I'm like, I will take the back seat here, and I will just do what people want me to do, just to gain a little bit of extra trust.
And my second question is,
Let's have this
what
be
is the
your
big
last question, by the way.
No, huh?
I said let's have this be your last question.
Oh no, this was it. I promise.
Yeah.
I know I was dry. What is the biggest play you made, probably like individually?
The biggest play I made individually, I think it has to be, even though I don't know if it was necessarily me who made it, I think the day Nico gets voted out is the most important vote for me. I think that particular tribal is the one that I have to survive. And I think I did a good job at telling everyone that Hunter and Nico are a pair. I don't think they were ever that strong of a pair. Like I was definitely way more with Hunter than Nico was, but I was selling it to both you and Tana that they are a strong pair who are hard aligned and we need to split them up.
I just one final comment. If you're on the jury, don't just like meme vote, because if you were in the final two and someone played the better game and you didn't get voted for and you lost like whatever prize or just winning in general, you would be pretty fucking pissed. So just be a good person. Vote for who you honestly think deserves to win. That's all I had to say. I had a lot of fun, and thank you to everyone.
All right, thank you for that. With that said, 7 jurors, it is time for you to cast your vote for a winner. So I want to be very clear. You're going to vote on Discord, and you're going to send me the name of the player who you would like to win the game. You're not voting someone out. Send me the name on Discord of either Hunter or Noah. You are casting a vote for a winner. Go ahead and do that now.
Good luck, Noah.
Good luck, Hunter.
Actually, I'm sorry. Actually, well,
great game.
I forgot about closing statements.
Great game. Well, it's okay.
Do either of you have anything pertinent to say?
No.
It's just fine.
All right, my bad.
I
Sorry
feel
about
like
that. I
I think
intended to
people's
do that.
minds are made
I
up
just
at this
forgot.
point. So
Okay. All right, I have all the votes. Before I announce them, I'm just gonna, well, I have a captive audience here, say a couple things really quick. I'm hoping to run more of these in the future. I think this was a pretty successful relaunch of the series. I'm gonna hope to try and do these more consistently this year. Fingers crossed. If you want to play in one of these, I am always looking for new players. My leniency on, or my restrictions on like returning players are, that was mainly a thing in the past because of the setup I had for season 5. Now that that's out of the way, it's pretty open to returning players, but new players will be given priority. If you want to play in any game in the future, please join the Discord. I'm going to request a mod, post the Discord link in Twitch chat now, and I will also include it in the YouTube video in the description. But please join the Discord. Send me a DM on Discord if you want to play in any future game. Especially something I do really want to do at some point in the future is there's a theme on the actual show called Blood versus Water. For anyone who's not familiar with that theme,
Oh no.
it's where people sign up in pairs with a loved one. So it might be like siblings, like people who are dating, married, or like a parent and child. If anyone wants to sign up as a duo for a season like that, I really want to do a season like that. So
Let's go, Noah.
especially
Eric.
yeah, especially if
All
you're
right,
in
all
a
right, Nico,
pairing
you gotta
like
start
that,
dating.
definitely send me a message. But if you just want to play in general, I really love getting new players in. So send me a message. Thanks everyone for playing. I hope you guys all had fun. Yeah, congratulations to the final two for your $25 and $75 respectively, and for making it to the end. And thank you to Dave Dobb and Happy Meal for doing commentary. I appreciate you guys setting your time aside for that. With all of that said, one other reminder actually is that after I announce the winner, I'll let people celebrate and talk a bit, and then I'm going to do my little post-game overview of just like the stuff viewers probably weren't aware of fully. So I'll go through the advantages, idols, and twists and stuff like that. But that'll be in a minute. For now, I always like to get a shot of just the final two for when I'm doing the winner announcement. So everyone else, turn your cameras off. As soon as I say who the winner is, you can all, wake up and talk and celebrate and all that good stuff.
Well, real fast, I guess before the votes go out, Noah, good game, really.
Yeah, GG's.
You honestly, you would have had my vote. I don't know how the votes are going to pan out. I'm assuming that you're going to win this, but you would have had my vote for sure on this. I think you played a great game. And
Thanks, I appreciate that. I think you played well too. I mean, you made it to the final two, so you couldn't have played that bad.
well, after that first night, I can't believe I made it here, to be honest. But
That's
All
fair.
right. Gotta love the sportsmanship. So this time around, it's really simple. There's only two of you. There's 7 jurors. That means it takes 4 votes to win. I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Noah. Our second vote is for Noah. Our third vote is for Hunter. Our fourth vote, Hunter. That's 2 votes Noah, 2 votes Hunter. Our next vote is for Noah. The winner of Survivor Outcasts, Noah. Congratulations.
congrats, man.
Good
Congrats. You deserve
shit,
it.
my man.
Good game.
Bro, you deserved that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Noah, in a different world, was there any realm in which you bring me to a final two?
If Cyclone did not have immunity that day, then yeah, there's definitely a chance.
Actually,
I vote
you know,
Cyclone
that
there,
was-
and then maybe Tana. So it's like,
and you're right. The first thing I said in jury was the day that Nico went, I should have voted you. I
Yeah.
should have gotten you out. Absolutely.
I thought I was gone that day.
I had them on my side, I thought.
I should have went for you. Yeah, Nico. I had to lie to Nico. Unfortunately,
I was like, we gotta go for Noah here. He's
He-
playing
yeah,
too good
he
of a
was appealing
game.
to me. I had a blast, and I played like the opposite I did last time. And-
Also, I
See-
figured you caught on to my I was
Nico, you
flipped
won at 5,
on
right?
you. I was
You
out
won
at
at
5, yeah.
Yeah, see, at that point, I knew that if I vote for Noah with you, that Noah's just going to turn on me and I'm out next at that point. Because Noah knows I can't be trusted at that point. So I felt like I had to vote with you because everything I've heard was leaning towards you, and I had to go for you in order to keep my game alive and make it further. So
In another world, Noah, it's me and you in the final two, bro. That would have been fun.
Wait,
that
what?
would've been a funny.
Wait,
final
so,
two.
would you have not taken me to final two?
Absolutely, I would never have taken Noah. What the fuck?
Okay, I was about to say, holy
Alright.
shit! Oh my god!
If we're talking about another world, if Tana had flipped, if Tana
If
or
I
Hunter
flipped
had-
on Cypher,
if either of you had flipped and been
Holy
like, I
shit.
played under the radar until the perfect moment to play the game,
I was
that was
considering
that
it.
was the winning
Tana,
strategy
if you
for
had
me.
flipped on me, I would have voted
was-
for you. Even like I would've-
Really? I thought I'd lost
Yeah.
your vote if I flipped.
No, 'cause
No,
that's
it was
Oh,
under
this
the
is-
radar,
I
and then a strike.
Damn it!
I-
Being
I-
loyal
Thanks-
fucked me.
Thanks for not-
It's
thanks for not
funny.
flipping on me.
It's just funny that I knew
Shit.
that the minute that who did we vote out the day
You know
before
how
I
this
got
doesn't
voted
happen?
out?
If Cyclone just takes when
Nidus?
Noah takes
Nidus.
in that
Yeah.
one
It
challenge.
went Nidus and then you.
Yeah,
wait,
I
what?
knew for a fact
And
that
that
we
challenge
were
where Noah
probably
got
both
immunity from
dying.
I was
taking the
telling you,
idol.
DJ.
This
I
probably
know.
doesn't
I'm
happen
always a
if Noah
shield.
doesn't
I
get
was
immunity
with
that
Noah.
day.
I'm
I
eventually
wanted
getting
him to
voted
win
out.
so we
You
could
just
get
have to
rid of
not
DJ. So I
backstab us.
intentionally just said nothing. I wanted
Well,
Noah to win so we could get rid of DJ.
it does suck because I literally said that I was still probably going to vote you regardless, even even
I
then.
was so
So,
close.
See,
To be
that's the thing.
fair, there's
but like, who was the person
It's
that
like-
got voted on? It was before
Before
we
you?
merged. Before we merged, and I had
I think it
immunity.
was it
It was
Urquhart?
me.
No, or was
It
it
was
Urquhart
Crispy,
and
right?
It was
Nidus?
Oh
it was
yeah.
me. I was the final vote before we merged.
Oh yeah,
I
Crispy
tried.
was the. By the
I
way,
tried.
Crispy, you should have fucking voted me, bro. I was willing to work with you, and you tried to stab me in the fucking back. That was messed up.
That's how the game works, isn't it?
And then I got a
Literally,
It's called
What?
Survivor for a
From the
reason.
literally,
from the
You're
Crispy,
get-go,
you
get
were
surviving to
our
the
final
end.
three. We weren't fucking with you. We
I
were
know. I
being
thought for sure you
honest.
Hannah
were
was
lying.
gonna
We
Then.
were
stab me in
not
the back.
fucking with you. I was
Yeah,
gonna stab
Cyclone. I
Cyclone in the
told you
back
this, and
afterwards,
then you
and then
backstabbed me.
you
I'm like,
backstabbed
hey.
us. So
I
immediately
was
we're
like,
like, "Fuck
I was like,
Crispy!
hey,
That's why
Crispy's
from
gone."
Survivor to
Cyclone.
Jerry's
And
favorite
Hannah wants
number.
to
immediately,
vote you out
Cyclone, my
next
best
time
friend,
you
we're
lose.
aligned
And
from
then
there.
Cyclone's
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm a
You
team
you
Nidus.
made your bed, Crispy. You made
The
your
most-
bed.
I
The
feel
most
so bad
interesting
because
vote
aside from
of
that one
the-
time where I said Tam was super loyal, I accused her of lying the entire game. Just the entire game.
I did
No,
lie the
she
entire
was super
game.
loyal because
I
the
was loyal to Cyclone and Nidus. That's it.
the 4-3-2
Tenna,
vote.
I
What
flipped. I
happened
flipped
was
back when I said I was gonna flip, and you still didn't take me on your side.
We had no relationship, Nico. I'm so sorry.
I was the most loyal
For-
one, I think, this
for-
game.
Yeah,
I even like
Nidus was.
people
He
were
Nidus
didn't get it.
kind
He
of
didn't get an
blew up my
opportunity to
game a
smoke
little
this
bit.
one.
so sorry.
Nidus kind of blew up my game a little bit.
Nidus, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I kept like throwing it in the general chat. I was just like,
Yeah,
why
I
are
was
we
like,
scheming?
please stop.
General
Like,
chat.
we need to scheme. This game is about scheming. Stop trying to be open and honest with everybody, Nidus. This is not how you play this game.
Oh yeah, I'll mention this now. One of the it was the Seneca tribe. They were just like going off in the tribe chat like every
It was
night.
Nidus.
That
Nidus
was definitely not
Nidus!
us.
There was
It was
so much.
Just
I
like,
didn't
was
oh,
not
believe
us.
how
I
much
already know how
discussion there
this is
was
playing out.
of just like
chats
strategy in the
Well, it
in the
was just
tribe
like,
chat.
okay, my thought
I
was
think-
like, if we, with the votes
Dude.
happening on Cyclone and Jedin, we knew what the alliances were. So like, why are we trying to
Yeah.
scheme? We should just be trying
Because
to
you
work
still
together.
have to scheme.
No,
I
no,
don't
If
so,
everyone
know.
like,
was ready, I'll
my
do my
idea
little
was that if
5 to
wasn't
10
scheming,
minute.
yeah, sorry, like if
wait,
we
thing.
scheme and it ends up going like badly for either team, we're just gonna hate each other and rely on the other tribe. So if we just like
I knew
openly
Nidus didn't scheme because the one time I
Yeah.
played
I
Epic
schemed
Mafia
in the
Survivor with
jury
him, he was
chat.
just like, "Hey, Zoside
For real, man. You
let's work
fucking
together."
just
So let's work
trolling,
together.
dude.
As I was about to
Hannah.
vote him out.
You're
Hannah,
scheming
did
the
you
vote.
see
I'm
me
gonna
scheming in the
sorry
jury
to interrupt,
chat? I
guys, but I'm
told
gonna do my little thing for the viewers now, just so they can
Thank
be
you for the
aware of
game.
all like how all the idols work and all the twists and all that kind of stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff the players know
That
about,
was
but
not
the
revealed.
viewers don't really see.
Mhm.
So I'm just going to explain those. So this season, I warned you guys about the twists were very front loaded. They were all kind of towards the beginning. That started with like having an initial outcast. And so the way the outcasts worked, they each
You
got
fucking
to
won.
guess which tribe was going to win immunity at the upcoming challenge. And if they guessed correctly, they got a hidden extra vote advantage, which so the hidden part means they don't have to announce it before submitting it. They can just submit it when they're voting at any time. So Noah guessed incorrectly, so he did not have any advantage. Cyclone and Urquois both guessed correctly that Seneca would win, so they both had a hidden extra vote. At the vote where Urquois was eliminated, it was like 4-3-2. Cyclone used his extra vote on Urquois, so it actually was relevant in getting Urquois eliminated. Otherwise, it would have been a tie between him and Tana, I believe.
Yeah.
Additionally, in the starting tribe chats, there were puzzles, and the first player to solve them, they were just kind of like you had to reverse the alphabet. There was a little thing, and they were pretty simple. So like A was Z, and Z was A, B was Y,
And
Y was B, so on.
yeah,
DJ and Alex both got idols from that. However, these idols were I didn't call them this, but something I used in season 5 was this concept of chump idols, which are idols that are only usable before the merge. Which is why DJ used his idol, because it was the last opportunity for him to do so. There was a potential
Alex.
exciting moment there if he had gotten the read and used it on Crispy. That would have been cool. But it's hard to play idols correctly. I know the commentators are talking about this, but it really is hard to like use an idol well. And Alex got voted out with his.
Yeah, what the fuck, Alex?
he didn't
Next
know.
thing I want to
I'm pretty sure he got
mention
blindsided.
is that
Oh, he got blindsided 100%.
whatever the merge stuff. Oh yeah, so in the merged tribe chat, there was another one of these puzzles that offered like a powerful advantage. And the way this puzzle worked was, how the opening challenge of the game was alphabet math, where you had to like add or subtract numbers. So the
Mhm.
tribe
I was
chat
so
had a big
confused on this.
4 in it, right? And it said like this 4 is giving you a hint as to both what the advantage does and how to solve the puzzle. Basically, what you had to do was just do alphabet math on all the letters. So if you added 4 to each one, you would get a phrase. It was like "keep me safe until the end." I actually had to give out an extra hint because no one was getting it. But Nidus
I
did
didn't
get
even see
that.
it in there until the extra hint.
And what that
Where
was,
was the
it was
4? I never
actually
saw the 4.
a more powerful idol.
Yeah,
It
I
was
didn't
a.
It was in the profile picture.
I had this
That's
whole thing
profile.
set up for the, this whole speech I was going to give, where so what Nidus 1 was a super idol, which had the ability to be used up until the final 4 instead of normal idols can only be used until the final 5. So his idol could have been used around later. It could have been used at final 4 if he made it there, but he used it immediately because he thought he was getting voted. And then in the first challenge at the merge, the one where it was done in the dark, DJ won that challenge. He got first, and Cyclone got second. DJ chose the immunity necklace for the upcoming tribal, so Cyclone got the secret advantage, which was just another idol. So that was how Cyclone had his idol, and that was it as far as advantages in idols. So there are 4 idols, 2 for pre-merge, 2 for post-merge, essentially, and then the 3 outcasts each had a chance to get one of the hidden extra votes. One thing I just game design wise with these is that I find interesting is whether or not there are tribe swaps. I think is an important thing in Survivor. This season, I mean, there was just never going to be one because of how fast it was and like the double elimination opening and all that stuff. Like it was not going to happen. But I like to make it ambiguous whether there's a tribe swap or not, because if you know there's going to be a tribe swap, it kind of affects the way you're going to vote in like a way that I don't really like. But so this season didn't have one. Some seasons will, some seasons won't. But it was intentional that this one did not have one. I also thought the opening thing of the like exile necklaces was pretty interesting. I think that was kind of a little test, just because I didn't want the opening votes to tie. I didn't want them to have 6 players, so I kind of used that as a way to make them 5-5. And it was just kind of a little extra wrinkle to throw in there. I thought they were interesting, even though they were both kind of used the boring way and not the like get rid of someone else way. But I could see revisiting those. I thought that was I was happy with how those played out. I don't think I have too much else. Yeah, I think that's about it. I will just reemphasize to anyone watching, please join the Discord if you want to play, especially if you want to play in a duo on a Blood versus Water season. Thanks
Let's
again,
go,
everyone, for
Noah.
playing and commentating. I know you all just set aside a bunch of time for this. Congratulations to Noah and Hunter for winning and for second place and for your $75 and $25 prizes. Send me a message on Discord and I'll find a way to get that to you guys.
Where's the other $25, Lombax? The
Yeah,
post said
RJ actually lied because
125.
he said $125 prize pool because I told him he assumed it was a final 3.
Scammed.
I told him it
Scammed.
was 75 and 25, so he said 125.
That's good though, because then it makes people think it's a final
Yeah,
3. So
because honestly, I would have thought it
you
was
can
final
blame
2
RJ for that.
immediately if it said
And
100.
the thing that's weird too is I didn't want to correct him because then he'll know it's not.
No.
So it was like a weird, yeah. But I'll leave the Zoom up for a bit and the stream up for a little bit longer, and then wrap things up pretty soon. That's all I got.
What?
Thanks, guys.
One
question I had. Two and Big Brother.
Thank you, Lumbex.
I have a lot of comments.
Yeah, Survivors just like goes in between.
Was there an option where you thought of letting the outcasts talk to each other? Because that's what I was under the impression. Once 2 people went to Outcast together, I thought they were going to be like.
That would have been so cool, bro.
I thought we were coming back
happening.
and Cyclone and Urquoise were going to be like.
Well, I made it
set
pretty clear at the
clear.
beginning that like when you're an outcast, you're on your own.
I would have had a final 2 deal with Cyclone as well.
Yeah, and then
I
instead
thought
I just immediately voted you out with the extra vote. Went the opposite way.
Yeah.
I had a fucking blast. I was so disappointed because I haven't played anything with a face cam in like 2 years. I thought for sure I was the first one out. When the second vote came down, I was like, okay, I wasted my fucking time. That sucks. But I'm glad I was allowed to.
I kept you around.
Thank you.
I just want to say,
I saved you too. What the?
Yeah, we kept each other. It was a good.
For the idol
there.
necklace, I wanted to do something fun with it, but for the blindside and Alex to make him feel safe, I think there was like no other way than to just keep it, right? Because we can't send PTB or else Alex will idol himself, and then I don't want to get rid of Hunter because he wants to vote on Hunter. So there's like nothing that we could do. I think with it.
Dude, you don't understand
And-
how jubilant
It
I
was
was when I
Alex
saw your
had
message.
an idol.
They're
or-
trying to vote for you.
Alex
Hidden
had,
idol, yeah.
Alex,
And
yeah, Alex had
to-
an idol, which is why
to-
we
No,
needed
PTD
to.
was on the
Yeah, I
draft.
did.
He
Yeah,
had
I
an
was,
idol.
when
the
you told me
commentators
nobody
who were, like,
messaged you, I was surprised because
flaming the idol after I played it, I was like running
Thanks
the
for
votes
joining,
all the way
Nidus.
from
Have a
like
good
the
night.
merge onwards. Like I didn't have a chance to play an idol for anyone. Nobody got any votes that I needed to save. I didn't know.
Could have
So I
saved
just threw
me
it on
and made the
Tana.
biggest play ever.
I should have saved you and gotten Noah out, bro. That would
Yeah,
have been
we
the
should have
play.
killed Noah final 5. That was my mistake.
Yeah, I
I-
can't believe
hey,
I
the
missed
You guys
tiebreaker
that.
was
got me
really, really
instead
good
at
content.
6.
So
It's okay.
I
The
think the
tiebreaker was
On
really
not getting
good
the threat
content, though.
with
It
no
was.
immunity. Oh,
between me and Noah, you basically would have been in the same thing, but I feel like he was stronger in
I
the
actually
games.
didn't realize you were the threat you were until the jury came up and everyone said your name. I was like, holy shit, I'm glad I voted out Nico.
Yeah,
I did not realize
I
this
feel
guy
like
was
me and
doing
Noah
that,
were
but-
like in the same place at that point. We got voted out,
Yeah.
but he had slightly better games and also played a little bit better in that night of getting people on his side.
Yeah,
It was a
I think
blast.
the most of my play came from me and Hunter being so aligned without people knowing. Like, I don't think
I mean,
anyone
the minute
really
the
knew we were that
minute
strong.
I mean, I think the minute even in our chat, like I even said it, like Hunter was like my vote, even when I openly said it out loud and everybody heard it. Everybody still voted for me regardless. So it is what it is.
DJ, you won like every immunity possible. You
Yeah,
had.
you were
I
gone.
know.
You
And
were
that's-
literally immunity,
You were
immunity,
popping
immunity,
off, bro.
immunity.
And that's what I said, and I knew for a fact that the fact that that was like what you guys were gauging it on, it's just how it is. But
yeah, I said
I
during
even said it
on
too,
commentary
like
that that was the exact point
Yeah,
in which
actually,
you
if you
should have
count
voted
the
DJ.
opening immunity, DJ won the first 3 immunities because he won
Yeah.
he won individual immunity for Seneca even though they lost at the first thing, and then he got first place in the secret one, and then he also won the one after that. It was kind of like you're actually in like pretty select company, DJ. Not many people have won 3 individual immunities, so
I mean,
yeah, good job.
get good.
Cyclone, you let the res community down.
I got 3 as well.
You got 2.
Get out of here now.
You got 2. You got the necklace one,
know.
take it or leave it, and you got the final one.
Cyclone,
Well,
not
and
only did
the-
you not
You got
win,
the extra
but
vote.
you
We count that
also
one, 'cause I
betrayed
can't-
Crispy.
Yeah,
You didn't get the extra
The
vote.
one against
So.
Cyclone.
that guy's
So,
playing on
like,
iPod
Oh, well,
Touch.
yeah, but that's
though,
not
so,
an
you know,
immunity. That's
Small little
that's like a
blue arrow.
different thing.
Yeah, fire making.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Cyclone, why would you betray Crispy like
No,
that?
the issue with your play for me, the one when you're like,
deserve
Man, you
it.
got
take
You
it,
you guys.
it's a lose-lose if I go against you.
Yeah, I know.
I
That's
can't go against you.
Cyclone, how
Hunter
did I
can't go
betray
against
you when
you.
I
Talking
told
about
Tana I was
challenge
gonna
wins,
betray
though,
you
Crispy,
first?
you
DJ
tried
also
to
won
backstab me frame
DJ
one.
also won an
Yeah,
individual
ooh.
immunity on season 1 when he played season 1. So I think I think you, Slime, and Stormslide are the only people who've won 4 or more. I think.
What a Chad.
Yeah. That's off the
Wait,
top
I
of my
was
head. I might
so
be wrong
torn
about
Are you
between
that.
Noah
ready to
and
get
Nico
hated
the
out
entire
next time?
time, and then I hear like everyone's going Noah final five, or everyone's going Nico final 5. I knew I had to side with that, or else Noah's gonna get me out final
Fucking
4.
that exile blew up my game, bro. That was so fucked.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Oh
well,
my
that's why
God.
we chose you.
I was like, if you guys didn't send Urquois out, I
It was
think
you. It
I
was you
think
or Urquois. We literally said, "Is it Urquois or is it Nico?" in the chat, and we decided on Urquois.
it would have been
Because we
more
thought he was
interesting.
better at the
And
challenges.
I think
so
if
we thought
Nico
it made more
if
sense.
Nico goes out, I think I'm forced to vote out Hunter there.
Who was the one that
would've
got
been-
exiled
yeah,
from?
probably. You can't burn
wait.
a bridge with Noah or
Oh, Cyclone, right?
Mint.
And I got
Yeah.
the extra vote that voted out Urquois.
Yeah, I would have been willing to take Noah out, but Mint, I don't like the original.
He wasn't
plan,
willing to go for him.
The
I
original
tried.
plan was to have 5 people
I'm
there
fine
and
as
then
20
have all 3 of us vote for Noah out, not tell Mint, and then probably vote Hunter
Yeah.
out with Mint. You know,
Hey, sorry,
like,
I
say
didn't
like
ask
we're
that.
sorry.
No,
but
we were going
Hunter,
for it
you're
early on.
how did you
Yeah.
find out about this? Can you remind me?
Oh, I'm in Daily Mafia. I just don't. I
Yeah,
haven't
okay. I
played
thought it was something like that. Did you used to
I've
play
been-
like a long time ago or something?
No, I joined it off a friend, and then I never played.
Oh,
And I've just
okay.
been sitting in there, and then I saw the announcement. I was like, well,
Oh,
okay.
that's a funny origin.
Yeah.
No, I've been in that server for like 4 years, and I haven't done anything in there.
Dude.
So,
Wow.
Man,
Dude,
Noah,
as soon
I
as I
should have voted you
saw
out.
We should have gotten Noah, or oh man, that day we killed
Noah
DJ,
and I
I was
were
like,
in
we
the
have to
by
kill
the
Noah. Like
every single vote. By
when
the
we got
way,
rid of DJ, I had
Noah
to
is
mute it,
100% right for two
Yeah,
reasons.
he
One,
did.
I did not know Noah was that close with Hunter.
Also,
he did a
DJ
very
was
good job of making it
dangerous.
not apparent.
Yeah,
Did you
well,
vote?
Did Aspen vote?
It didn't make him look like that huge of a threat.
I was dangerous to a lot
I
of
did
people.
ask
I
him.
don't know
He
what you're
played it
talking
off really
about.
well, 'cause no
I
one
just
had
kept
together
winning
on every
Well,
vote.
DJ
challenges.
could have just
Like,
gone on like a
3
streak,
votes.
right? That was
Like
one of the,
that
that was
was
one of the only
everybody's worry.
that was one of the
Everybody's
only
worry was that.
chance-based challenges. So if you're gonna take out DJ, that I think it's good.
Like
to
I
do
lost
that
based
instead.
off the chance. Yeah, that was it.
You and
Me and
Nidus were the same.
I mean,
You
I
might
know
not
it's
get-
kind of
yeah.
a meme, but actually, like, I think what Noah did in that challenge has a lot of merit.
No, I would have taken first, but the thing about where
But what he
DJ's
did is
in-
he basically put everyone else in a position where it's like one of
You're
you
coming
has
out
to.
with me.
Yeah,
So-
one of you
So
has
from
to
my
do
point,
it.
my point of view on that one is,
but DJ's
I
like
didn't
in an
mind if
unwinnable
Noah.
situation
DJ
there. Right?
DJ can't, and that's
He
why I
can't
didn't want
win.
to
Yeah,
take because
DJ
the
can't.
plan was
People
always
working with
vote
Noah
DJ.
absolutely should
So
not
if
have
Noah
taken.
wins,
The only people who
DJ's
should have
free
taken were the
target.
people
That
not
makes
working with
sense.
Noah.
Yeah. By the way,
There was
I've
no
run that
reason
challenge
for me to do
twice,
that.
And everyone
and
was just trying to get out DJ.
dude,
So
both
it's totally
times the
fine.
same thing happened. Like when I ran it on season 2, the same thing happened. Someone
You
took
might
it
as
in the
well.
first
Yeah,
round and
I
got it.
remember that.
The odds of you
I
winning
would've been
after the
willing to
first
flip on
round,
Noah
if, like,
then.
are really low. If you
If
don't
he
get
I
any
didn't
had
get
to
the
leave it
take.
at that point because I knew I was aligned with Noah at that point, so I don't mind if Noah wins it, and I'm not gonna take me and Noah both out at that point.
Right.
And my
That's
target's
how I
DJ.
felt with everybody. Like I actually made a good alliance with Tana before that
He
challenge.
did,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
it felt
And
like
Cyclone.
to me what it
I
felt
think
like is
Nico
if
was
you
like the
wanted
only
Noah
person I was
to,
worried about.
if you wanted to ensure Noah would lose it, you probably wanted like Nico or Tana to
I was
take it.
this
Right?
close. I was
They were
this
probably the
close.
two who could most afford
Because
to.
if
I don't
I,
know. It's hard.
yeah,
It's hard.
eh,
You guys would know better than
yeah.
me because I wasn't
I think
in all the politics of
if
the
I
game.
take it and get Noah off the immunity, I could easily swing Tana and Cyclone because that was the only time when I actually communicated that.
I think it's
But
hard
that time you're
to
letting DJ
get
through,
me out
and
over
DJ's going to
DJ
get the
that wins
immunity
anyway.
end.
So
Yeah,
who
it
cares?
is.
But
It
I
is hard
mean,
to get
even
you
if
out of
I once
DJ.
like the thing is that I knew I was not winning regardless. Because everybody else is gonna like leave it, and if I take it, I know I'm on the chopping block.
Right.
I want to win it. No one knows
Also,
that.
I just gotta say,
Everybody else knows
I think it's
that.
pretty poetic that the first Outcast won.
Yeah, I was
Survivor
thinking that
Outcast.
too.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
it is what it is. You know. Sorry, I was
I'm
too
so
goaded
mad.
for
I
all the
lost
other games that people felt
$75
threatened
because I
by
clicked on
it.
Scramble
Noah
Secrets.
voting the wrong way, by the way, didn't have faith in the Hugo tribe.
Yeah, that was I did not expect
Yeah,
Aspen
fuck
to
you.
go out first. That was
He can
insane.
go out
Holy.
first.
Voting wrong on who?
Third.
She
She
did
went
go out
third.
first.
Third?
For your,
Oh,
for, your,
sorry.
for the
Actually,
extra vote.
technically, Aspen was the fourth person voted out.
I voted
Noah
on
didn't.
Tana.
that's
That's
because
Noah
we
didn't have
voted
the extra
Oh,
out.
I
vote,
thought you had to
Eric.
vote on a team.
Who did
Because
we
there was a
vote out?
No,
double
he
vote.
didn't. He
with
never had it.
Jedin and Alex.
Noah never had the extra vote.
Then it
Eric.
was PT.
No.
Oh, yeah,
Always
so,
Cyclone.
sorry,
Then it
my
was
brain's
Aspen.
not here.
Yeah.
No, I know. I was saying that.
Yeah.
I thought he voted
It was
on
Jed and
Senegal
Alex, and
or
then
whatever.
PTB just blew up the entire Hugo Drive.
Wait, you're
game.
thinking Noah was
That
gonna
was
vote on
so
one person?
fun to watch. Holy
That was
shit.
great.
I loved
Wow,
that.
that's fucking very low odds.
Like just
Yeah.
pure
By the way, I
content.
just want to say the two counter votes on the very first vote were me and Hunter, and I made it to the final 4, and he made it to the final 2, which is kind of crazy.
Dude, I thought I was dead to rights because I swear to God, that first night,
I
2
literally
minutes
leaned
went by
back in my
and I
chair
had
and was just like,
nothing. And then all of a sudden, I get 2 messages. I get one from Nico and one from Eric, and I'm like, okay, well, at least I'm getting something. Nico's like, how are you feeling? And then Eric's like, Alex and PTP want you out. Vote with me and we'll get them out. And I was like, okay, it's not me. That's all that matters to me at this point. I don't want to go out first. And then I see Jetting go, and I'm like, oh God. I'm like, it's not really a backstab if I go out first because I'm still kind of expecting it, but I'm just hoping that it stays to the word. And Eric told me, he's like, just act like you haven't been talked to at all. And I'm like, okay, that's easy. So that's kind of how and then all of a sudden it just path opened up and was able to make it through.
Hunter, I was keeping you in the whole time.
I know you were, Nico. I know
I was
you
keeping
were.
you in the whole time.
Nico,
Hunter-
the only reason I got you out is because everyone else was
Yeah.
going for you, and I knew that if I vote with you, I'm out next. So I have to go.
I mean,
I have to vote for
that's
you.
where you can try and swing Cyclone, Tana. You can try and swing Noah there.
Dude, Cyclone was the only one I could have swung because he seemed indecisive at that point. I don't know.
I
don't know if
was.
he
I
knew.
was half
I would say
considering voting
yeah,
Noah.
you only need to swing one person, and then you're
But see,
you're
I
making a
didn't
play.
know.
If you swing me, you're gonna swing Tana because Tana and I were together the entire. Like I was just. I was just trying to keep her in the game at that point. I keep both of us in the game.
Yeah.
Tana, there was no shot Tana was going out at that point because it's
Oh, we
it's
weren't
one
going
of the
for
power
Tana.
players going
We're going
out.
for
Well, I
Noah.
just threw away the idol because I didn't have a fucking.
I wasn't like a competition power player, but I was running things behind the scenes. Like you could ask anybody.
That's how I felt about
I
Nico.
knew for a
and I
fact
was
what you were
like,
doing,
I was like,
Tana. I
Noah's
just
playing.
didn't.
TJ knew, like
I already
everybody
knew for a fact that you and Cyclone were doing shit, and I couldn't
yeah,
stop it.
we were
I
running the
couldn't.
game.
I know
Yeah.
Noah was doing his own thing.
convinced you to
I know
vote
I
on
was trying to get Hunter. I tried to talk to everybody, but the minute it gets to that point, once Nidus is out, I already know for a fact that you
Once
and Cyclone
Nidus
are
is
just
out, my game was
yeah.
so fucked.
One thing
Yeah.
that I don't think I told
That's
anybody
the whole
until,
plan I actually had. I needed
Yeah.
to stop that from happening because I already knew for a fact that that's what was going to go in
I
that
didn't
direction.
think Cyclone was gonna flip on Nidus, and then he fucking did, and I
Well,
was like,
I
holy
hinted
shit.
at it in the final four. DJ brought it up to me every single day, and I kept saying, no, not yet, no, not yet. And then I was like, okay, now we're getting him now. And that was the day he went. Like I was trying to control.
Well,
the flow of things.
okay. It's different though because I had immunity then, so that's why you couldn't do it. Then.
Well,
That's the only reason why.
Who convinced you to vote out Noah, Nico?
The way he like tried to spread the vote, and then I think I was actually talking with Tana that night, saying like trying to get her to go towards.
Oh.
So it was me,
Noah.
it was me.
I think we
Noah
should just
and
stick
Eric
together for that
on
vote,
Tana.
guys.
You would think
Right?
that.
I
That
thought
is what
you
I
and
was-
me
well, I
were
mean,
on the
I was
same
right.
page on
Well,
that.
I was happy to see you gone, honestly. I was like, that's one thread. I
So
don't have
the
to worry
first thing Noah messages me is Urquoise and I are not working together.
I would love it.
Literally said that. He literally said that to me too.
I
It was
messaged
funny.
him and he
He
goes,
was like, "We are not that hard aligned right now."
And I
don't know
said,
why
I
people think
don't
this.
believe you.
I was not hard aligned with Urquoise.
No, the
He
plan
was hard, he was with me at that point.
The
I
plan
feel-
for
I
me
feel-
was
I
to
feel
get
like
Noah
that
out
was
at
the-
4, and then get Hunter out at 3.
Who did you want to sit final 2 with?
I had a final 2 with Nico. I don't know if he believed me, but that was my final 2.
I mean, you had a final 2 with me too.
I think
so-
we basically
But
play
I
a
didn't think
similar
you were
game
taking
and
me.
see what happens in a final. See
Yeah,
who's
exactly.
made more
I was
enemies
willing,
in the
I was
final
willing to
two.
1v1 Nico, just say fuck it. Once Min went down too, I was like, I have no promises.
Yeah, I didn't vote Noah to try and get Urquoise out. I voted Noah because I thought I read in a way that Urquoise would also go that way without like we were both
Oh,
like,
yeah.
man,
No, we had some
that was kind of
miscomms.
sus. And then I think when Tana was like, "Oh, are you ready to flip or something like that?" and we had only talked about Noah, I was like, "All right, we're in to just eliminate Noah. Worst case scenario, like Tana goes if like there was a
Yeah.
miscommunication." That was my
I
thought
think
process there.
I think I definitely have to win that vote, or else I just lose.
Yeah.
I lost $75.
I'm not getting on Tana or Nidus's alliance.
75, maybe 25. I think it might have
You
been
couldn't
able
get
to.
betrayal after
Honestly,
loyalty.
I was going to take Cyclone to final 2, and I think I still could have beat him.
No.
In my opinion.
No.
I think
loyalty
it's
came
kind
up
of
and then
50-50 between you and Cyclone.
I can
scramble that.
See,
I think you
literally
had
backstabbed
I think
your
you had
ally
Nidus's
and
vote
you,
for sure.
Like went
Yeah,
and
and I-
kept you alive until the
Yeah,
end.
I
he
kept
did.
you. Yeah, I kept you around too. Like you don't like. We kept each other around.
I think
I could have voted you out so many
I
times.
legitimately think
No, you should have.
I should have. Yeah.
I think social players
You sure
underestimate.
did, but actually that night I was so afraid because we did not decide on what the fuck we were doing.
No,
so
we
I was
didn't,
like,
'cause Lana
I,
gave
yeah,
us, like,
and I had,
30 seconds.
yeah, I had no idea what was going on. I was so scared by that, and that's why I thought like I was like gone.
That's
and
why
I
I
was,
That's
yeah.
that's the
why I
beauty
used
of the
it.
game, though. You gotta make quick decisions.
why
See,
I
I just knew me and Noah were good the entire time. I was like,
The
I'm
fact
just sticking
that
with Noah at
Urquoise
this
went out
point,
that day
man.
was a fucking
This is my only
blessing, and
shot.
you were that blessing. Thank you. But like, I did not. I thought I was gone that day. I thought it was donezo because we didn't like confirm anything, and that's why Noah. Like, we had a weird split vote that wasn't a very good split vote. Like, it was not okay.
Yeah, that was a very sloppy vote because I didn't use
Yeah.
my extra vote because I assumed it wouldn't matter, right? But
You had an extra vote at that point?
I
Yeah.
told you I had an extra vote.
We knew,
I didn't
we
believe
knew
that the whole
Urquoise had a
time.
power, and we assumed Noah
Oh.
did. So we wanted them out. Like, as
Basically,
soon as
I don't
possible.
think the extra vote matters for me because if it's ever a tie vote, I'm the one getting flipped on over Tana, since she's
But
like
if you
one you can
double
drag
Well,
on.
the two, yeah, the
Right
two
or wrong.
votes, the
if
two
you
votes
double
would have
voted
not
like the more
counted for
loyal
Noah.
one, I mean,
Noah
like the one
and
who's less
Tana.
likely to flip.
Yeah, Noah's votes
Yeah.
wouldn't have counted, and then we would have to re-vote
So
again.
if I extra voted Tana, then like I think probably, I don't know, Noah just jumps over to the other side and votes me on the revote is what
But
I
I also
assume
vote.
happened.
I also flip and vote 10 on the revote there. If it's
Later.
between you and
No, I
if
mean
it's
because
between you
we
two.
have because our four would be Hunter, me, Noah.
I don't
and
think
you.
I do there, Eric, because Tana and Nidus were like refusing
Hard.
to work with me.
But
They
you
were
guys,
hard
what
alive.
everybody, you guys
They were
would have just
hard
went to
aligned.
rocks, bro. Go to
No,
rocks.
I would have voted on Tana still. I wouldn't have swapped.
No, I mean, but like if it's 4-4, then we have to go to rocks, right?
You
I
have
was
to go
sticking
to
with
like
tribe the
half.
whole
With
time at
another
that point.
revote? No, I don't.
No,
I don't think so.
because if people aren't willing to flip, then you have to just RNG it. So me and Tana would be safe, and then you guys all have to RNG
Well,
who gets.
there's two
No,
votes on me,
Turquoise,
right?
I don't know if you
So
were
they get
paying attention, but
maybe
I don't do
somewhere.
rocks. Is one of the
Oh, you
differences
don't?
I do.
Oh.
I do basically I do fire making the whole game. That's an easy way to think of it.
Oh, so we
if,
would have to do fire making.
if
Oh,
there's a
okay.
tie at any point that's not resolved
Actually, I
by the
remember you saying
revote,
that now. I should use my extra vote.
if there's a tie that's not resolved at any point, then those players do a challenge and the loser's
Yeah,
out.
that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I am not a fan of rocks personally, which is why I don't do that.
I love rocks, bro. Just don't play like a bitch, guys. You know, and you won't go to rocks. That's what Jeff says, pretty much.
I feel like for my game personally, I was with Noah and Nico through the entire pre-merge, and then once a merge hit, it felt like Nico kind of took off on me a little bit, and Noah was still with me. So I was like, I'm sticking with with Noah at this point because Noah seemed more.
No, I was with you the whole time. I was ready to throw Noah under the bus the whole game from
that's
round
how I
one.
felt with
I was like, I know Noah's on that same page as me. He's throwing me out whenever it's on.
I was talking to Nico a lot. I was like, okay, I want to like get us three together, but I don't know if Hunter's gonna tell Noah. You know what I mean? I don't know how close they are. So like, I was like, we have to ease him into it somehow. But it sounds like it would have been a 2v2.
And then it wouldn't have necessarily
Aspen-
been a 2v2. It just would have been more like I needed more communication between the two of you guys because Noah just seemed like he was keeping me in the loop. He was telling me every single thing that he was gonna do. And then I felt like you guys were like, well, I'm thinking of doing this, but I'm not sure yet. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, all I knew is that I want to go to Final Four with us four.
I mean, I think we were even open to the idea of keeping PTB in and getting Noah out if PTB had said anything to that.
No, I wasn't gonna. I didn't want to keep
you guys got Alex and
You wouldn't
PTB
have
out
kept
so
that?
early was
PTB is
atrocious.
vengeful, bro. He would have definitely
You're right.
voted against all of us.
He is.
He would have.
But I was
flipped over
holding on to
instantly.
hope that he would try and make a play, and there was something that could happen, and he just.
I'm surprised Alex and PTB didn't suspect anything. How dead our chat was. Like, because they said they were messaging Hunter, and our tribe chat had like no messages in it. So like, what did they think was happening?
I think they
Sunshine
messaged
and
me a
daisies,
bit, and
clearly.
I kind of locked that in with we were going for Hunter.
I should have taken the other duo on our tribe. It was my mistake.
I just said GG, easy
went
peasy to
PTB.
PTB or something like that, just because I didn't like know what to do, like fill time.
It was radio silence for 2 to 3 minutes, and then I get 2 messages from you and Nico, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Like I knew I was probably the number one target at that point, but I was like,
you almost got voted out on day one.
I don't know how Nico
It's
felt.
insane.
Yeah, but I felt like you guys.
I had no
formed a three
connections.
block.
I had no connections at that point.
I was trying to form a 3-block with Hunter and then whoever seemed like the most reliable of Urquois and Noah. And it was not Noah. I tell you that from the start, because Noah's like, I'm not partying up with Aspen. I'm not partying up with Urquois. Fuck those two.
Really? It was that early? Huh?
It was like the moment he came in, it was like, I don't want to be on that
Noah when
person's
he said he
team.
wasn't
I don't want to be on that.
Nah, if
person.
it was Machado, it'd be a different story, though, right?
100% time there, like 100%.
No,
time.
I just don't like doing the whole buddy thing with
Yeah,
people.
no, me and Noah, we're not that aligned.
No,
I
like,
I was saying like, bro, final two, I'll 1v1 you.
You were telling the truth, but you would have to lie there. Like you agree with that, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the thing I keep reiterating. I think the social game of like under the radar, like make buddies, try not to be a threat, is really good. But you have to turn it into a strike somewhere. You have to like make
it's
a
a
play.
numbers thing, right?
Yeah,
There were too many threats.
Yeah, there was a lot of threats, but like with Hunter and Tana, they both had like the perfect option to like really flip the table on either Noah or
Cyclone.
Yeah, Hunter and
there.
Tana
And
both
if
want to
either
go
of them,
the final two together.
Yeah, if either of them,
I tried to,
flips
but I
on
didn't feel
Cyclone
confident
or
in that
Hunter,
Tana was going to bring me.
or
That's why I
Cyclone
didn't
or
go
Noah,
through
they
with
get
it.
they
Yeah.
like
I
they get to
wasn't
come
going
into
to
like
bring
the
you.
final
Yeah, I
two
know.
of
That's why I was like, no.
oh, I made this play. Like Tana versus Noah, she can come in.
Tana actually has
people already
more.
hadn't liked Noah, or yeah, people hadn't liked Noah just like off the rip. So Tana just comes in, yeah, sorry, Cyclone. I made that play. We rode to this point,
I
but that
think
was
if
the
Tana
option to
votes
flip and make a
Cyclone,
play.
I think if
And
Tana
boom.
votes Cyclone, it would have been a whole hell of
It
a
would have been
fucking
really.
game.
I still lose final three
And
immunity.
no,
I
Hunter
don't have a good
brings
memory. Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Noah brings Hunter, which is like he's always bringing Hunter anyways.
Yeah.
So like flipping on Cyclone there is such a good
It's my
play.
only. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's my
and
only
Hunter has a
path.
similar play of flipping on Noah and then trying the same.
See, I
In
was
my head,
100.
I
was
knew I wasn't
100%
going to win
gonna.
the final three immunity
he-
challenge. I'm not good at challenges. My only hope was that Cyclone would win it and that we could go to final two together. That's where I was.
I feel like
That's where my
Cyclone would have
thought
brought
was.
Hunter though, right?
Yeah, I think.
I'm not sure.
I think Cyclone brings Hunter, but Hunter didn't have the option once
You
it
could argue
tied the
Cyclone's
first
best
time.
play was bringing Hunter, but Cyclone seems.
I
to
can't
fit
believe that
better.
me and Hunter missed the same question. With the triangles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
God damn.
Yo,
Sounds like
you guys with that, yo, bro. I looked at that. I was like, holy cow, dude.
It sounds
This
like
was so
he was gonna,
fucking
it sounds like he was gonna
wild.
take you anyways.
Maybe it was 3.
So I was 100% willing to flip on Noah at that point. The
Uh-huh.
problem is I didn't trust being brought to the final two by either Cyclone or Tana. So I knew I would have had to win. So I was like, well, at this point, I know Noah's bringing me, and worst come to worst, I get second with no. If
I
Noah
asked you
brings
in FTC and you said you would have brought Noah, so that's the you don't have to keep lying, bro. You could have.
I said I was legitimately torn at that point because it would have been between loyalty with Noah. I felt like I had a better game against Tana, but I didn't really know what her game was because I
My
wasn't
game
really.
was really under the radar.
Yeah.
It was.
The loyalty game only wins if you have made like numerous friends. If you just have one buddy, you don't win by playing the loyalty game.
Right, I
or like
understood
one or
that.
two buddies. You have to like make a play there.
It was very clear the votes, the way the votes were going in
Oh, I knew that. I knew once me and Noah were in final two, I wasn't winning. But I felt like if I don't vote Cyclone in that final
Yeah.
four, that I'm not being brought to
No, that was the good choice.
final
Yeah,
two.
you just have to
because
bet on you
neither
winning
one
final
of them
three challenge.
neither one of them were promising me final two, and I was like, okay, you're not
Well,
even
Tana was already saying like, yeah, he's just gonna run you down
Yeah,
on
that
it.
was funny. Yeah.
I think if Hunter wins
I like
immunity
it.
on the
Cyclone
final
saying
three,
Noah won't bring Hunter. It's just
and
trying
then
to
drops
a lot.
Noah, that's like the biggest play he could have made if he had gotten immunity.
I honestly think
taken
that
Tana.
would have been my play, but like I don't know. I mean, there wasn't really much I could do. That's why I was still in it. I'm not gonna just give up on the final three to Noah. I knew Noah was bringing me really, and there's
I knew Noah didn't have me in final two loyalty. That's why I had to, like, I don't know. He was.
Alright, Outcasts, we're going into the radar next game.
UTR. Yeah, I think maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's not possible now, though.
Does not help you guys out.
Or what?
Compies, it's hard to help.
I wasn't really a comp
I think
use.
the thing that
Everybody
threw me
else
off
was
with
just kind of
Nexus's
bad.
elimination was I thought Noah had the double knot.
Actually, wait, no, the word one.
Cyclone.
Two of the
You know what I
challenges.
think is interesting, DJ?
I definitely would have won.
DJ, I think you actually should have just not played your idol at all, because I think you winning a bunch of challenges, people were already kind of scared. But then it's like, man, and he found an idol, like he could get another idol and like win a bunch of challenges. I think you actually should have just let your idol go away if you already know that vote is not going your way, right?
No.
People, yeah. DJ was
You could
definitely
have like thrown a
goddamn.
challenge too or something. I don't know. It seemed like your people
I
got
felt like I needed to
really.
throw a challenge.
It felt like people got really like afraid of you very
Intimidated.
quickly. Yeah.
I wouldn't have voted DJ out. Like I wouldn't have pushed any kind of vote on DJ if it wasn't for the fact that he just like swept
Yeah.
challenges.
I mean, it's just it was impressive, right? Impressive enough
Yeah.
to like get votes. I would have voted for him. So I was like,
Is it-
goddamn, dude.
It's kind of like the same thing. The only reason Alex went, like literally the only reason, like allying with PTB wasn't the thing. It's the fact that he got the
Yeah, just because he got the idol.
advantage.
Yeah,
And
makes
the
sense.
fact that he stayed.
Oh, did that
he
leak
didn't
to, like,
say
do other people know about?
He told
said
us,
he got-
bro.
He
He
said
told
it in the
us.
chat. He said it in the chat.
Yeah,
He
so
said,
I'm
"Yeah,
like,
I
I
don't
got
know
his
about
bad.
that."
I was like,
I
all
think-
right, you gotta go.
I think he
Like,
should have kept that to himself.
No, he definitely should
Yeah.
have. He ruined PTB's game too.
Yeah. If we don't know that who has the advantage there, we just know somebody has it. Hunter probably goes just out of safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Just out of
I
fear.
agree that I would have gone.
Yeah, just out of like we don't know who's
That's
holding
also
it,
why
who's
I
gonna
was
make the
trying
play.
so hard in that first not immunity, but the first rewards.
Rewards, yeah.
Because I was just trying to try and show a reason why to keep me at that point. I mean, I ended up getting second, so I almost
Yeah, I
got it.
thought it was either me or Crispy eating those votes there at that point on the elimination, and If it came down to it, it was like me or him. But it was like also between Nidus and Crispy apparently. But I don't know where Cyclone was at, and I thought that Cyclone could be working with Tana and like Nidus to that degree to get me out. So because I think was already like at that point where yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get them all on my team, but it is what it is.
There are so many points that this would have been vastly different too.
Well,
Just like
that's why
little,
Survivor rolls.
yeah.
You gotta
I think-
adapt,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if Nidus doesn't play
I'm
this
willing to
game, I'm
adapt.
fucked. But I think with Nidus, I had numbers.
He also was a huge lightning rod for
Yeah.
your team once
Yeah,
we went
he-
into the merge. He
He
was just
was
like
definitely a
lightning rod of-
shield
yeah.
for me. Yeah, but it sucks that my own tribe took him out.
Him
That's fine.
and DJ can like just they needed to sandbag. Honestly
Yeah.
speaking, if those two had
I think
sandbagged,
Nias did sandbag. There was one challenge he definitely sandbagged in.
it might have been the pattern matching one, right?
It was
that might have
not.
been
That one was the one I won as well. I won this. I won the pattern one. I won.
Oh no, wait, he got second on that one, right? He's made it to second place
Yeah,
for.
Yeah, I made it. I made it there on that
There was one
one.
challenge where Nias definitely was not playing his best, and it felt purposeful.
Like that is a good play to like sandbag a little bit. You're less of a threat. Maybe you're not making allies because people kind of want you out a little bit. And now like, oh, you were kind of good at a couple challenges, but now you're not necessarily guaranteed to get immunity.
I don't know. I think that's like a weird catch-22 because like
Yeah.
so much of how people play this game is just the social aspect of it that like if
He's also very friendly.
that like even if you're even if you're a challenge threat, if you can just make friends, no one really cares about that until they have to.
Oh yeah,
so
I think the social game. It's funny. I think to your point, like just the community that a lot of these players come from, like people overvalue the strategy versus. I think there's kind of like three pillars of the game, right? There's like strategy, social, and challenge. But people from the Mafia community are gonna like be biased to overvalue strategy, in my opinion.
Social is just by far the strongest in Survivor. Like,
Social's huge, yeah. I mean, I think that's a big part of why Noah won, right? Is because of like what he said about bonding with Hunter, who's like kind of outside of the community, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to do that with Jedin, but Jedin got voted on day one. So
You gotta pick the
sucky.
right people, DJ.
I wanted to play with that guy. He seemed nice.
Dude, I was actually on a personal level really disappointed that you voted him out because it's like he's like someone I know, outside of the Mafia and stuff. And there's also other people from that group who have expressed interest in maybe playing in the future. So I was like, man, hopefully Jedin will like do kind of well, and then he can like tell them about it.
He got rolled on the snake tribe though.
I'm not
so-
gonna lie. My day one tribe kill was gonna be
Our tribe
DJ,
was
and then
the
he
honest one.
won immunity. So I didn't know what to do from there, and I just scrambled and I said Jedin, and we killed Jedin.
Wow, you guys scrambling hard for me, huh?
Clearly, the true answer was to just get Cyclone out early.
Yeah, it was, but
Yeah, I'm
he
here.
definitely appealed
What
to
was
my
your
emotions.
reasoning for voting Hunter?
Everyone in the jury chat said they were voting you, so I wanted to encourage other people to vote for him.
He's such a troll.
And I do think it is kind of a bad play to take someone that you have been perceived to be carrying. Like, I don't want to say that in a bad way, but I think that's how a lot of juries saw it. And I think if you taking Hunter is nice of you, but I also think it's an easy way for you to win. And I think that is
That's why he did.
I told you,
That's the
Noah's
game.
not a
That's literally
gamer.
the game. That's what
Noah's
he's
not.
supposed to do. He's supposed to take whoever's the easiest to win.
Because
the game.
Hunt, like you can just
I
say Hunter's
agree,
resume.
but then it's just like
you, Hunter, because I don't think I think that is the right play.
He's
but
he's
I don't
saying
agree
he's
with
like the coach, coach from Survivor. He's taking the like you want to fight against the strongest warrior, You have to compete.
Coach, oh god.
You can't compete. That's how you vote. Respect.
You want to win? You're gonna take the easy win? No, take the cutthroat.
There is no honor amongst thieves.
Yeah, no, that you definitely want to take the people aligned with you that you perceive, that you perceived played
Well,
better
like,
than, because then like they can't really say anything, right? They're like
Well,
parents
when
locked
I
out
was-
of anything.
When I was saying what I was saying in commentary, like before final two, I was being genuine. I think if Hunter like projected well enough that yeah, it may look like I got carried everybody with Noah, but I was able to do like this, that, and the other thing.
He
And we
could
had
have
this
even lied about it. He
plan,
could have
like,
even said like, "Oh, I did
Yeah.
this, that," and then it probably would have been directed somewhere
there
else.
was a way for Hunter to talk himself into the win,
Mhm.
and I think there was just kind of a lot of like
He got 2 votes. He just needed 2 more.
I was like a part of the Aspen
Well, yeah.
Aspen vote with like Nico and like one other thing. I like this isn't disparaging your final 2 play. I thought you did fine, Hunter, with the questions you were asked. It just a lot of people were like handing you outs that I don't think you took well enough, which is something that I think you can improve on if you ever play another game. Is that like, yeah, you played a good game and I congratulated you for it. I think you actually played really well, but there was a point where like Noah was just where like I knew if Noah got like a chance to talk, Noah talks really well. It was going to go really well for him, and you needed to try with the questions you were given to out talk him. And I don't think you did that. Not to say you did it bad, just that's what it felt like happened.
This is a steep hill.
Yeah, I felt like it was just like a point of where Noah is already like the favorite to win at that point. Everyone knows what Noah did and everything. And I'm not gonna try and like lie and say, oh, I did this and this, and then just have Noah go, well, wait a minute, I did that, not you. But I mean, I don't know. I wanted to be truthful to what I
Yeah.
actually did during the game and stuff, and not try and say, oh, I won because of lying about what I did.
Yeah.
No,
Well, also if you lie, then
for
like the
sure.
jurors can just call you
Yeah,
out
they
as
can
well.
call you out on it.
Yeah.
Like if you lie like, oh, I voted for Urquois, which was, or I voted for Noah at that one point and made a play. Like boom, Urquois was out, and then it turns out me and D.
Yeah, I'm not
in
even saying I wasn't even
Well,
saying
I
you
mean,
like lie. I
here's the
think it could
thing,
have been
right? Either you can
better.
lie about it, but there's a point to like if you say something and that juror can't say anything anymore, they're not allowed to say anything afterwards. They can literally lie about it. Like after like Nidus is done talking, I'm done talking, anybody else is
Well,
done talking.
I don't know
It's just
how
like
Wombax runs it, but in the show you can definitely say something. Like
They could have said something if they like wanted to interject. Yeah.
it's good. It's good
but,
TV
like,
for people to be upset. You know, so
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to lie about what I
like
did, and I
Cody.
wasn't gonna try and play a pity card at
Yeah,
all
and
or anything.
for
I was
what
like,
it's worth, I
well,
was not like telling you to lie, but I think
yeah,
I personally believe it could have been projected in a way.
I definitely think you should have sold that you're gonna vote out Noah 100% if you want immunity on like the final 3. Because
Yeah.
I was from
I
everybody else's
seriously think I
perspective,
would've.
that was like the only play.
I would have, I think, and that's why I was playing for it so seriously, is because, I know Noah has a winning play. I don't know how Tana matches up against me in Final 2. I know how I match up against Noah, so I probably would have taken the chance, but
even
I probably should
selling
have
that
vocalized
though.
that more.
I
I should have
yeah, even
vocalized that more.
selling
I
that,
agree.
like
I agree.
I played the under the radar game
I don't know.
that
I was still
played.
in the mindset of I don't want to get on anyone's bad side yet, and
Yeah.
I'm like, well, wait a minute.
At that
the
point,
game's over.
Noah's your enemy. You just go, yeah, I was waiting for the opportunity
I
to
think
put
I'm gonna
Noah under the
wrap up
bus.
the stream. I don't know if you guys still want to use the Zoom or if people are planning to do Mafia or anything after this, but you can all say goodbye to the stream. I think I'm gonna end the stream here, and anyone still watching, join my
Thanks for
Discord. Let me know
hosting.
if you want to play again in the future. Hopefully, I'll get another one of these going relatively soon. Yeah, that's all I got.
stream.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Later.
Thanks again for hosting.